Howl, howl, howl. All Iron Blood warriors get ready. At the edge of the Luo Man Beast Garden, many undying Emperor-level beasts let out earth-shaking roars. Groups of undying Emperor-level beasts slowly gathered at the very front. Plant-type, bird-type, fire-law, wind-law, wood-law. There were a total of 50 undying Emperor-level beasts leading their race as they stared coldly at the Iron Blood Alliance members ahead. The Iron Blood Alliance leader stared coldly ahead. There was no fear in his eyes as he roared. Howl! In front of the Luo Man desolate beast garden, over 10 billion people let out beast-like roars. Their Iron Blood Alliance had fought against the Luo Man desolate beasts for millions of years. Facing the beast horde army, there was no fear at all. Howl, howl, howl. At this time, all sorts of desolate beasts slowly flew out of the Luo Man desolate beast garden. Floating in the air, the 50 undying Emperor-level desolate beasts in the lead didn't hesitate at all, rushing straight ahead. Undying Emperors, we're going to kill the enemy. Ha ha ha. The Iron Blood Alliance leader saw the undying Emperor-level desolate beasts rushing over. Laughing loudly, a berserk law energy surged from his body. Ha ha ha. Kill, kill, kill. Let these beasts know how powerful our Iron Blood Alliance is. In an instant, many warriors flew into the sky, their gazes locked onto the undying Emperor desolate beasts. It's been a long time since I've acted. The three old men beside the Iron Blood Alliance leader exchanged glances, smiling as they said, "Then let's kill to our heart's content today." An old man's body shook. His terrifying energy pointed at an undying level 4 beast. "Leave the other one to me." An elder on the left roared. His body shook. His undying god country appeared behind him. Invincible energy was released. Without any hesitation, he charged at the beast. That seems to be the ancestor of our Iron Blood Alliance. I didn't expect him to be so strong. Feeling the terrifying energies of the two elders, all the Iron Blood Alliance disciples looked over, their faces filled with excitement. Our Iron Blood Alliance is invincible, kill. The Peak God Lord warriors were all excited when they saw the God King attack. In the sky, 40 undying God King warriors went up against a group of desolate beasts. Even if it was an undying God King level 4 desolate beast, they had an undying God King level 4 warrior on their side to fight. The strength in this region was invincible. Even the strongest East Border God dynasty that everyone thought of was no match for them. This made the members of the Iron Blood Alliance filled with pride and excitement. Their fighting spirit was high. Hong! The Undying God King and the Undying God King Desolate Beast let out a terrifying clash in the sky. A terrifying explosion, it was the beginning of the battle. Kill! Roar, roar, roar. Below, the sounds of battle and desolate beast roars could be heard. Humans and the beast horde were attacking together. Over 10 billion people, not one bit less than the desolate beasts. However, in terms of overall strength, the desolate beasts were much stronger than humans. Pung, pung, pung. All the Iron Blood Alliance disciples, hold on. After we kill this group of Undying God King level beasts, we will slaughter the rest. On the right, an old man defeated 7 to 8 Undying Emperor level beasts in one blow. His face full of confidence as he roared madly. We have 3 Undying Emperor level 4 ancestors here. When everyone saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock and joy. With one more Undying Emperor level 4 warrior, they could clinch victory in this battle. Huh? I didn't expect the Iron Blood Alliance to be so strong. From the side, Wuxia watched the battle from afar. When he saw 4 level 4 Immortal King warriors appearing in the Iron Blood Alliance, his face was filled with shock. According to the rankings on the AI, the Iron Blood Alliance was ranked behind the Eastly Immortal Empire, and the Eastly Immortal Empire only had 1 level 4 Immortal King. From the looks of it, the Iron Blood Alliance was much stronger than the Eastly Immortal Empire. Furthermore, the number of Immortal Kings in the Iron Blood Alliance was more than a dozen more than what was recorded in the AI. With 3 level 4 Immortal King, there shouldn't be much of a problem this time. Wuxia mumbled. It's fine, the Iron Blood Alliance should be able to defend against the beast tide this time. From the side, Emperor Star Lady let out a sigh of relief when she saw the scene, saying softly, "It's hard to say." Suddenly, Anting looked into the Luo Man desolate beast garden. frowning. Howl, howl, howl. The moment she finished speaking, roars could be heard from within the beast garden, following which over a dozen huge bodies flew over at a terrifying speed. The leader was still an undying level 4 plant-type desolate beast. It had a body of 20 to 30,000 meters long. Its body had a huge savage mouth. Shit. There's actually an undying emperor desolate beast. Old Sean. Stop him. An old man who was fighting against an undying level 4 desolate beast saw over 10 undying emperor desolate beasts flying over. His expression changed and he shouted, "Damn it!" The warrior who was fighting against 7 or 8 undying emperor desolate beasts saw this scene and his pupils shrank. "You guys defend against these. I'll try my best to block this group of desolate beasts," the old man roared. His body instantly flew forward to block the 10 or so undying emperor desolate beasts that were flying over. And in an instant, the Iron Blood Alliance that was originally occupying the upper ground immediately fell into a disadvantage. "Things have exceeded our expectations. Fight!" The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance, who had been commanding all this time, stared at the dozen or so undying God King desolate beasts that had suddenly appeared, roaring as he charged into the undying God King battlefield. At this time, commanding was useless. What they lacked was high-level combat strength. However, the desolate beasts did not have a one-sided suppression on them. "This is bad. We're in trouble now. The next battle will be very intense." Di Xingnu looked at the battlefield in front of them and said with a face full of worry, "Let's go." Aunt Ing stood at the side and shook her head slightly as she said to Wang Xian, "There's no need. If you can help, help." Wang Xian shook his head as his gaze swept across the intense battlefield. On the battlefield ahead, the Iron Blood Alliance was at a disadvantage. However, the gap was not huge. The battlefield was not one-sided either. If Wang Xian and the experts from the Dragon Palace made a move, they could totally help them to withstand the beast tide this time. Most importantly, if the Dragon Palace made a move, the Dragon Palace would be able to obtain a large number of corpses if they won this battle. These corpses would allow the Dragon Palace to improve tremendously. It was totally worth it to make a move. Buzz. After Wang Xian finished speaking, his entire body trembled as the east gate of the Dragon Palace appeared behind him. "Prime Minister Gue, lead the experts of the Dragon Palace and prepare for battle." Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he immediately ordered Prime Minister Gue. "It's the Dragon King. Wang 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 Wang." On one side of the battlefield, figures walked out from the east gate of the Dragon Palace. Ao Chitian, Ao Chi, Ao Xingmu, Muzisan, the Saturn Turtle Leader, the Dolphin Support Leader, Mo Sha, Ba Chi. The leaders of the Dragon Palace led their subordinates out. The leader was 15 Undying God King Level 1 members. Behind them were 2,000 Pinnacle Godlord members, and 10,000 Eternal Godlord Level 5 and above members. They walked out from the Dragon Palace and exuded a powerful aura. "Dragon King." The group of Dragon Palace members greeted Wang Xian respectfully. Is this his faction?" It's not surprising that there are more than 10 Immortal King Level 5 and above experts. There are 2,000 peak Master God level experts. What a powerful background. At the side, Aunt Ing muttered in astonishment when she saw Wang Xian summoning his subordinates all of a sudden. This force is indeed not weak. Di Xingnu also looked at the members of the Dragon Palace in astonishment. Her heart was slightly shocked. "Follow me." Wang Xian moved his body and led the members of the Dragon Palace towards the direction of the battlefield immediately. "Members of the Iron Blood Alliance, do you need support?" Wang Xian flew over and asked the experts of the Iron Blood Alliance indifferently. "Ha!" Everyone who was in the midst of the battle was slightly stunned when they saw this scene. Their faces were filled with astonishment. "It's that expert." Elder Gong of the Iron Blood Alliance glanced at Wang Xian and revealed a look of astonishment in his eyes. "Thank you, brother, for coming to support us. We, the Iron Blood Alliance, will be eternally grateful to you for getting through this crisis." An Immortal King Level 4 powerhouse looked over with a look of surprise and joy on his face. He immediately shouted loudly, "Haha, all right. However, after this battle, we might need some desolate beast corpses." Wang Xian spoke directly. "This is just a small matter. I wonder which faction you are from." The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance looked at Wang Xian and the rest and asked excitedly, "Dragon Palace. Let's fight, kill." As Wang Xian spoke, his body moved and locked onto a few level 1 and 2 Immortal King level desolate beasts. He was here to help. Naturally, the powerful desolate beasts, the Iron Blood Alliance, would deal with them themselves. For the Iron Blood Alliance to have Wang Xian and the rest suddenly come to help, it was already a huge fortune for them. Kill! Ao Chi, Tian Ao and the rest locked onto a level 1 Immortal King powerhouse one by one. The addition of the Dragon Palace instantly eased the pressure on the entire Iron Blood Alliance. Kill! The rest of the members of the Dragon Palace formed a battle formation and charged into the beast tide. Hiss, they are so strong. Even the weakest one is no weaker than a level 5 Eternal Lord. The 2,000 experts at the front are all peak God Lords. Haha, with the help of the brothers from the Dragon Palace, we will definitely kill all these beasts this time. The members of the Iron Blood Alliance were excited when they saw the sudden arrival of reinforcements and the strength of the experts from the Dragon Palace. There were 2,000 peak God Lords. There were not so many peak God Lords in the entire Iron Blood Alliance. Not to mention, there were more than 10,000 powerful existences above level 5 of the Eternal Master God level. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the powerful strength of the Dragon Palace wasn't weaker than the entire Iron Blood Alliance's disciples. In fact, they were even much stronger. After all, the number of peak stage Master God level experts was placed here. Grandpa, it's that guy. On the steel strategic level city wall, there were a few figures who didn't make a move. Seeing Wang Xian and the rest who suddenly appeared, a young man widened his eyes and said in a low voice with an unsightly expression, "Yes." The old man looked over with a sullen face. His eyes flashed as he scanned the members of the Dragon Palace. His heart was filled with shock. He wasn't too surprised by the dozen or so Immortal King level 1 powerhouses. However, the 12,000 or so God Lord powerhouses made him extremely shocked. 2,000 peak Master God level experts. This was quite a strong foundation. Buzz! In the sky, Wang Xian stopped the 5 Immortal King level desolate beasts by himself and waved his arm. The 5 elements millstone appeared in his hand. At the same time, the 5 elements millstone trembled slightly and the black hole space disturbing formation was released. In the next moment, the 5 Immortal King level desolate beasts were sealed within a 2,000-kilometer radius by Wang Xian. Due to the beast horde's attack, even if the group of Undyings could feel the threat from Wang Xian, the 5 Undyings still did not escape. All right. Seeing the 5 Undyings trapped, his face revealed an excited expression. Hiss, hiss. With a wave of his arm, the towering snake appeared at the side. Its huge 10,000-meter body went straight towards the Undying's Emperor Desolate Beasts. Roar, roar, roar. At that moment, the Undying's Emperor Desolate Beasts roared in fear, wanting to escape. However, after entering the space of the black hole, it was impossible for them to escape, unless the Undying's Emperor Desolate Beasts outside broke the array. Tame it immediately. Wang Xian immediately flew over. With a move of his arm, his huge dragon claws grabbed an Immortal King battle pet. Submit or die. The suffocating dragon aura immediately pressed down. Submit or die. Soon, in less than 3 minutes, one of the 5 Immortal King Desolate Beasts was killed while the other 4 were tamed. Voila! With a wave of his arm, the black hole spatial disturbance formation immediately dissipated. Huh? That powerhouse took care of 5 Immortal King Desolate Beasts. After the formation disappeared, some of the Iron Blood Alliance's powerhouses were shocked when they saw the 5 Immortal King Desolate Beasts disappear as well. There were a total of 63 Immortal King Desolate Beasts, and now 5 of them were gone. Kill! Wang Xian's eyes flashed with excitement. He immediately controlled his clone to set up a black hole disturbance formation on the 5 Elements mill. His body moved and attacked a few Immortal King level 1 and level 2 Desolate Beasts. Roar, roar, roar. However, at this moment, an Immortal King level 3 Desolate Beast escaped the attack of the level 4 Immortal King from the Iron Blood Alliance and immediately attacked Wang Xian. Ha! Wang Xian looked over and frowned slightly. His eyes were shining. Immortal King level 3, let's see if there's a chance to tame it. Once I tame it, I'll have enough resources to upgrade myself to the level 8 Eternal Lord. Wuxia moved and immediately went up to the level 3 Immortal King Desolate Beast. He had already recalled the towering snake. This way, he could lower the vigilance of the level 3 Immortal King Desolate Beast. Boom, boom, boom. Wuxia and the Desolate Beast's laws collided. The terrifying energy spread over 10,000 kilometers. Buzz. The next moment, the black hole disturbance formation covered the entire area once again. Roar, roar. However, this time, the moment the formation appeared, it started to collapse. This made Wuxia's expression turn ugly. The black hole disturbance formation created by his clone in the 5 Elements Big Mill was not enough to cover the level 3 Immortal King Desolate Beast. Not even for an instant. Boom. 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 In front of the Lowerman Desolate Beast Park, the rumbling sounds of the battlefield rang out continuously. An Eternal God Lord Level 3 Desolate Beast locked onto Wuxia, forcing him to fight it. Once he wanted to escape, the Level 3 Immortal King Desolate Beast would attack continuously. The level of the black hole disturbance formation was too low. It had no effect on it at all. Wuxia could only give up on taming the Immortal King Desolate Beast. The battle of the Immortal King Desolate Beasts was ongoing in the sky. There were a few more Immortal King Desolate Beasts than humans, but the number was very limited. In addition to the fact that the Iron Blood Alliance was relatively strong, the situation quickly stabilized. Kill, kill, kill. At the lower position, the members of the Dragon Palace formed a battle formation and stabbed into the unorganized Desolate Beast horde like a sharp knife. With the strength of the Dragon Palace's Eternal God Lord Level 5 and above, unless all the Desolate Beasts joined forces, they would be completely slaughtered by the members of the Dragon Palace. All the members formed a battle formation, and every second, hundreds of thousands of Desolate Beasts died at their hands. As always, even if they encountered a peak Godlord sea monster, they would be easily killed by their attacks. One could clearly see that there was not a single Desolate Beast within a 1,000-kilometer radius of the Dragon Palace's 10,000-plus members. And all the members of the Dragon Palace swept across the entire battlefield at a terrifying speed. What faction is this Dragon Palace? So strong. It's simply too strong. Haha, I never thought that there would be other factions coming to help us at this time. This time, we have to thank the Dragon Palace. If not for them, we would have lost at least billions of people this time. Right, ha ha ha. Many thanks to the brothers of the Dragon Palace. We shall kill. Victory belongs to US humans. Everyone from the Iron Blood Alliance saw the Dragon Palace's indomitable and invincible aura. Their faces filled with excitement. The entire Beast Tide was completely out of formation under the onslaught of the Dragon Palace members. If the Iron Blood Alliance were to fight alone, without the help of the Undying Emperor, their tens of billions of people would at least lose billions. And with the members of the Dragon Palace, their losses would be reduced by 90% or even more. Kill, kill, kill. The slaughter below was like a river, corpses floated in the space. The attacking Desolate Beasts did not dare to escape without the orders of the Undying God King. They roared with all their might, all sorts of law energies fluctuating. God-level existences were like cannon fodder in this battlefield. The moment they were unlucky, they would be instantly killed. Poison, mist, arrow, rain, fire. At this moment, Ba Qi, who was fighting against an Undying God King Desolate Beast, glanced at the area below and roared loudly with a sinister smile. Fire! At the back of the Dragon Palace's 12,000 troops, the Heaven Eye Arrow Division members took out special arrows. With their strength, they could use laws to form arrows. And this special arrow was specially researched by the Poison-Making Division. So. At the next moment, black arrows charged into the Desolate Beast horde. Boom, boom, boom. Following that, an intense sound was heard as black poisonous fog shot out in all directions. Roar, roar, roar. The Desolate Beast's terrified roars sounded as large swaths of Desolate Beasts died. Hiss! In the surroundings, everyone from the Iron Blood Alliance was filled with shock when they saw this scene. An arrow could destroy all the Desolate Beasts within a 1,000-kilometer radius. One arrow could destroy millions of Desolate Beasts. There were close to 1,000 arrows and hundreds of millions of Desolate Beasts were instantly killed. Kiki. Not bad. Not bad. Ba Qi and Mo Sha laughed maniacally in satisfaction. This arrow was made by using the poison of the immortal king desolate beast and adding other materials. Even a peak god lord expert would be seriously injured if he was contaminated by too much poison mist. Furthermore, this kind of poison mist was able to penetrate the law barrier. It was extremely strange. Wang Xian looked down and smiled. This attack from the Dragon Palace had killed a fifth of the desolate beasts. Now that the battle had lasted for 15 minutes, the number of desolate beasts that had died at the hands of the Dragon Palace had reached around 2 billion. The entire beast tide only numbered 4 to 5 billion. Haha. Good, good. The experts from the Iron Blood Alliance revealed an extremely excited expression when they saw this scene. They could not help but laugh maniacally. Kill! Everyone was filled with fighting spirit as they roared with excitement. Above them was a battle that belonged to the godly monarch. As the difference in strength was not huge, it would take at least a few hours or even days to determine the victor. Below them, there were members of the Dragon Palace. It was a one-sided massacre. Roar, roar, roar. When the poison arrow killed hundreds of millions of desolate beasts, all the desolate beasts began to panic. As a result, 20 minutes later, the pressure of the desolate beast kings began to flee. As the first desolate beast fled, more and more desolate beasts began to flee. Roar, roar, roar. In the sky, the undying god king desolate beast saw the scene and his face was filled with a berserk aura. Roar, roar, roar. Wang wang wang. Ao 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 ao. However, following the 3 roars of the undying god king level 4 desolate beasts, all the desolate beasts immediately fled towards the Lowerman desolate beast park. The undying level 4 desolate beasts turned and flew into the desolate beast park, no longer fighting. Ha ha ha. Beasts, aren't you just going back with your tails between your legs? The warriors of the Iron Blood Alliance saw this and shouted happily. The moment the undying level 4 desolate beasts left, the Iron Blood Alliance did not stop them. They knew that they could not leave this group of undying level 4 desolate beasts behind. We won, ha ha ha. Soon, excited shouts came from below. When Wang Xian saw the desolate beasts retreating, he stopped as well. The members of the Dragon Palace also stopped. I didn't expect that this bastard is not bad. Emperor Star Lady looked at the figure hovering in front of the experts from the Dragon Palace and said softly, "That's not right. Humph. This fellow might have made a move to capture the desolate beasts." However, she quickly shook her head and smirked. Buzz. At this moment, 7 to 8 immortal kings from the Iron Blood Alliance flew towards Wang Xian. The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance and the 3 immortal king level 4 powerhouses had all arrived. Thank you for your help, Dragon Palace. Our Iron Blood Alliance is extremely grateful. An immortal king level 4 powerhouse came over and cupped his hands in gratitude towards Wang Xian. You're welcome. We're all humans. It was nothing. Wang Xian shook his head and said with a smile, "If not for the powerhouses from the Dragon Palace, our Iron Blood Alliance would have suffered a great loss this time. Your help saved countless of us." The powerhouse shook his head and thanked him again. "You really don't have to be so polite. I'll take all the desolate beast corpses here as a reward." Wang Xian smiled and said to them, all right. Most of the desolate beasts were killed by the powerhouses of your Dragon Palace. Of course, there's no problem." The powerhouses of the Iron Blood Alliance did not have any objections and said hurriedly, "The outbreak of the beast tide this time had exceeded the expectations of the Iron Blood Alliance." According to their information, they had only confirmed that there were 50 Immortal King-level desolate beasts. They did not expect that there would be more than 10 of them later. If it were not for the sudden appearance of the Dragon Palace powerhouses, the Iron Blood Alliance would definitely suffer heavy casualties this time. Even a few Immortal King-level desolate beasts would perish. To Wang Xian and the rest, the Iron Blood Alliance was truly grateful. "Put away all the corpses and prepare to return." Wang Xian looked down and ordered all the experts from the Dragon Palace. "It's the Dragon King." All the members of the Dragon Palace replied immediately. "Dragon King of the Dragon Palace?" Upon hearing the address of the members of the Dragon Palace, some of the experts muttered, "Dragon King, are you the owner of the Dragon Palace's battle pet shop?" An elder asked Wang Xian in astonishment. "Yes. If you wish to purchase a pet, You can come and look for me. Wang Xian nodded his head. Brother Dragon King, you have done me such a great favor. Why don't you stay here for a few more days? We will treat you well. An eternal Lord level 4 powerhouse spoke up. There's no need. I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't stay here any longer. Wang Xian shook his head. Helping them was firstly because he felt that they were both humans, so he would help them if he could. Secondly, it was because of the corpses of the desolate beasts. Wang Xian didn't mind the gratitude of the other party. Then we won't keep you here any longer. After a period of time, we will personally visit the Dragon King. In the future, if the Dragon King needs any help, just let him know. Our Iron Blood Alliance will not decline. An Immortal King level 4 powerhouse solemnly promised. Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head. This, Senior Dragon King, we did a good job not long ago. Please forgive us. At this moment, Elder Gong walked in from the back and bowed to Wang Xian apologetically. It's all right. I didn't take it to heart. Wang Xian waved his hand. Little Gong, what's going on? The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance frowned as he looked at Elder Gong and asked. The rest of the powerhouses also looked at him. Leader, when I brought the people from the Raging Flame Immortal Dynasty, the Dragon King might have been capturing the desolate beasts. At that time, they broke the array set up by the Dragon King and had some conflicts. Elder Gong said bitterly as he glanced at the few figures below. The warriors of the Iron Blood Alliance frowned. Their eyes gleamed as they looked at the people of the Flame Undying Empire below. They had invited them over mainly to seek the help of the Flame Undying Empire. However, the other side didn't reply. Looking at the situation, they weren't going to attack. Especially with the beast tied earlier, the other side didn't even attack. In comparison, the Inferno Immortal Dynasty was inferior to the help of the Dragon Palace. All right, everyone, I'm leaving. Wang Xian didn't stay for long. When he saw the members of the Dragon Palace putting away the corpses, he said goodbye to them and left immediately. This Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is a good person. Yeah, it's all thanks to them this time. The people from the Iron Blood Alliance looked over and sighed. If they wanted to invite so many powerhouses to help them resist the beast tide, the price they would have to pay would be extremely terrifying. Furthermore, they could not invite such a powerful powerhouse. The group of powerhouses looked at Wang Xian's figure and then looked at the people from the Inferno Immortal Dynasty. They shook their heads slightly. Let's go back. We got a good harvest this time. Wang Xian's face was filled with an excited smile as he spoke to the Imperial Star Lady, who was hiding in the crack in the void. This time, the Immortal King War Pet had obtained 24 war pets and 1 corpse. Among the 24 war pets, 3 of them were Immortal King level rank 2. Other than that, there were also a large number of corpses. Among these corpses, there were at least 700 to 800 at the peak of the Master God level. There were also many others. With just these gains, it might not be enough to increase Wang Xian's strength. However, if all of them were used to increase the strength of the Dragon Palace, at least 100 more Immortal King level members would be added. There might even be more. Furthermore, this time, 1 or 2 members of the Dragon Palace would be able to reach the Immortal King level. By then, the Dragon Palace would at least be able to increase the combat strength of 1 or 2 Immortal King level for Immortal Kings. The Imperial Star Lady looked at the smug Wang Xian and curled her lips. She did not say a word. Following that, Wang Xian quickly flew towards the teleportation formation of the Iron Blood Alliance. At the teleportation formation, everyone looked at Wang Xian with respect and gratitude as he left. Buzz buzz. Just as he was teleported back to planet Dongqi, Prime Minister Gue sent him a piece of news. It was a very good piece of news. He and the rest had captured more than 3,000 Eternal God Lord level desolate beasts alive during the mission period. Among them, there were more than 20 peak God Lord level desolate beasts. This made Wang Xian overjoyed. More than 3,000 Eternal God Lord level desolate beasts, along with the 24 Immortal God King level desolate beasts in his hands. He could hold a large-scale sale of Dragon Palace battle pets. As long as he took out so many battle pets at once, in the future, this region and over 100,000 life planets would know how powerful the Dragon Palace pet shop was. Immediately get he to send all the desolate beasts over and send some dragon guards over. Wang Xian immediately ordered Prime Minister Gue. With so many battle pets in his possession, he was prepared to hold a large-scale pet sales event. It would also completely establish the invincible status of the Dragon Palace's war pet shop. In the future, the first thing he would think of when he wanted to buy war pets in the entire region was the Dragon Palace's war pet shop. It's time to start preparing, he muttered and immediately walked towards the manor. I wonder how things are going with A.O. Yao. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. After this pet auction, all the other pet shops and forces would know how terrifying the Dragon Palace was. Buzz, the Dragon King has returned. When are we going to make our move? However, what Wang Xian didn't know was that the moment he came out of the teleportation formation, this message was transmitted to him from the Jihuang Manor. The experts from the forces who received the message immediately came to the main hall. I think we can make our move now and use all of our strength to capture him. The sect master of the Heavenly Tiger sect roared in a tyrannical manner. I agree. Capture him directly, capture the Dragon King, and destroy his Dragon Palace. I agree too. The leaders of the powerful factions beside him immediately roared. Now all of them hated the Dragon King to the bone. With so many disciples killed, they wanted to take revenge immediately. Here's another news. The AI's Dragon Palace pet shop has announced that there will be a large-scale pet sale in 10 days. There will be large amounts of Undying Emperor pets for sale. Also, there are thousands of Eternal God Lord level pets for sale. Just as all the leaders were about to act, a middle-aged man suddenly received a message and immediately said, "What? Selling a large number of Undying God King war pets and a few thousand Eternal God Lord war pets." Everyone was shocked when they heard this message. A large number of Undying God King war pets and a few thousand Eternal God Lord war pets. Shouldn't our plans be changed? The chairman of the Heaven Beast Corporation roared with his eyes filled with passion and greed. Then how did the Dragon Palace get so many Undying God King battle pets so quickly? And the thousands of Eternal God Lord battle pets, it's only been a month. Within the 9 Desolation Manor, the beast-taming Grandmaster forces were all shocked at the news. Their eyes filled with greed and passion. I think Chairman Du is right. We can wait a little longer. The eyes of the Hall Master of the Thousand Beast Hall flashed as he agreed. The rest of the group pondered for a moment before nodding their heads. Since the battle pets of the Dragon Palace are set for 10 days later, how about we make our move in 10 days? The Heaven Beast Group's chairman swept his gaze across the crowd and said indifferently, 10 days later? That's a good day. But if we make a move in 10 days, then the commotion might be quite big. The Heavenly Tiger sect master frowned slightly. If they made a move now, the commotion wouldn't be very big. However, if they made a move in 10 days, then the commotion would alarm the entire Eastern Pond planet and cause a great disturbance. Wang, we want 70% of the battle pets. When the time comes, you can make a move directly. If there's a commotion, we'll take care of it. Just as the Heavenly Tiger sect master finished speaking, an old man appeared beside him. Oh, is 70% too much? When everyone saw the old man appear, their expressions changed slightly as they frowned and said, "Not much. When the time comes, we'll cooperate with all of you. After 10 days, buy the battle pets first and don't let them out to fight." The old man shook his head indifferently. His gaze swept over everyone as he spoke without any doubts. That's good. However, I hope that you can provide us with some weapons that can destroy the Immortal God King's weapons. 10 days later, the Dragon Palace will definitely have many Immortal God King experts guarding that place. The various powers of the Heaven Beast Corporation looked at each other and said in a deep voice, "All right." The elder nodded slightly and agreed. That's good. This time, everyone, don't hold back. Everyone has seen the other party's beast-taming ability. If we can't destroy him this time, don't even think about it in the future. Furthermore, once he escapes, we will face an extremely terrifying problem. The chairman of the Heaven Beast Corporation said solemnly to everyone around him, "Don't worry, we know." The rest nodded. They were 100% sure that the Dragon Palace's strength was not as strong as their combined strength. However, that group of battle pets was a huge problem. This so-called Dragon Palace battle pet auction The number of undying God King battle pets might not be lower than last time. Last time, there were a total of 20 undying God King battle pets. It would bring them a huge problem. Hence, they had to be 100% confident about the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace Pet Shop actually announced a Dragon Palace pet sale in 10 days. Thousands of Eternal Godlord level pets. Large amounts of undyings. This is crazy. Didn't all the pets in the Dragon Palace Pet Shop just sell out not long ago? It's only been a month and they're selling in large amounts again. I'm guessing how many undyings are there? The last time the Dragon Palace Pet Shop sold a total of 20 undyings. Isn't it lower than 20 this time? Isn't this too crazy? This time I have to go and take a look. Let's go together. The pets in the Dragon Palace Pet Shop are so affordable. I have to buy one this time. And at this time on the AI, when everyone saw the information released by the Dragon Palace Pet Shop, it caused a huge commotion. The last time the Dragon Palace Pet Shop sold 20 undyings, it had already shocked over 100,000 planets. After over a month, large amounts of pets were sold again, especially the Eternal Godlord level ones that reached a few thousand. This was simply a feast for war pets. The undying God King war pets that hadn't appeared once in a few decades or 100 years were now being sold in the 10s to 20. It was too crazy. Regarding the Dragon Palace war pet strength, everyone was shocked. This also made many people pleasantly surprised. The Dragon Palace War Pets shop's war pets were cheaper. This time they might be able to get a decent mount. Many people were preparing to attend the Dragon Palace's pet sale. Young Master, this is the information about the Star Girl and the young man. On a planet in the center of the Imperial Star Field, a middle-aged man walked to a young man respectfully and handed him a file. Oh, let me have a look. The young man took the file without paying too much attention to it. However, when he saw the information, he immediately frowned. That youth is actually an undying emperor and a leader of a third-rate force. A third-rate force isn't worth mentioning, but a powerful beast tamer grandmaster, selling dozens of undying emperor war pets? The youth's expression became serious, gently knocking on the table. Could it be that little sister wants to recruit that young man's faction? No wonder she would run to that remote place. A third-rate faction. There are some things that are not something that you can get involved in. The young man mumbled as he took out his AI to check. After that, he found a name and sent some messages. The response is not bad. Once this batch of war pets is sold, the Dragon Palace's war pet shop will be far from being comparable to other shops. In the Lakeside Manor on East Lake Planet, Wang Xian looked at the information on the AI with a smile on his face. Has the Heaven Beast Group, Heaven Tiger Sect, and the Thousand Beast Hall responded yet? Wang Xian looked at Ao Yao in front of him and asked him. Dragon King, they haven't responded yet. However, they often gather together. I don't think they will let this matter rest. Ao Yu said. They won't give up? That's good. Wang Xian smiled coldly. After all the battle pets were sold this time, the Dragon Palace would be able to increase the combat strength of 2 Immortal King level 4 Immortal Kings. At that time, he would play with them. Boss Wang. I'm here, ha ha ha. At this moment, the voice of invincible battle technique suddenly sounded from outside. Upon hearing this sound, Wang Xian smiled. When he first arrived at East Lake Planet, he informed Invincible Battle Technique to come over. The last time he was captured, Wang Xian was prepared to help him tame an Immortal King level 2 battle pet. Other beast tamer grandmasters would never dare to help a weakling tame a powerful battle pet, because they were afraid that the battle pet would kill its master. However, as long as Wang Xian helped Invincible Battle Technique, he could also order an Immortal King level 2 battle pet. When Invincible in Battle Techniques received the news from Wang Xian, he was so excited that he immediately dashed towards East Lake Planet. Very soon, Wang Xian saw Invincible in Battle Techniques, whose face was flushed with excitement and his eyes were glowing. Boss Wang, let me take a look at my battle pet. Let me take a look. In the manner, Invincible Battle Technique was about to hug Wang Xian's thigh as he shouted excitedly. Don't worry, I want to rest. I'll help you tame it tomorrow. Wang Xian looked at his burning gaze and kicked his body that was about to kneel down. All right. There's no rush. I'm not in a rush either. Hee hee hee. Invincible smiled as he stood up, rubbing his hands, his face filled with excitement. An undying Emperor Level 2 battle pet. Even though he had a Level 2 cub in his hands, it would take at least a few thousand years to nurture it. Giving him an undying Emperor Level 2 battle pet right now, that was simply too satisfying. In the entire Overlord sect, only his teacher had undying Emperor Level 3 strength with his battle pet. He was simply the number one person below his teacher. Not to mention in the Overlord sect, in this region in the future, among the hundreds of thousands of human planets, who would dare to provoke him when they were of the same level? Even if it was those powerful factions, they would still attach great importance to him. Even a Level 1 Immortal King was slightly shorter in front of him. How could he not be excited when he was invincible in battle techniques? Come and look for me tomorrow morning, Wang Xian said to him and walked towards the room. All right, boss. Invincible battle technique immediately nodded his head. Little brothers, come and see me one by one tomorrow. Seeing Wang Xian's figure disappear, Invincible battle technique immediately took out his AI and spoke directly in a group chat. He even tagged everyone. Invincible battle technique, are you overconfident? Call me little brother. You deserve to be kidnapped. The last time you lost an arm. The next time it will definitely be your third leg. You punk. You're just slightly stronger than us. Our background isn't weaker than yours. Don't get cocky. Your battle technique is only second to none. Very quickly, the disciples with extraordinary backgrounds within the group all unhappily replied. AI, Boss Wang got me an Undying Emperor Level 2 battle pet. I originally wanted to let you bunch of underlings who haven't seen the world see it. Since that's the case, forget it. Invincible smiled and sent a line of text. Fuck. Invincible boss. Please accept my knees. Invincible, are you the son of the Dragon King? Tomorrow, I will visit Invincible boss. Please give me some face. Soon, the entire group was in an uproar. Invincible was in a good mood as he walked into his room. The next morning, Invincible battle technique was waiting for Wang Xian to come out early. Let's go. I have 3 pets here. You can choose one from them. Wang Xian said to him calmly. All right, boss. I heard that boss is going to hold a Dragon Palace pet sale. Is there anything I can help you with? Invincible battle technique said with a smile. There is indeed a little. The location of the Dragon Palace pet shop is a little small. You can find a bigger place or a square. Wang Xian said to him. Don't worry, Boss Wang. Just leave the small matter to me. Invincible battle technique patted his chest. Let's go. It might take some time to help you tame your pet. After all, you are too weak and your pet is too strong. Wang Xian spoke to him and went to the courtyard by the lake. He summoned his mount to help him tame it. Dragon King. Before he could completely tame it, Ao Crab returned from the Dragon Palace. Have you brought all the desolate beasts? Wang Xian looked at him and asked. Dragon King, I've brought all of them. Ao Crab replied immediately. All right, you shall stay here this time. Wang Xian instructed Ao Crab. The Heaven Beast Organization, the Thousand Beast Hall, the Heaven Tiger Sect, and the other battle pets might not have given up yet. He had to take some precautions. Even if East Lake Planet was extremely safe, he had to make some preparations. It was enough for Ao Crab to stay here. There were 6 devouring dragons in Ao Crab's body that had already advanced to the Immortal King level. In other words, there were a total of 7 Immortal King level 3 battle strength. With such battle strength, even if all the forces of the Heaven Beast Corporation came over, they would not be a match for Ao Crab and the others. Furthermore, there were Ao Yao, Ao Jian, and the others here. Of course, all of this was just a precaution. On the East Lake Planet, they did not dare to be so unbridled. In the afternoon, Wang Xian helped Invincible Battle tamed the Level 2 Undying Godly Monarch Warpet. Following that, he began to tame the desolate beasts that Ao Crab brought. There were more than 3,000 Eternal God Lord level desolate beasts. This was also to prepare for the sale of the Warpet after 9 days. 9 days was enough for him to completely tame it. If other beast tamers knew about this, they would not dare to believe it. This was because even an Immortal God Lord level beast tamer would need more than 10 days to tame an Eternal God Lord level Warpet. The stronger the beast, the longer it would take to tame it. For a peak god-level battle pet, it would take a few months or even a year. This was because they had to slowly nurture their battle pets to get rid of their wildness and make them obey their orders. Wang Xian didn't need to do this. From today onwards, Wang Xian began to tame a god-level battle pet. Wang Xian left the matters of the battle pet sales fair to his invincible battle skills. This fellow was now claiming to be the external manager of the Dragon Palace's battle pet shop. He was leading a group of his underlings to organize the battle pet sales fair. Don't underestimate this group of second-generation heirs. Each of them had a considerable background. Even on planet Dongqi, they had a considerable influence. The Dragon Palace's War Pet Sales event was getting closer and closer, and the location of the sales event had been confirmed. Considering that there would be a lot of people coming, the venue was slightly more remote. It was at the foot of a mountain range. Everything was ready. They were just waiting for Wang Xian to bring his battle pet over. Boss Wang, everything is settled. We just need to bring the battle pet over. On the 9th day, Invincible in Battle Techniques came to the manor and said to Wang Xian, "Okay, let's go and take a look." Wang Xian nodded. Under Invincible in Battle Techniques' lead, they headed towards the sales venue. It wasn't too far from the manor. They could reach it in less than 10 minutes. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain range, Wang Xian saw a huge square. There were more than 3,000 cages in the square. In the middle of the square were 23 huge cages. The entire square was magnificent. Dragon King. In the square, dozens of young men stood there. When they saw Wang Xian, they immediately greeted him respectfully. "Yes, thank you, everyone." Wang Xian nodded at them. Then, he looked at Invincible Battle Technique and said, "I'll give you 10 battle pets of the Eternal God as a gift." Hee. Thank you, Boss Wang. Invincible Battle Technique nodded immediately. When the dozens of young men and women heard Wang Xian's words, they immediately stared at Invincible Battle Technique passionately. There were also a few girls who winked at him. Wang Xian smiled and immediately released his war pets one by one and ordered them to enter the cage. Roar! 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 Early in the morning, a roar seemed to tear open the sky as red sunlight shined on the horizon. Azure Mountain Range, the largest mountain range on the East Lake planet, stretched for tens of millions of kilometers. In a corner of the Azure Mountain Range, more than 3,000 war pets were lying quietly in their cages, roaring softly. In the middle of the cage were 23 desolate beasts with terrifying auras crawling inside. Any one of these dire beasts had the ability to destroy the world. It was an easy feat to destroy a planet. Wang Xian, Ao He, and Ao Jian stood in the middle and looked around with smiles on their faces. "Boss Wang, it's about time. I've sent someone in." Invincible Battle Technique led a group of underlings as waiters and ran over with smiles on their faces. "Sure." Wang Xian nodded his head. "Let them through." He immediately shouted. The railings at the entrance disappeared. "Oh my God. This is too shocking. There are so many war pets. There are at least 2,000 to 3,000 of them. This aura is too terrifying. My god-level strength actually wants to lie on the ground. Look at the center. There are more than 20 huge cages. All of them are immortal god-level war pets. Over 3,000 God Lord level battle pets? This is simply too luxurious. Look at the back. All of them are pinnacle God Lords, over 100, right? Many people rushed into the entrance. When they saw the battle pets, they were all stunned, their faces filled with shock. This was the true battle pet feast. It was indeed the Dragon Palace battle pet sales. After 10 days of publicity, almost everyone knew about the Dragon Palace battle pet shop sales today. However, to enter, one had to either have the strength of an undying god emperor, or have enough pills or desolate beast corpses. Even godstones were useless. However, even so, there were still hundreds of thousands of people who managed to enter. It was fortunate that the square was huge. Many people immediately headed towards the center. There were 23 undying emperor battle pets. Many people had never seen an undying emperor battle pet in their entire lives. 23 undying emperor battle pets, 2 undying emperor level 2, about 100 pinnacle godlords. The rest are all high-level ones at the godlord level. At the entrance, a group of people walked in. Everyone looked at them respectfully. The group was led by two old men. They were all undying Emperor level 3. They were all dressed in uniform, their bodies filled with nobility and pride. A middle-aged man said softly to the two old men, "It's truly heaven-defying." Even the two undying level 3 warriors were shocked as they scanned the group of battle pets. If these battle pets belong to us, then our Eastly Undying Empire's strength will receive a huge boost. An old man muttered, "Let's go, we'll buy them all." An old man said indifferently. Behind them, a group of young men and women followed, looking around proudly. They were the divine sons and goddesses of the Eastly Immortal dynasty. The group of people walked forward until they reached the center. Around them, some people immediately made way. "Boss Wang. That's the people from the Eastly Immortal dynasty." In the center, Invincible Battle Technique whispered to Wang Xian. "Yes." Wang Xian looked at the dozens of them and nodded his head lightly. The Eastly Immortal dynasty was widely recognized as the strongest in this region. They had a level 4 immortal king. However, in Wang Xian's opinion, their strength could not be compared to the Iron Blood Alliance. The Iron Blood Alliance's foundation and strength were much stronger than the Eastly Immortal dynasty. Grand Ancestor, that young man is the Dragon King, the owner of the Dragon Palace's War Pet Shop. While Invincible Battle Technique was introducing Wang Xian, the people from the Eastly Immortal dynasty were also introducing the two old men. They looked over, and their eyes were shining. Such a young man, did he consume some godly medicine? 23 war pets. Soon, they shifted their gaze and looked at the 23 war pets carefully. Dragon King, right? Our Eastly Immortal dynasty bought 13 war pets. Among them, we want the 2 level 2 Immortal King war pets. An old man looked at all the war pets and said to Wang Xian directly. "Ha!" His words stunned Wang Xian slightly. Buying 13 war pets directly was a huge sum of money. Furthermore, there were 2 level 2 Immortal King war pets among them. Sure. However, Wang Xian quickly nodded his head. The more he bought, the better. The last time, the only level 2 Immortal King level battle pet was bought by the powerhouses from the Eastly Immortal Empire. One had to admit that they were really rich. "HMem, we want to take it away now. Is that all right?" The old man smiled and said again. "Take it away now? Don't you need my help to tame it?" Wang Xian was slightly taken aback as he looked at them in astonishment. "There's no need. As long as the Dragon King hands over their immortal empire to us, we will be fine. Our Eastly Immortal Empire has a beast tamer grandmaster, and we are prepared to take this opportunity to nurture other beast tamers." The old man shook his head and said, "All right, but the price remains unchanged." Wang Xian nodded his head. If he didn't help to tame it, it would save him a lot of time. "Of course, this is a god stone." As the old man spoke, he handed Wang Xian an interspatial ring. "I'm sorry, everyone. We only need elixirs and desolate beast corpses for this sale." Wang Xian looked at the godstone inside and shook his head. "What's the difference between a godstone and a desolate beast corpse?" "Our Eastly Immortal dynasty will give it to you." Cough cough. Watch the situation and speak. "You might not have the right to do so." Just as Wang Xian finished his sentence, a young man was stunned for a moment before he opened his mouth immediately. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Invincible Battle Technique. He stared at the young man indifferently with a mocking expression. "Do you have the right to interrupt when the Immortal King speaks?" "You!" The young man was stunned for a moment before his expression changed, and he stopped talking immediately. "Sure. Give us some time." The people from the Eastly Immortal dynasty frowned and said, "All right, you guys can choose first. I'll keep them for you." Wang Xian nodded his head. "Hiss, this Eastly Immortal dynasty is way too rich. Buying 13 Immortal King war pets directly. Impressive, as expected of the Eastly Immortal dynasty. It's too strong. Buying over 10 of them directly. This Undying Emperor battle pet sales speed is too fast. Just 13 of them?" Everyone around saw this scene. Their faces were filled with shock. Get someone to prepare some pills or desolate beast corpses. If not, find another organization to buy them. The Eastly Undying Dynasty members stood at the side. The two ancestors immediately ordered, "Great Ancestor, this dragon palace doesn't give us any face at all. Godstones and pills are common currency. They actually let us exchange for them ourselves. And when we arrived, they didn't even greet us." Within the plaza, a group of people from the Eastly Undying Dynasty stood at one side, waiting for the exchange of resources. The godson who had just been mentioned by Invincible Battle Technique had an ugly expression. "Don't bother with them, it's a free gift." A Supreme Elder was in a good mood, laughing as he said, "That's true." The godson nodded slightly, his lips curled up, his gaze looking at Invincible, his eyes filled with coldness. Even though he didn't have the right to interrupt, when I speak, you don't have the right to interrupt either. Everyone look. There are over 3,000 Eternal God War Pets. There are over 100 Pinnacle God Lords. There are 23 Undyings here. The Eastly Undying Dynasty bought 13 of them. That's 13 of them. No wonder they are the strongest beings in our region. At this time, a voice resounded from the side. The Dragon Palace Pet Auction, even though most of the people didn't have the right to enter, in order to promote the Dragon Palace Pet Shop, Invincible had specially gathered people to broadcast here. Through the AI, everyone could see about the auction. The Eastly Undying Dynasty buying 13 of them shocked everyone. However, regarding the Dragon Palace's strength, everyone was shocked. The entire store was bustling with activity. Some people were looking at the war pets while others were shouting excitedly to buy this one. This made the store extremely noisy. Those who didn't know about it would think that they were selling cabbages here. When they encountered so many war pets, even those with the most expensive statuses couldn't help but cry out in shock. The surrounding Invincible combat masters were helping to manage the store, and some people were paying a deposit. All the battle pets were being sold at a terrifying speed. And those are the people from the Heavenly Beast Group, the Thousand Beast Hall, the Heavenly Tiger Sect, and the other beast tamers. Not long ago, their disciples were assassinated, and it seems that many people died. These days, the people are still in a panic. They haven't found the murderer yet. What are they doing here? They are also selling war pets. Are they here to buy war pets from the Dragon Palace's war pet shop? No way. It will be interesting if they really buy them. It means that they admit that they are inferior to the Dragon Palace's war pets. All of a sudden, a small commotion was heard at the entrance. Some people looked over with surprise. Before the arrival of the Dragon Palace's war pets, the Heaven Beast Corporation dominated the market for war pets. However, with the appearance of the Dragon Palace's war pets and the relatively cheap price, no one went to their place to buy war pets anymore. At the moment, they did not lower the price. Seeing their arrival, many people were filled with curiosity and surprise. If they were really here to purchase war pets, it would be interesting. Ha! Wuxia saw a group of familiar figures in front of him and raised his eyebrows slightly. These darn guys, what are they here for? Invincible Battle Technique looked at the group of people and said while gritting his teeth, he was tricked by this group of people the last time. Although they didn't do it personally, it was their order. I don't know. Wuxia glanced at them and didn't take them seriously. If they really dared to cause trouble, he wouldn't take them seriously even if the Eastly Immortal Dynasty didn't care. The Dragon Clan of the Dragon Palace's Devouring Dragon Clan was here. Hey, everyone, are you here to buy battle pets? Ha ha ha. At this moment, Invincible Battle Technique saw them walking over and said frivolously. Recently, Invincible Battle Technique had been a little inflated. There was nothing he could do about it. He had a level 2 Immortal King battle pet, so he dared to speak in such a provocative manner when faced with the people from the Heaven Beast Corporation. Ha! When the chairman of the Heaven Beast Corporation and another type of powerhouse heard Invincible Battle Technique's words, they glanced at him with a gloomy expression. Dragon King, are all your subordinates so insensible? The sect leader of the Heavenly Tiger Sect looked at Wuxia coldly and growled in a low voice. It depends on who is the right person. Wuxia said indifferently. Invincible in battle couldn't help but laugh when he heard Wuxia's words. What are your peers doing here? Are you here to buy battle pets? Haha. You can also buy battle pets, but don't think of selling them at a high price after you buy them. He stared at the crowd and continued to speak in a frivolous tone. When the experts on the other side heard the invincible provocation, their faces changed drastically and their expressions turned cold. At the side, the people who were doing the live broadcast aimed the scene at this place. This caused everyone to be shocked. Did the Heavenly Beast Corporation come here to look for a slap in the face? Dragon King, we are indeed here to buy war pets. Why? Aren't we selling them? The chairman of the Heaven Beast Corporation clenched his fists tightly and growled in a low voice. Of course we are selling it. As long as you buy it, I will sell it. It's just that it's a little strange that so many beast tamer grandmasters are here to buy my war pet. It's really interesting. Wang Xian smiled and was a little surprised in his heart. It was indeed unexpected that the other party was here to buy his war pet. Invincible Battle Technique, who was standing at the side, opened his mouth slightly. Was he really trying to show his face for a beating? We'll take the other 10 Immortal King level war pets. We'll take them away now. The leader of the Thousand Beast Hall stared at Wang Xian with a cold expression and said, "Oh." Wang Xian's eyes were sparkling. Buying 10 war pets? What are they doing? What? Are they really here to buy war pets from the Thousand Beast Hall of the Heaven Beast Corporation? Moreover, they're buying 10 war pets directly. This might be true. By increasing their strength, they will have a greater chance of capturing more immortal God King desolate beasts. This is a slap in the face. They are Grandmaster Beast Tamers and in the war pet industry. Now that they are here to purchase war pets, in the future, the Dragon Palace's war pets will be above them. When the surrounding people, as well as those watching the AI's live broadcast, saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock and shock. The other Beast Tamer Grandmasters coming to purchase their battle pets could already be said that the Dragon Palace's battle pets were no longer on the same level as theirs. When the Heavenly Beast Corporation, the Thousand Beast Hall, the Heavenly Tiger Sect, and the other experts heard the discussions around them, their expressions kept changing. However, their eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Everything would have to wait until they had purchased the Immortal God King battle pets here. In the end, they would be able to get all the Immortal King level battle pets without spending a single cent. Since you guys want to buy them, I will sell them naturally. Take out the pills and you guys can take all the battle pets. The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he said directly. This is all sold out. 23 undyings. How long has it been? They are all sold out. Hiss, the Eastly Undying Dynasty bought 13, the Heaven Beast Group bought 10. They were all killed instantly. We were about to buy them. And now they are all sold out? In the square of the Dragon Palace pet auction, everyone saw the Dragon King agree to sell. Their faces were filled with shock and shock. The auction had just started and all 23 Immortal Godly King battle pets were being sold? This was too terrifying. This is an elixir. When the chairman of the Heaven Beast Corporation heard Wang Xian's agreement, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Do we still need help taming them? Wang Xian took the elixir and examined it. The corner of his mouth also curled up slightly as he said to them, "Of course, we don't need them. We'll take them away immediately." The chairman of the Heaven Beast Corporation shook his head and walked over. He suppressed the war pets one by one and led them out. Wang Xian didn't stop them. He watched them leave with their war pets. "Boss Wang, we've struck it big this time. Moreover, the Heaven Beast Corporation has bought our war pets. Everyone will know that they can't be compared to us in the future. In the future, the Dragon Palace's battle pet shop will unify the martial arts world and last for thousands of years." Invincible in battle tactics stood by the side and shouted excitedly. Hee. Wang Xian smiled gently and watched them leave with a twinkle in his eyes. Their behavior indeed puzzled Wang Xian. Buying battle pets from him was just to tell others that the Dragon Palace's battle pets were the strongest? "I'd like to see what tricks you guys are up to," he mumbled. Around them, 23 Immortal King level war pets were instantly taken away. This made many people anxious. More than 3,000 Immortal King level war pets seemed like a lot. However, compared to the millions of people here, it was too little. After many factions didn't manage to purchase Immortal King level war pets, they set their sights on the pinnacle Immortal King level war pets. This caused the surrounding war pets to be bought at a terrifying speed. Many people were really afraid they couldn't get them. The price was so appropriate, if they didn't act now, there wouldn't be any more. This made everyone on the AI live broadcast see what a tycoon was. The powerful powers immediately bought hundreds of Eternal God Lord war pets on the spot. Some almost fought over the war pets. However, with the deterrence of the Dragon Palace's war pets, no one dared to cause trouble here. In a grand war pet sale, all the war pets were sold in half an hour. This left everyone who came later dumbfounded. Damn, wasn't it just half an hour later? However, although all the war pets were sold, their taming required the help of Wuxia. Therefore, although the other people couldn't buy more than 3,000 war pets, they could still take a look. For a moment, the people who regretted their slow hands couldn't stop sighing. This is really explosive. If only we could. At the side, everyone from the Eastly Immortal dynasty saw this scene. Their eyes were burning with passion. A single sale was equivalent to half of the accumulation of their Eastly Immortal dynasty. Their dynasty had a history of close to 10 million years. The wealth accumulated over close to 10 million years was only comparable to 2 sales of this level. Who would not be tempted by such a terrifying income? I hope those guys won't let us down. The 2 great ancestors of the Eastly dynasty looked at each other and muttered, "Ancestor, we have already exchanged the godstones for pills and desolate beast corpses." At this moment, a few people walked over and said to the 2 great ancestors, "All right, let's go." Everyone from the Eastly Immortal dynasty immediately walked towards Wuxia. "Dragon King, these are elixirs and a portion of desolate beast carcasses. Take a look." A grand forefather handed his interspatial ring to Wuxia and said to him, "All right." Wuxia nodded his head. After checking and confirming that there were no mistakes, he nodded his head. "These war pets belong to your Eastly Immortal dynasty now." Wuxia nodded his head at them. "All right, congratulations to the Dragon Palace war pets for getting better and better." The people from the Eastly Immortal dynasty smiled and nodded their heads. After congratulating them, they waved their hands at the people behind them. The last 13 war pets were taken away by the people from the Eastly Immortal dynasty. Invincible, inform them that the sale is over. For the next time of sale, pay attention to the official website of the Dragon Palace war pets. Wuxia looked at the time and said to Invincible Battle Tactics, "Yes, boss?" Invincible Battle Tactics nodded his head. "I'll leave the rest to you guys. Also, don't let the impact be too big." At the same time, at the foot of a mountain not far away, the people from the Immortal dynasty of Dongli, who had left, looked at the thousands of people in front of them and said calmly to them, "Don't worry. We have a basic understanding of the Dragon Palace's strength. We have a 100% chance of capturing them." The chairman of the Heavenly Beast Corporation said confidently to the Eastly Immortal dynasty's people, "Yeah, I hope so." The Eastly Immortal dynasty's people nodded. The moment the Heavenly Beast Corporation made their move, the Dragon Palace's pet shop would also guess that the Eastly Immortal dynasty was behind this. They didn't want to see the Heavenly Beast Corporation fail. However, they understood the arrangement of the Heavenly Beast Corporation. This power was enough to destroy the Dragon Palace. "Help me capture that invincible warrior. I want him alive." The people from the Eastly Immortal dynasty turned around and left. A divine son standing at the back suddenly paused. He looked at Du Ziyu and the other youths from the Heavenly Beast Corporation and sent a voice transmission. Du Ziyu and the others were slightly stunned and nodded confidently. They were lucky last time and didn't get assassinated when they returned to their own planet. The divine son's orders were just a small matter to them. Get ready to act. Seeing the people from the Eastly Immortal dynasty leave, the Heaven Beast Corporation, the Thousand Beast Hall, the Heavenly Tiger Sect, and a Level 3 Immortal King Beast Tamer Master looked at each other and ordered everyone, "Get ready." Buzz buzz buzz. As soon as he said that, a golden fighter jet slowly rose from the surrounding area. 10 fighter jets, each of them emitting a bright golden light. Under the sunlight, they were like holy objects. The immortal golden armored fighter jets could sweep and even kill level 1 Immortal King fighter jets. These 10 fighter jets were one of the secret weapons of the Eastly Immortal dynasty, and they were all handed over to them. "Let's go over first, ha ha ha. I'd like to see how the Dragon King reacts. Ha ha ha." Maybe he's so excited that he thinks his pet shop is invincible. Everyone in the AI thinks that we've lost completely. Then let's fight it out with the Dragon Palace pet shop today. Fight to the death. Let's see who's the final winner. What do you mean by fighting to see who will win? It should be for everyone to see the destruction of the Dragon Palace. The 4 undying level 3 warriors looked at each other. Their suppressed emotions were finally released. They laughed heartily. One of them said a sentence, and headed straight for the Dragon Palace's market again. This time, they unsheathed their swords and destroyed the Dragon Palace. Sigh. I didn't even get a single battle pet this time. If you didn't get one, I would have sold out more than 3,000 battle pets before I could even finish looking at them. How can I be miserable? It ended right after I entered. Fuck. I didn't even get to see a single battle pet hair. The Dragon Palace's battle pet shop is really crazy. At the entrance of the Dragon Palace's market, everyone was walking out one after another. The Heavenly Beast Corporation, the Thousand Beast Hall, the Heavenly Tiger Sect, and the Ancient Beast Grandmaster, what are they doing here again? And they brought so many disciples. At this moment, a group of people suddenly walked over from the entrance. When everyone looked over, their faces were filled with shock. The group of people from the Heavenly Beast Corporation brought a few hundred disciples in. Get out of the way. An expert from the Heaven Beast Corporation swept his gaze over everyone and said coldly, HM? This is. Everyone was slightly startled and didn't dare to stop them. They hurriedly made way. Hee hee. The corners of the mouths of the 4 undying godly monarch experts curled up, their faces filled with faint smiles. What are they going to do? I don't know. All the beast tamer grandmasters in our area are here. Some of them were hesitant as they watched them walk in. Some of the people who liked to watch the show didn't continue to walk out. Instead, they followed behind. Boss Wang, those guys from the Heaven Beast Corporation are here again. What are they doing here? At this moment, Invincible Battle Technique, who was organizing everyone to leave, noticed the people from the Heaven Beast Corporation. He came to Wang Xian's side and said in astonishment, "They come with bad intentions." Wang Xian looked at them. The 4 Immortal King level 3 Immortal Kings in the lead and more than a dozen Immortal King level Immortal Kings behind them were rushing over aggressively. Everyone, why are you back again? Do you want to join our Dragon Palace's war pets? He narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the group of people and said faintly, "Ha ha ha." When the chairman of the Heaven Beast group and the rest heard Wang Xian's words, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. This small temple of your Dragon Palace doesn't have the strength to accommodate us. The sect master of the Heavenly Tiger Sect said directly with a face full of disdain. Oh. When Wang Xian heard his words and felt the cold expressions on their bodies, he raised his eyebrows. What are they doing back here? It feels like they are going against each other. There won't be any conflict, right? I don't think so. This is the territory of the Eastly Immortal Dynasty. Who would dare to cause trouble here? Some of the people around who had not left in time saw this scene and looked over in shock. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Some of the powerhouses could sense the aura of the people from the Heaven Beast organization. How interesting. All the battle pets of your group are not as good as the Dragon Palace combined. Even if you want to join them, the Dragon Palace doesn't necessarily want you. You're too useless. Invincible Battle Technique sneered when he heard the sect master of the Heavenly Tiger Sect. Kid, you're courting death. The sect master of the Heavenly Tiger Sect looked at Invincible Battle Technique with killing intent as soon as he finished his words. Who are you trying to scare? I'm invincible in battle techniques because I'm scared. Why? Do you still dare to make a move here? Invincible in battle techniques sensed the murderous intent of the sect master of the Heavenly Tiger Sect. He was shocked and subconsciously leaned toward Wang Xian. He puffed out his chest and said firmly, Ao He, Ao Jian, and the rest could feel the murderous intent from the side and slowly walked over. Everyone was slightly shocked when they saw this situation. Dragon King, we are here today because we have something to ask you. The hall master of the Wanshou Hall stared at Wang Xian coldly and said. Wang Xian swept his gaze across them and ignored them. Did you kill more than 20,000 disciples of our major forces? He questioned with a stern expression. Were you the ones who sent people to kill more than a dozen of the staff members of our Dragon Palace's war pet shop? Wang Xian looked at them and asked indifferently. What? In the surrounding area, everyone was shocked when they heard the words of the hall master of the Wanshou Hall and Wang Xian's words. Some of them had a thought. Could it be that the assassination that everyone was panicking over a period of time was a game between them? At this moment, the person who was doing the AI's live broadcast by the side heard it and slightly opened his mouth. He hesitated for a moment and kept the camera focused on this place. On the AI, everyone was in an uproar. What was he doing? Were they going to fight? Could it be that the two big forces had been fighting openly and secretly? What if I say yes? The Sky Tiger sect master took a step forward with a face full of killing intent and replied without hiding anything. Haha, if you guys are, then of course I am. Is there a need to ask? Everyone knows this in their hearts. Wang Xian could feel their aura and laughed out loud without any fear. Similarly, he didn't hide anything at all. They were well aware of the actions of both parties. Hiss! Everyone around sucked in a breath of cold air. Some of them had a bad premonition and quickly retreated backward. Buzz! 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 Just as Wang Xian finished his sentence. At this moment, one after another, confinement rings covered them. A confinement ring was directly locked on top of Wang Xian's head. Beside him, Ao Xie and Ao Jian were also immediately locked on by the confinement ring. At this moment, when the surrounding people saw the appearance of the confinement ring, their expressions changed drastically. They quickly hid into the distance. What a joke! There were many undyings in this group. The aftershocks weren't something they could defend against. You dare to attack, you dare to attack. Invincible suddenly roared, his expression ugly. He looked at the cage above his head and his body trembled. This damn. An undyings actually took out a powerful cage to trap him. He was a nobody. It must be because he was too arrogant just now. What? You guys dare to make a move? Wang Xian raised his head and looked at the imprisonment ring above his head. He frowned slightly and spoke in a sinister tone. Behind him, Ao He, Ao Jian, and the rest immediately erupted with a terrifying pressure. Ha ha ha! Make a move. Why don't you dare to make a move? Dragon King, Dragon Palace's war pets, today I want all of you to become a thing of the past, a thing of the past. At the forefront, the 4 Level 3 Immortal King stage powerhouses, who were the chairman of the Heaven Beast Corporation, laughed maniacally when they saw the confinement circle locking onto Wang Xian. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, groups of people flew over from the surrounding areas. There were tens of thousands of people, and they had completely surrounded the entire huge square. The leaders were all Immortal King stage powerhouses. The killing intent and aura on their bodies were not concealed at all. So. At the same time, the 10 golden fighter jets let out roars as they circled in the sky. The resplendent light was obvious that it wasn't simple. Hiss! Quick! Quick dodge! The Heaven Beast organization must have gone crazy. They actually dared to attack on Eastlake Planet. Aren't they afraid of the Eastly Undying Empire? At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Within the plaza, they quickly flew far away. Some of the cowards instantly returned to their eternal god countries. Boom! 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 A terrifying aura shot up into the sky from the square. The rest of the people hurriedly ran outside. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the surroundings. There were more than 10,000 Eternal God Lord level powerhouses, and there were more than 40 Immortal God Kings. With such strength, no one would dare to provoke them in this area. This was the power of all the beast tamers in this area. Very good. Wang Xian's eyes swept across the surroundings and killing intent shot out from his eyes. No wonder you guys bought all the Immortal King battle pets and didn't even need to help tame them. Wang Xian licked his lips and scanned his surroundings vigilantly. Now, he completely understood that the conspiracy today was not only the Heaven Beast Corporation but also the Eastly Immortal Empire that was hiding behind the scenes. If it wasn't for the Eastly Immortal Dynasty, they wouldn't dare to start a battle here. And the Eastly Immortal Dynasty and the Heavenly Beast Corporation had bought all their battle pets to prevent him from sending them out to fight. Now you know? Too late, ha, Dragon King, you guys were in high spirits just now. Today, this is your graveyard. The Heavenly Beast Corporation's chairman roared with a savage expression. With a move of his palm, a long sword appeared in his hand. His expression was terrifying. This is your graveyard. The sect leader of the Heaven Tiger sect, the hall leader of the Thousand Beasts Hall, and the Grandmaster Palea Beast held a weapon in their hands as well. They stared at Wang Xian coldly. It's really going to be a fight. At this moment, there was no one in the square. Everyone was already hiding far away. Looking at the situation inside, they took in a deep breath of cold air. At this time, everyone in the AI saw the situation too, filled with shock and shock. They're actually going to fight? Aren't the people from the Eastly dynasty coming over to suppress them? How do they fight on East Lake Planet? This is a commercial planet, no fighting is allowed. What is the Eastly dynasty doing? Aren't they going to come out and intervene? Some people were filled with curiosity. With the speed of the Eastly Immortal dynasty, if there was going to be a fight here, the law enforcers should have already arrived to stop it. In less than a few minutes, the God King powerhouses of the Eastly Immortal dynasty would have the time to rush over. However, the Eastly Immortal dynasty did not take care of it now. This made some people's eyes twinkle and they were a little suspicious. Get ready. Capture the Dragon King and destroy everyone else. At this moment, in the middle of the square, the chairman of the Heaven Beast Corporation roared with a grim expression. Crack! 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 Above them, cannon barrels were revealed from the fighter aircraft. They contained a terrifying amount of energy. He look for an opportunity to tie down the 4 level 3 Immortal King experts. Even if you can't kill them, you don't have to reveal your full strength. Wang Xian's eyes flashed with a cold look. With their strength, it was impossible for them to keep or even kill a level 3 Immortal King warrior. Therefore, Wang Xian did not wish to kill the 4 of them, the chairman of the Heaven Beast Corporation. It's the Dragon King. He nodded silently. Make your move and capture that Dragon King. At this moment, the leader of the Heavenly Tiger sect's voice rang out. Without any hesitation, he attacked Wang Xian directly. Roar! 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 At this moment, a violent roar came out from Ao Crab's mouth. A terrifying and ferocious gigantic dragon head appeared and attacked the leader of the Heavenly Tiger sect directly. His body also transformed into a terrifying gigantic dragon body that was at least 10,000 meters in size at a terrifying speed. His 18 claws were like sharp weapons that could tear the sky apart. It's that monster. Kill him. The chairman of the Heavenly Beast Corporation immediately roared when he saw Ao Crab attack. He raised the long sword in his hand and attacked Ao Crab. Roar! 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 However, at this moment, a ferocious dragon head of the same size rushed out from the position beside Ao Crab's head. It was as if he had come out of Ao Crab's body and had the same figure as Ao Crab. His violent aura was no weaker than Ao Crab's strength, directly attacking the chairman of the Heaven Beast Corporation. Oh no! They still have a level 3 undying godly monarch. When the chairman of the Heaven Beast Corporation felt the devouring dragon's aura, his expression changed drastically. According to their information, the Dragon Palace only had 1 level 3 undying godly monarch. Even if there were 2, it was still the Dragon King. However, right now, there was 1 more undying level 4 warrior than they had expected. They'll leave it to you. Leaving the Dragon King to us won't be a problem. The 10,000 Beast Hall leader saw another undying level 3 warrior suddenly appear. His face dark as he roared. Even if there were 3 of them with the weapons in their hands, they could still capture the Dragon King. Fighter jets, attack! At this moment, an order was given from the side. The resplendent golden fighter jets in the sky immediately erupted with terrifying attacks. Boom! 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 In the next moment, dense metal-type material law attacks covered the entire square where Wang Xian was. Covered the entire square. Get lost! Wang Xian raised his head and looked at the 10 fighter jets. He could feel the terrifying attack power and a violent killing intent appeared on his face. His body moved and his arms turned into dragon claws. He instantly appeared in the sky. Dodge! The faces of the experts who were controlling the fighter jets changed drastically as they roared loudly. Quick! Stop the Dragon King! The Paleobeast sect raised their head. Their faces changed as they attacked Wuxia directly. At the same time, the Hall Master of the Myriad Beasts Hall followed closely behind. Roar, roar. You are not qualified to fight with our Dragon King. At this moment, he let out a furious roar. Another terrifying devouring dragon flew out from his body. As the leader of the devouring dragon, the rest of the devouring dragons lived in his body. He was like the mother nest of the bug clan. This swallowing dragon headed straight for Grandmaster Beast and the leader of the 10,000 Beast Hall to stop it. Damn it! Why is there another one? Seeing the third Undying Level 3 monster appear, the expressions of the 10,000 Beast Hall leader and the leader of the 10,000 Beast Hall changed. The situation had completely exceeded his expectations. 3, along with the most likely Dragon King, it was very likely to be 4 against 4. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for them to capture the Dragon King. How is this possible? According to the information we obtained from the Tianzi continent, the Dragon Palace definitely does not have such strength. When the chairman of the Heaven Beast Corporation saw this scene, his heart sank. He could not help but roar in a low voice. Boom! 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 At this moment, the fighter jets in the sky exploded one after another. Sparks flew in all directions. No one stopped Wuxia. With these fighter jets, they could not escape Wuxia's attack at all. Pin him down. The faces of the Hall Master and Grandmaster 100 Beasts who were pinned down changed drastically. They ordered all the immortal godly monarchs around them. Yes, the nearly 40 immortal godly monarchs around them did not hesitate at all. They instantly attacked Wuxia. The war had completely erupted. However, the sudden war outside shocked everyone. It's really starting to fight. Hiss, the Heaven Beast Corporation, the 1,000 Beast Hall, and the Heavenly Tiger Sect have mobilized all their forces. There are more than 40 Undying Godly Monarchs. The Heaven Beast Corporation actually sent over 40 Undying Godly Monarchs. These are all their Undying Godly Monarchs, right? That Dragon Palace's war pet is going to suffer. Look at the Dragon Palace battle pet's strength. It's not at a disadvantage at all. That Dragon King actually shot down 10 fighter jets. Around a few thousand kilometers or even 10,000 kilometers, the moment the war broke out, everyone left the battlefield. Some people borrowed some equipment to watch the battle ahead, their faces filled with shock as they discussed. Shit. At the same time, over 10,000 kilometers away, a few hundred people from the Eastly Undying Dynasty were standing in a room. In front of them, there was a screen that showed the scene of the battle at the Dragon Palace. The two great ancestors of the Eastly Undying Empire saw the scene and their expressions changed drastically. That Dragon Palace's strength is completely out of our expectations. If that Dragon King is also an Undying Level 3, we'll be in trouble. One of the great ancestors said solemnly. It depends. If that Dragon King isn't a Level 3 Undying God King, we can still capture him. If that Dragon King is a Level 3 Undying God King, we'll hide our identities and attack. Another grand ancestor said with a gloomy face. Couldn't be said that the Heaven Beast Corporation was too useless. The current strength of the Dragon Palace not only surpassed the Heaven Beast Corporation, but also the Eastly Undying God Dynasty. After agreeing to cooperate with the Heaven Beast organization, the Eastly Immortal Dynasty had also investigated the Dragon Palace's strength. There was only one Level 3 Immortal King Warrior. Under such circumstances, they had agreed to cooperate. In their opinion, the Eastly Immortal Dynasty did not even need to make a move to obtain a large amount of treasures. But now, it was completely beyond their expectations. However, the Dragon Palace had almost understood that they were behind the scenes and they had formed a grudge with the Dragon Palace. If the Dragon King really unleashed his undying Level 3 strength, the two of them would be able to completely suppress the Dragon Palace. Even though it's a little out of our expectations, it's still within our control. The two looked at the screen and muttered, That Dragon King doesn't seem to have reached Undying Level 3. His strength is only at Undying Level 2. At this time, one of the Grand Ancestors revealed a look of surprise and joy. It should be Undying Level 2. Look at how he's having trouble defending against a few Undying Level 2s. The surrounding crowd looked over, their faces filled with excitement. Hee. Upon seeing this scene, the two Grand Ancestors revealed a faint smile on their faces. At this moment on the battlefield, Wuxia was struggling to fend off the attacks of the 3 Immortal King level 2 Immortal Kings. He kept retreating backward. Ha 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 ha, restrain his other subordinates. Everyone, surround and attack him. Capture him. Capture him. About 2,000 kilometers in the sky, the chairman of the Heaven Beast Group, the leader of the 10,000 Beast Hall, the leader of the Heaven Tiger Sect, and Grandmaster Palea Beast had no choice but to fight in the sky. When they saw the suppressed Dragon King, they were extremely excited. That Dragon King was not at level 3 Immortal Godly King as they had imagined. In that case, victory would belong to them. Yes. Below, a group of forces and more than 30 Immortal King were attacking Wuxia at the same time. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Once they captured the Dragon King, they would definitely soar in the future. They could even step into the central region of the Imperial Starfield. Around them, the more than 10,000 Eternal God Master disciples who were prepared to deal with the battle pets in the square saw this scene, and their faces were filled with excitement. This was their battle to rise up. Shit! That Dragon King is going to be in trouble. It's over. The Dragon King is going to be done for. Once the Dragon Palace is destroyed, it won't be good for us to buy battle pets in the future. Indeed, I still hope that the Dragon King and the rest can defend against the other party's attack. However, it's a pity that the other party's strength is too terrifying. It's already very terrifying that the Dragon Palace has 3 undying level 3 warriors. What can we do? Around them, seeing the Dragon King at a disadvantage, everyone shook their heads. They really didn't wish for the Dragon King and the Dragon Palace to be destroyed. This guy, he's really crafty. He clearly has undying level 3 strength. Yet he's hiding it. Does he want to suddenly kill 1 or 2 of them? However, in space, Emperor Star Lady looked at the battle pet in front of her and said speechlessly, "Hee hee, young lady, the Dragon King is very smart. He ordered his subordinates to lure away 3 level 3 Immortal King realm experts so that he could capture them all in one fell swoop." Aunt Ing smiled and said from the side, "This guy is so evil. However, he actually has 3 level 3 Immortal King realm experts under him. What a surprise. He seems to have many experts under him." Di Xingnu curled her lips and said. Auntie Ing, who was at the side, smiled and looked at Wuxia with a twinkle in her eyes. The longer she knew him, the more shocked she was. Hee hee. At this moment, Wuxia, who had been suppressed on the battlefield, revealed a sly smile. Just now, he deliberately hid his strength and waited for Aohe and the rest to lure the 4 level 3 Immortal King level experts away. In order to capture all of them in one fell swoop, no one knew his strength. Even though he had fought with the Iron Blood Alliance before, they rarely had any contact with the outside world. Just like the Tianzhe continent and Star Source planet, they prohibited AI over there to prevent elite warriors from migrating to other planets. Hence, the Heavenly Beast Group did not know their strength. It's about time. Although we can't kill a level 3 Immortal King, none of you can escape. Wuxia's eyes sparkled. With a move of his arm, the 5 elements millstone appeared in his hand. Kill. Trap him first and use the trapping formation. At this moment, the more than 30 Immortal Kings in front of them didn't realize that danger was coming. They shouted excitedly, "Wang!" At this time, the 5 elements millstone flew into the sky and the black hole disturbance array instantly covered a radius of over 3,000 kilometers, perfectly avoiding the 4 level 3 undying godly monarchs like the chairman of the Heaven Beast Corporation. The sudden blocking array caused everyone to be slightly stunned. Even the 4 undying godly monarchs a few thousand km away were extremely shocked. After noticing the Dragon King's strength, they had even purposely led Aosia and the others further away to prevent them from returning to help the Dragon King. The formation that suddenly rose made them have a bad feeling. What? Within the black hole disturbing space, everyone was shocked to see themselves within the special formation. What's going on? Why is there a huge protective array formation all of a sudden? This array formation seems to have been released by the Dragon King. What's going on? Does the Dragon King still have a trump card? In the distance, everyone was slightly shocked when they saw this scene, and their faces were filled with shock. The Dragon King, who had been suppressed all this time, suddenly released an array formation. What was going on? Damn it, could it be that the Dragon King still has some tricks up his sleeve? The chairman of the Heavenly Beast Group, the Hall Master of the Thousand Beast Hall, the Sect Master of the Heavenly Tiger Sect, and Grandmaster Palea Beast all looked over at the array formation with unsightly expressions. You guys hold them off. I'll go break the array formation. Grandmaster Palea Beast growled and said to the other three, all right, break the array formation as soon as possible. Don't let the Dragon King use any tricks. The other three nodded gloomily. Get lost. The three of them stared at Aohe and the other two. An incomparably violent might surged from their bodies and terrifying laws shattered the void. Boom, boom, boom. The three of them tangled with Aohe and the others, and Grandmaster Palea Beast wanted to fly towards the formation. Roar, roar, roar. However, at this moment, a terrifying devouring dragon head surged out from Aohe's body once again. His ice-cold eyes stared at Grandmaster Palea Beast, and he let out a roar. What? There's a fourth one. At this moment, the four chairmen of the Heavenly Beast Corporation were shocked, and their faces instantly became extremely ugly. A terrifying thought appeared in their minds. The Dragon Palace had been hiding their strength all this time. They were deliberately showing their weakness to the enemy. At the thought of this, their hearts sank, and their expressions changed as they looked toward the position of the array formation. Roar, roar, roar. Aohe and the others' roars woke up the four people who had ugly expressions on their faces. Kill! They gritted their teeth and looked at each other. When they saw Aohe and the others coming at them, they roared. For against 4. When faced with Aohe and the others' violent and unmarked attacks, it was very difficult for them to escape. What is he trying to do? At this moment, inside the array formation that was disturbed by the black hole, all the disciples and powerhouses of the Heaven Beast Corporation's Thousand Beast Hall and other factions were somewhat dumbfounded. Why did the Dragon King, who had been on the losing end, suddenly cast an array formation to surround them in this strange space? Be careful. A level 2 Undying God King scanned his surroundings warily, speaking to the other 30 or so Undying God Kings. Everyone nodded slowly, carefully sizing up their surroundings, not daring to attack rashly. Below, Invincible Battle Technique, who was also enveloped by the array formation, had a shocked expression on his face. His gaze swept across his surroundings and his eyes flickered with a luster. What a bluff. The few of you follow me and destroy that fellow. Right at this moment, Du Ziyu's voice sounded from a position not far away. He extended his hand and pointed at the exceptionally eye-catching Invincible Battle Technique in the middle of the square. It's young Master Du. Immediately, dozens of middle-aged youths heard Du Ziyu's order. They warily glanced at the sky and flew towards Invincible Battle Technique's position. Invincible Battle Technique was slightly stunned when he saw someone coming towards him. Then he narrowed his eyes. Du Ziyu, it's you dog. Invincible Battle Technique stared at Du Ziyu and the others with a cold look in his eyes. HMPH, today is the day you die, Invincible Warrior. Arrogance has a price to pay. Du Ziyu stared coldly at him. Even though the Dragon King had created this strange space, there were over 30 Undyings on their side. The Dragon King wouldn't be able to escape today. Even Invincible Warrior had to die. Even without the Divine Sun's orders, he wouldn't let this arrogant guy go. Kill him. I don't want him to live another second. Du Ziyu ordered the surrounding experts. It's young Master Du. The dozens of experts nodded and immediately attacked Invincible Battle Technique. The powerful energy sealed all the space around Invincible Battle Technique. Hee, you trash want to attack me? Today, I'll let you see the power of my Invincible Battle Technique. Invincible Battle Technique narrowed his eyes and stared at the incoming attacks. Roar! In the next moment, an enormous battle pet appeared in front of him. As soon as the battle pet appeared, it waved its claws and the attacks instantly collapsed. Meanwhile, condensed laws flew out from the claws and attacked everyone who attacked Invincible Battle Technique. Poo poo poo. In an instant, the figures around Du Ziyu all vanished. Not even ashes left. What? This is. At this moment, Du Ziyu's eyes were wide open, his face filled with disbelief. His body couldn't help but tremble. How could this be? This was an undying emperor battle pet. Ha ha, killing me invincible in battle? I have an undying level 2 warrior pet that Boss Wang gave me. You still want to kill me? Seeing Du Zeyu's face filled with disbelief and shock, Invincible couldn't help but laugh madly. Invincible in battle, invincible in the world. Following which his body moved, landing directly on the pet, raising his head proudly and announcing proudly. Not good. What happened here was only within 10 seconds. In the air, over 30 undying emperor warriors felt the power of the battle pet below. They immediately looked over. It's a bluff. Don't waste time. With our strength, we don't need to worry. Capture that Dragon King. An undying level 2 old man couldn't help but say. Although this space was strange, there were so many of them. It was still very easy for them to capture the Dragon King. Hee hee. Wang Xian stared at them with a mocking smile on his face. Invincible in battle techniques. I'll leave the disciples below Immortal King to you. He looked down and spoke to Invincible in battle techniques. Hee hee, Boss Wang, don't worry. Don't leave a single one alive. Invincible battle technique stood on top of the battle pet and immediately roared. Since that's the case, all of you can go to hell. Wang Xian raised his head and looked around as he roared in a low voice. Arrogant. More than 30 powerhouses were furious. Hiss, hiss, hiss. All of a sudden, a towering figure appeared beneath Wang Xian. It had a huge triangular snake head and a 10,000-meter-long body. It was filled with cold-bloodedness and savagery. Oh no, this is the level 3 battle pet of the Immortal King. The sudden appearance of the towering snake caused everyone to be slightly shocked. Their expressions changed drastically as they roared warily. Kill! Before they could react, Wang Xian's cold roar rang out. He had been concealing his strength all this while just to wait for this opportunity. This was the opportunity to capture all the powerhouses and disciples of the Heaven Beast Corporation in one fell swoop. Hiss! 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 The towering snake instantly launched a terrifying attack. At this moment, Wang Xian also unleashed the strength of a level 3 Immortal King. The terrifying dragon claw directly clawed at a level 2 Immortal King powerhouse in front of him. Oh no! Everyone! Block that battle pet! The expressions of more than 30 Immortal King powerhouses changed slightly as they immediately shouted in alarm. Bang bang bang! They immediately unleashed their all-out attack towards the towering snake. Let me tie down the Dragon King. The Immortal King level 2 powerhouse who was locked onto by Wang Xian had a serious expression. He was holding a fiery red glove in his hand as he faced Wang Xian's dragon claw. Bang! However, just as he finished his sentence, when he collided with the dragon claw, his entire body was sent flying backward. Pooh! Huge mouthfuls of blood spewed out from his mouth. The 10,000 Beast Hall Undying Level 2 stared wide-eyed, his eyes filled with shock. What was going on? The Dragon Emperor that they had been suppressing. How could he unleash such terrifying strength? No, he's an Undying Level 3 warrior. The Dragon King is also an Undying Level 3 warrior. He opened his eyes wide and roared in fear. Beside him, over 30 Undying Emperors were blocking the snake's attack. Hearing this roar, they looked over in shock. When they saw this Undying Level 2 warrior flying out, spitting out blood, his face pale and terrified, his body trembled. Not good. Something's happened. An old man muttered. 2 level 3 Immortal King powerhouses, even if they had more than 30 Immortal Kings, were not enough for the other party to kill them. Furthermore, the Dragon King and the rest could easily kill everyone present. Hee, you guys want to destroy me? You want to destroy my dragon palace too? You're courting death. Wang Xian looked at everyone above and moved his body to attack them. Damn it, this Dragon King and his war pet are not something we can fight against. Run now. An old man could not help but roar. An Immortal King level 3, they might be able to hold on for a minute or two. However, with the Dragon King, they had no way to defend. Everyone, run back to the God Country. He roared and his voice resounded in everyone's ears. Go! Everyone's expressions were extremely ugly. This time, the matter of capturing the Dragon King and destroying the Dragon Palace's war pet was completely ruined. Everyone's bodies trembled slightly and they wanted to leave. What? I can't sense my own undying god country. I can't go back. Shit, I can't go back either. I can't go back to my own god country either. What happened? What happened? However, very quickly, a series of terrified voices rang out. All the disciples and powerhouses from the Heavenly Beast Hall, Heavenly Tiger Sect, and other factions of the Heavenly Beast Corporation realized that they could no longer sense their own divine kingdom. Ha ha ha. Boss Wong deliberately hid his strength to play with you. Do you think you can leave this place today? This space outside of you is just a decoration. You guys, congratulations on making the choice to die. At this moment, Invincible's excited and arrogant voice rang out. He stood on top of the level 2 battle pet of the Immortal King and looked at everyone mockingly. Hiss, 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 pong. At the same time, the towering snake attacked the terrified Immortal King in front of him. Wang Xian followed closely behind. The strength of a level 3 Immortal King was completely unleashed. Defend! The pupils of the dozens of people who were covered by the towering snake and Wang Xian constricted as they roared in horror. Bang! 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 However, very soon, Wang Xian's terrifying dragon claws and the destructive attack of the towering snake landed on them. Ah! 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 Screams of pain rang out very quickly. The bodies of the dozens of people cracked open slowly. Under the suppression of their powerful strength, they could not withstand it at all. What they were facing was destruction. No! Below, all the Eternal God Lord disciples who saw this scene were shocked. Their faces were filled with fear. Ha, prepare to die. Invincible looked over, roaring madly, ordering the Undying King level 2 below to attack the 10,000 Eternal God Lords. Howl, howl, howl. Help, my lords, help. Deputy Leader, save us. Grandfather, save me. The roar of the Undying Warpet resounded. All the Eternal Gods were filled with despair, hurriedly calling for help. Ah! However, above, they were all screaming in despair. The group of Undyings were being slaughtered. How could they have time to save them? Die! Invincible roared coldly. The Undying Warpet released a law flame. The flames swept and instantly half of them were destroyed. Undying killing an Eternal God Lord, it was too easy. No, no, no. Break the formation, we have to break it. In the sky, some Immortal King powerhouses saw the scene and almost burst into tears as they roared. They flew crazily towards the edge of the formation. However, their speed was far inferior to that of Wang Xian and the towering snake. Soon, screams of pain rang out, followed by a complete silence in the sky. Ha ha ha, Du Ziyu, I left you at the end and let you live for a few more seconds. How about it? Can you tell me how you feel now? Over 30 Undying Emperors had fallen. Below, there were only 2 people on the ground. One was invincible in battle, the other was Du Ziyu. At this time, Invincible looked down at him, his expression filled with mockery. I. Du Ziyu's face was pale, his lips purple and trembling. He looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with despair. Plop. Under the astonished gaze of Invincible battle technique, he knelt on the ground. Let me go, let me go, Du Ziyu said with a face full of fear. His eyes were filled with despair. TSK, all right. Go to hell. Invincible battle technique shook his head. His face was full of smiles as he waved his arm. Boom. A terrifying force landed on his body, causing him to fly backward. Boss Wang, it's done. He raised his head and opened his mouth to speak to Wang Xian. Okay. Wang Xian smiled and scanned his surroundings. There were corpses all over the ground. He did not store them into his interspatial ring for the time being. He needed to intimidate and announce it at the same time. Buzz. Wang Xian waved his arm and the black hole disturbing the air formation dissipated slowly. He also kept the towering snake. Look, the formation is dissipating. It's dissipating. How can it be so fast? It hasn't even been 2 minutes and the formation has already disappeared. What exactly happened inside? I don't know, but we will know soon. When the black hole disturbing formation slowly dissipated, the eyes of tens of millions of people who were watching from the outside were fixed on it. In the sky, the chairman of the Heavenly Beast Group, the master of the Heavenly Tiger Sect and the Grandmaster Paleobeast Sect, who were fighting, also paused and swept over. Buzz! Hiss, that's the Dragon King. The Dragon King is still alive. Look around, look at the surrounding ground, oh my god. Soon, the formation completely dissipated and the scene in the middle of the square appeared in everyone's sight. A young man was floating in the air, and that was the Dragon King. In front of the Dragon King was the Dragon King's underling. As for who it wasn't very important. And what shocked them the most was the corpses that littered the surroundings. There were more than 10,000 corpses, and those were the experts and disciples of the Heavenly Beast Corporation. Hiss! Tens of millions of people around sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked over in shock. The Heaven Beast Organization, the Thousand Beast Hall, the Heaven Tiger Sect, and all the other powers are finished. An undying God King looked at this scene as he muttered, his face filled with shock. There are close to 40 undying godly monarchs here. It's been a long, long time since so many undying godly monarchs have fallen in our region. Godly monarchs are undying. With 1,000,000 years of lifespan, they can guard a planet. The others trembled as they muttered, "No!" A crazy roar came from the Heavenly Beast Corporation's chairman. In the sky, his blood-red eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked in the direction of the plaza. His eyes were about to crack. More than 10,000 corpses were the foundation and elites of all their factions, especially the nearly 40 undying godly monarchs. They were the pillars of their factions. Now, all of their undying godly monarchs had been destroyed. This represented the end of their faction. In this starry sky, only the war pets of the Dragon Palace are traitors. They are courting death. Wuxia floated in the sky above the square and looked at the position of the 4 chairmen of the Heaven Beast Group. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he said coldly, "Dragon King." The leader of the Heavenly Tiger Sect roared at Wuxia with bloodshot eyes. Hee hee. Wuxia stared at him with a mocking look in his eyes. "This is the end." He pointed at the corpse below and said coldly, "This was the end for those who wanted to destroy the Dragon Palace. In this starry sky, only the battle pets of the Dragon Palace exist." Everyone around looked ahead and mumbled softly, "From now on, there would only be the battle pets of the Dragon Palace in this starry sky. The other beast-taming Grandmaster powers were all destroyed. Dragon King, just you wait. Just you wait. We will definitely take our revenge. We will definitely take our revenge." The leader of the Thousand Beast Hall clenched his fists and roared crazily, "Trash! You only know how to talk. Don't run if you have the guts." Invincible battle technique stood on the level 2 Undying God King battle pet. Feeling high and mighty, he looked at him with disdain. "You!" The myriad Beast Hall leader's expression changed drastically, changing constantly. Fight? How to fight. All the experts and disciples were killed, leaving only the leaders of the 4 factions. The other party's strength was now much stronger than theirs. Fight they couldn't win. What else could they do now? They could only escape. This made the Heavenly Beast Corporation's chairman and the rest clench their fists, fresh blood seeping out from their palms. They were indignant, furious, and violent. Ao Crab and the rest stared coldly at the 4 of them from the Heaven Beast Corporation. They did not continue to attack. After they transformed into their human forms, they stared at them with disdain. The entire devouring dragon had yet to make a full move. There were still 2 Immortal King level, 3 Immortal King level combat strength left. As he was not confident that he could keep the 4 of them here, Wuxia deliberately hid some of his strength. "Dragon King, just you wait. If I don't take revenge for this, I will not be able to live." The chairman of the Heaven Beast Corporation and the rest trembled for a moment. Then, they let out a maniacal roar and slowly disappeared. "Aohe, go to their base immediately and collect all the treasures and finances. If there is any resistance, kill them immediately." Wuxia saw them leaving and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He immediately gave an order to Ao Crab and the rest. "It's the Dragon King. Ao Crab nodded immediately and left quickly. Buzz. Wang Xian looked at the corpses below. With a wave of his arm, he kept all of them into his interspatial ring. He scanned his surroundings and finally raised his head. He looked at a satellite with a smile on his face. Damn it, how can the strength of the Dragon Palace be so strong? At the same time, in a room not far away, the Eastly Immortal dynasty saw Wang Xian's meaningful smile. The two grand ancestors could not help but growl in a low voice. All of them stared at the scene in the screen with an extremely ugly expression. Did the Dragon King do this on purpose? Or, when the Dragon Palace had another undying level 3 warrior, they had a bad feeling. And now it had happened. The Dragon Palace had at least 5 undying level 3 warriors and the entire Eastly Undying dynasty only had 5. Unless the Lord of the Eastly dynasty made a move, otherwise they might not even be a match for the Dragon Palace. And the pillar of the Immortal dynasty was cultivating in seclusion. He didn't know about this. They didn't tell that lord at all because from their point of view, the Heavenly Beast Group had a 100% chance of destroying the Dragon Palace's war pet. Even if they couldn't destroy it, it wouldn't affect them. After all, they didn't make a move, but now not only did the Heavenly Beast Group fail, they were almost destroyed. The 5 level 3 Immortal King level powerhouses from the Dragon Palace had also posed a threat to the Eastly Celestial Empire. This made them extremely embarrassed. Now, even if the two of them helped the Heaven Beast Corporation together, they would not be able to deal with the Dragon Palace. Furthermore, the Dragon Palace would become a huge threat to them in the future. The people from the Eastly Immortal Empire looked at each other with worried expressions. Their faces were extremely gloomy. Let's go. At this moment at the square, Wang Xian retracted his gaze and spoke to Invincible Battle Technique. His body moved and he immediately flew towards the teleportation formation. Next, he had to prepare to raise the strength of the Dragon Palace. For this battle, the Eastly Immortal dynasty did not send anyone over. However, he was 100% sure that they were involved. However, they had misjudged the strength of the Dragon Palace. The Eastly Immortal dynasty had a level 4 Immortal King. Therefore, what Wang Xian had to do next was to increase the number of level 4 Immortal King experts in the Dragon Palace. Since you guys are involved, this enmity has already been formed. I don't like to keep defending passively. Wang Xian's eyes were cold. Since the other party wanted to destroy the Dragon Palace, he didn't need to wait for the other party to attack him. As long as the strength of the Dragon Palace increased this time, we would be ready to play with the Eastly Immortal dynasty. This time, it would be very, very fast. In Wang Xian's eyes, today's battle was just an appetizer. What came next was the real battle. The Dragon King and the rest have left. I didn't expect it to end like this. The Heaven Beast Corporation, the Heaven Tiger Sect, and the Thousand Beast Hall are completely finished. The Dragon King and the Dragon Palace are simply too powerful. Oh right, the Dragon King looks so young. How old is he now? The Dragon King is too handsome. Isn't he? The victory of the Dragon Palace's war pet will also bring us great benefits. We will support the Dragon Palace's war pet. Seeing Wang Xian leave, some people in the surroundings began to discuss animatedly. This guy is really cunning. In the end, he still hid his strength. In a void space far away from the plaza, Emperor Star Lady pouted as she watched Wang Xian's disappearing figure. Everyone thought that the Dragon Palace had 5 undying godly monarchs. However, she knew that there was still an undying level 3 space beast that had yet to be revealed. Although this space beast was hers, that bastard said that he would give it to her 2 years later. The strength of the space beast was equivalent to 2 of the same level. If she thought that this was the limit of the Dragon Palace, she would definitely be tricked to death by him. This Dragon King is pretty good. It's very wise to never let others know of his trump card. Aunt Ing was very attracted to Wang Xian as she exclaimed in admiration. Aunt Ing, why are you an outsider now? You're speaking up for an outsider. The Imperial Star Lady said unhappily. I'm speaking the truth. Aunt Ing smiled and disappeared slowly with the Imperial Star Lady. On the East Pool planet, although the battle at the Dragon Palace's Battle Pet Mall had ended, it had caused a huge commotion. Although the battle had ended, the topic had just begun to spread. All the beast tamer grandmasters and pet forces in our galaxy are not as powerful as the Dragon Palace combined. The Dragon Palace is so terrifying. Their value is too high. With the current strength of the Dragon Palace's pets, they can definitely be ranked in the top 3 in our galaxy. 100% can be placed in the top 3. Today's battle has laid the foundation of the Dragon Palace. Who would dare to mess with the Dragon Palace in the future? The destruction of a group of 4th or 5th-rate forces, the fall of close to 40 Undyings, it has laid the foundation of the Dragon Palace's strength. The Dragon Palace has completely risen, shocking the entire region. After the battle ended, everyone was shocked by the Dragon Palace's strength. This battle allowed the Dragon Palace to enter the top 3 forces in this region. However, other than the strength of the Dragon Palace, there was another thing that shocked everyone. Why didn't the Eastly Immortal dynasty come out to stop the Heavenly Beast Group's attack on the Dragon Palace? There was no sign of the Eastly Immortal dynasty at all. This made many people speculate. With the technology of the East Lake planet and the satellite positioning, the moment there was a battle at most a minute, the experts of the Eastly Undying Empire would be able to rush over. However, the Eastly Undying Empire didn't appear, even after the battle ended. Not only did the Eastly Undying Empire not appear, at the start, the Eastly Undying Empire bought 13 Undying God King war pets and didn't let them tame them and took them away. The Heaven Beast Corporation bought 10 and took them away. Isn't that clear? They bought them immediately on purpose to prepare for the upcoming battle. Someone pointed out the crux of the problem. The moment this information was released, everyone could basically confirm that the battle this time had obtained the tacit approval of the Eastly Immortal dynasty. No one knew if the Eastly Immortal dynasty had even made a move in secret. However, some people guessed that the 10 warplanes were sent out by the Eastly Immortal dynasty. Because these fighter jets were able to contend against a level 1 Immortal God King, it was impossible for a bunch of battle pets to buy them, nor did they have the ability to buy 10 of them directly. It was very likely that the Eastly Immortal dynasty had sent them over. When this matter was revealed, it caused quite a stir. There's some trouble now. That Dragon Palace should already know that we're secretly helping the Heaven Beast Corporation. So what if they know? Do they dare to be our enemy? Humph. Our Eastly Immortal dynasty is not afraid of them. They might not be too afraid of us, unless our imperial ancestor makes a move. In a week not far from the East Lake planet, dozens of figures were standing on both sides of the splendid shrine, talking non-stop. In the center of the throne sat a majestic old man. He closed his eyes slightly, listening to the discussions below. Where is the chairman of the Heavenly Beast Group, the leader of the Heavenly Tiger Sect, the leader of the 1000 Beast Hall and the 100 Beast Grandmaster? When the voices in the shrine quieted down, the old man slowly opened his eyes and asked, "Reporting to the Emperor God, the 4 chairmen of the Heavenly Beast Group are now together, discussing about revenge." A minister immediately cupped his hands and said, "Ask them if they are willing to join our Eastly Immortal dynasty." The Emperor God said indifferently, "Emperor God, you can't. Once we recruit the 4 of them, the Dragon Palace will become our enemy." Lord Lu, they are already enemies with the Dragon Palace. Although the Heaven Beast Corporation's disciples have all been destroyed and their foundations have been destroyed, the 4 of them are level 3 Immortal King warriors and beast tamers. Furthermore, they have 10 Immortal King war pets in their hands. If we recruit them, our strength will greatly increase. So what if it's the Dragon Palace? A minister immediately tried to stop him, but he was quickly refuted by the minister beside him. "Father, I think we can settle the 4 of them first, and then look at the attitude of the Dragon Palace. If the Dragon Palace has a tendency towards us, we can recruit them." At this moment, a middle-aged man walked up and said respectfully, "Do as I tell you. It's just a Dragon Palace." The Emperor on the dragon throne glanced at everyone below and waved his hand. Then he disappeared instantly. "This." Several ministers frowned. The Crown Prince also frowned. "The Dragon Palace's war pets are worthy of our help." On the right, at the first position, official said, turning to leave. The Dragon Palace's strength was enough to make them take it seriously, making them slightly wary. If possible, They weren't willing to fight with the Dragon Palace. This wouldn't be of much benefit to them. However, if they could capture the Dragon King and destroy the Dragon Palace, this would be a huge opportunity for the Eastly Undying Dynasty. Sometimes they had to take risks. The Eastly Immortal Empire also wanted to step into the more prosperous central region and not stay in such a remote place. The Dragon Palace's war pets were an opportunity. Dragon King, we went to the territory of the Heaven Beast Corporation in time and obtained a lot of things. Moreover, we have already suppressed the dozens of planets. Our Dragon Palace can directly enter the ocean of those planets. At the same time, in the Dragon Palace located on the Tianzi continent, Aohe and the rest returned and spoke to Wang Xian with smiles on their faces. Very good. Absorb all the resources that can be absorbed immediately. Have you found the immortal divine kingdom? Those that haven't, follow me to look for them immediately. Also, this time around, Aohe, your strength should be able to increase once. Aochitian, you should also be able to increase once. Use up all the resources and do your best to increase the strength of our Dragon Palace. Upon hearing the reports from Ao Crab and the rest, Wang Xian ordered with a smile on his face. The Heaven Beast Corporation, the Thousand Beast Hall, the Heavenly Tiger Sect, and Grandmaster Palea Beast were the 4 overlords of war pets in this region. Along with the other small factions, they had a huge amount of resources. However, because the leaders of the 4 big factions weren't killed, they had a lot less resources. Even so, the Dragon Palace still obtained a lot of resources this time, especially the various fixed assets. After selling them, they would be able to obtain quite a number of God Stones. Apart from that, there were also over a dozen planets. In the following period of time, Wang Xian brought Aohe and the rest to search for the immortal god countries. With the corpses around, it wasn't too difficult to search through the array formation. The Dragon Palace spent over a dozen days to build the Dragon Palace in the ocean of these dozen planets. They sold all the fixed assets of the various powers and used them all to buy pills. Dragon King, the immortal kingdoms with 9 attributes have been gathered. All the godstones have been used to buy elixirs. 15 days later, Prime Minister Gue walked over with a smile on his face and reported to Wang Xian. Alright, let's raise the level of the Dragon Palace first and raise the strength of the members of the Dragon Palace. He squinted his eyes and stood up immediately. Ding! Do you wish to devour metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and darkness, immortal king, to advance to the Dragon Palace? Wang Xian stood in front of the dragon throne as the system's voice rang out. Devour, upgrade. He immediately gave the order. Buzz. Crack, crack, crack. The next moment, the entire Dragon Palace trembled as 9 colored laws gradually enveloped the entire Dragon Palace. At the same time, the area of the Dragon Palace expanded at a terrifying speed. The Dragon Palace, which was originally 1,000 kilometers in circumference, was now 10,000 kilometers in circumference. It was located in the underground sea and was emitting a 9-colored luster. In the Dragon Palace, all the members of the Dragon Palace looked around with joy. Dragon Palace, Level 8. Dragon Master, Wang Xian. Eternal God Lord, Level 7. Yin Yang 5. Elemental Divine Dragon. Buildings. Dragon King Hall, Level 8, increases the cultivation speed and recovery speed of the Dragon King by 768 times. Dragon Transformation Pool. Level 8, absorbing dragon blood can give birth to a dragon seed. Origin. 15324555. Dragon Gate. Level 8, a fish can only become a dragon after leaping through the Dragon Gate. Effective against creatures below Void God Emperor. See Pacifying Divine Needle, Level 8 Dragon Palace Pillar, pacifying 80,000 kilometers of the Dragon Palace, increasing the combat strength of the members of the Dragon Palace by 1,000%. Dragon Cave, Level 8, with 10 million Dragon Caves, the cultivation speed of the creatures in the Dragon Cave will increase by 512 times. Dragon Field, Level 8, practice martial arts in the Dragon Field. Increase comprehension by 256 times. Dragon Array, Level 8, Dragon Palace Array. Concealment, defense, gathering of spiritual energy, wormhole, detection, attack. Spiritual items.
Ancestral tree?
Level. Able to return the soul of creatures below Eternal Lord level. Activate the spiritual intelligence of creatures. Increase 400% of the speed of fire attribute cultivators. 400% of the speed of wood attribute cultivators. 400% of the speed of lightning attribute cultivators.
P.S. Dragon transformation pool breeding dragon species.
Current dragon species. Golden swordfish, thunder shrimp, demon monkey, strange demon, light spike, hydra, dragon turtle, yaksha, clam girl, golden lobster, starwood dragon species, fire phoenix dragon species, current top-tier dragon species of the Dragon Palace, arrow dragon species, spike dragon species, mad dragon species, starwood dragon species, golden swordfish dragon species, special buildings, dragon nest, devouring dragon, none.
Devouring dragon, it consumes energy to create its own insect species. The mother insect feeds on all kinds of metal materials.
An extremely terrifying power of laws filled the entire Dragon Palace. Now, an ordinary person was placed here and allowed to cultivate slowly. In a year's time, he would be able to cultivate to the godly state.
In a dozen to 20 years, he would be able to advance to the level of the Eternal Lord. This was the power and terror of the Dragon Palace now.
This time, the improvement of the Dragon Palace is much faster than before. Wang Xian revealed a smile on his face. Last time, he was only upgraded after he reached the level of an Eternal God Lord. This time, before he reached the level of an Immortal King, the Dragon Palace had already been upgraded. A level 8 Dragon Palace could already be hidden in the void crack. However, it was different from an ordinary immortal god country.
If the Dragon Palace hid within the space fissure, it would form an ocean within.
An undying country the size of the space within the space fissure, one could see the strength of an undying country. The strength of the Dragon Palace was definitely not something a normal undying country could compare to. The attributes of the Dragon Palace had doubled, and there was one more pinnacle dragon. This represented the limit of the Dragon Palace. There were a total of 5 of them. 3 of them were dragon species that had existed in the Dragon Palace in the past. The other 3 starwood dragon species were due to the ancestral tree. The golden swordfish dragon species were also known as the Dragon Guards. Currently, the Dragon Guards could only fight 2 levels above them. The reason why they were classified as peak-level dragon species was due to their potential. They also possessed great potential.
The ancestral tree had now become a towering tree. It was at least 2,000 meters tall with luxuriant branches and leaves. It emitted a holy radiance that enveloped the dragon throne.
This caused Wang Xian to sit at the bottom of the throne. It was filled with mystery and divine radiance. The level of the ancestral tree was still a question mark. Even with Wang Xian's current strength, he could not detect it. According to Wang Xian's estimation, an existence like the ancestral tree was the top holy item in the universe. After all, it was because of the ancestral tree that the starwood dragon seed was born.
All members of the Dragon Palace gather immediately.
Wang Xian immediately gave an order.
The number of members of the Dragon Palace had already reached 170,000.
This was not counting Aohe's subordinates. Aohe's devouring dragon had already reached 100,000. All of them were at the level of the Eternal Lord. It was extremely terrifying.
Buzz,
buzz,
buzz.
Soon, more than 100,000 members of the Dragon Palace gathered in the Dragon Field. Every single one of them was exuding a powerful aura. Wang Xian swept his gaze across and smiled.
The Dragon Palace had already reached 170,000 members. Every single one of them could be considered as a powerhouse in this area.
The leader was the 55 Immortal King-level powerhouses of the Dragon Palace. This did not include the Immortal King-level powerhouse of the Devouring Dragon. The energy in the Dragon Transformation Pool can allow 50 members to have the combat strength of an Immortal King. Prime Minister Gue assigned 50 members of the Dragon Palace to increase their combat strength. As for the other 55 members of the Immortal God King, I will help you to upgrade your combat strength again. The disciples of the Immortal God Lord level will also receive a huge upgrade. Wang Xian said to all the members of the Dragon Palace.
Thank you, Dragon King.
All the members responded immediately. Ao he. Your devouring dragon should have a huge upgrade this time. Wang Xian's gaze landed on Ao he as he spoke. After killing nearly 40 immortal kings, there were quite a number of level 2 immortal kings, according to the resources that the devouring dragon needed to upgrade. This time, the devouring dragon could add 10 level 1 eternal god lord members. Ao he could upgrade to level 2 immortal king. Other than him, the resources should be enough for one devouring dragon to upgrade to level 2 immortal king. According to Wang Xian's rough estimation, the Dragon Palace should be able to increase the combat strength of 3 immortal king level 4.
At that time, it was time for the Dragon Palace to counterattack.
Time slowly passed. Half a month to an undying emperor with 1,000,000 years of lifespan. It was just a snap of the fingers. But to the Dragon Palace, they were 1,000,000 times faster than the other powers. In half a month, all the members of the Dragon Palace had completely digested all the resources. Close to 40 undying emperor corpses, along with the resources from the sale, made Aochi Tian step into undying emperor level 1.
Undying level 1, he had undying level 4 battle strength. Other than Ao Qi Tian's improvement, Ao Xingmu, Ao Qi Muzesen, and the 3 members of the Dragon Palace all had undying level 2 battle strength.
Right now, the number of Dragon Palace undying level 1 members had reached 80. Other than them, the ones who had increased the most were the Devouring Dragon, Ao he and the others. Ao he and the others could be said to be part of the Bug Clan. The Bug Clan's characteristics were fully displayed on them. The strongest was their crazy growth and reproduction.
Their numbers didn't increase, but their strength had increased by a lot.
Close to 40 undying countries, the Swallowing Dragon had 12 undying level 1 existences.
Among them, a few level 2 undying countries allowed Ao he and a Swallowing Dragon to reach undying level 2.
Level 2 could fight level 4.
Level 1 could fight level 3.
In other words, the Dragon Palace had 3 undying king level 4 fighters, 18 undying king level 3 fighters, 6 undying king level 2 fighters, and 80 undying king level 1 fighters. There were a total of 107 undying king level fighters. This was not counting Wang Xian.
More than 100 undying king level fighters were definitely overlords in this region.
The Iron Blood Alliance, which was hidden very deeply and many people didn't know about, was much weaker than the Dragon Palace in terms of overall strength. After all, the Iron Blood Alliance only had over 40 undying godly monarchs. Dragon King, during the period when the Dragon Palace's strength increased, we discovered something about the chairman of the Heavenly Beast Group, the sect leader of the Heavenly Tiger Sect, the hall leader of the Thousand Beast Hall, and the Ancient Beast Grandmaster.
In the Dragon King's hall, Prime Minister Gue walked in with a piece of information in his hand.
Eh? Have you found them?
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and asked immediately.
During the month when the members of the Dragon Palace were improving, although Wang Xian's strength did not improve further, he used this period of time to completely master the black hole disturbance formation that could trap a level 3 immortal king.
In the past, he did not have the time to master it, so a level 3 immortal king could easily shatter the black hole disturbance formation.
Now he could completely trap it. In other words, he could capture a level 3 immortal king desolate beast and kill a level 3 immortal king.
Dragon King, someone found them at the Eastly Immortal Dynasty.
Prime Minister Gui reported.
Eastly Immortal Dynasty.
Wang Xian mumbled.
During the previous battle, the Eastly Immortal Dynasty had secretly helped them and bought their battle pets in advance. Wang Xian was very clear about that. At that time, the Dragon Palace was not a match for the Eastly Immortal Dynasty, so Wang Xian did not take any action.
But now, are you sure that the 4 of them are in the Eastly Immortal Dynasty?
Wang Xian confirmed.
Yes, Dragon King. This matter has been reported to the AI. Now, almost everyone knows about it. Furthermore, during the battle a month ago, everyone and all the factions basically understand that the Eastly Immortal Dynasty is involved.
Prime Minister Gue immediately said.
In that case, go and announce it. Ask the Eastly Immortal Dynasty to hand over the 4 of them. Otherwise, they would be making an enemy out of the Dragon Palace. Hee hee. This area has been peaceful for too long.
Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he spoke to Prime Minister Gue.
His Dragon Palace was no longer so easy to bully.
Since they dared to participate in this, they would have to pay the price. The reason why he wanted them to hand over the 4 of them, the chairman of the Heaven Beast Corporation, was to see their attitude. If they were determined to go their own way, then let's fight.
It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue immediately nodded and retreated.
It had been a month since the last world-shaking battle.
However, even after a month had passed, that battle still had a lot of heat. Especially not long ago, someone saw the 4 of them in the Eastly Immortal Dynasty. This basically confirmed that the Eastly Immortal Dynasty was involved in that battle.
However, the Eastly Immortal Dynasty did not make any announcement, and the Dragon Palace also fell silent. This made many people guess that the Dragon Palace did not dare to completely offend the Eastly Immortal Dynasty.
After all, as a dynasty with a long history of tens of millions of years, they had an Immortal King level 4 powerhouse to oversee it. The foundation they had was much stronger than the Heaven Beast Corporation. The Dragon Palace was no match for the Eastly Immortal Dynasty. It was possible that the Dragon Palace would take it as if the Eastly Immortal Dynasty did not interfere.
Hiss.
Quickly go to the main page of the Brain Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace has announced something. They actually asked the Eastly Immortal Dynasty to hand over the 4 chairmen of the Heavenly Beast Corporation. What? How is this possible? The Dragon Palace did not take any action for a month. Why did they suddenly announce it? It's true,
They actually asked the Eastly Immortal Dynasty to hand over the chairman and the other 3, or else the consequences would be at their own risk. This is a blatant threat. Crazy. This Dragon Palace is really crazy, directly asking the Eastly Immortal Dynasty to hand over the people, or else the consequences would be at their own risk. This can be said to be a declaration of war. The Dragon Palace's announcement was like a huge rock on a calm lake.
When everyone thought that the Dragon Palace was afraid of the Eastly Dynasty and would pretend that this matter had never happened, the Dragon Palace actually made such an announcement.
This was a blatant declaration of war.
There was only one possibility that could be calmed down, and that was for the Eastly Dynasty to hand over the 4 of them. But was it possible? The possibility was very small.
Once the Eastly Immortal Dynasty handed them over, it would be a huge blow to the Eastly Dynasty's prestige. The announcement of the Dragon Palace war pets spread through the area at a terrifying speed.
In less than half an hour, almost everyone watching the AI knew about this news. This caused the hundreds of thousands of life planets to shake. Will the Eastly Dynasty start a war with the Dragon Palace?
The Dragon Palace is no match for the Eastly Dynasty. How dare they declare war so arrogantly?
Some people were shocked.
Arrogant. How dare they ask the Eastly Dynasty to hand over the 4 chairmen of the Heavenly Beast Group?
Ha ha ha. Does he really think that he can fight us with such strength?
I haven't even prepared to fight with them. They actually dare to provoke us first.
At this moment, in the Eastly Immortal Dynasty's palace on the Eastly planet, the Emperor God roared with a face full of dignity and disdain.
Immediately announced the generals and ministers, the 4 of them.
Reporting to the Divine Emperor. In the Eastly Dynasty's imperial study, one by one, important generals and ministers entered and called out respectfully.
In the middle seat, the Divine Emperor leaned against a chair and gave them a faint signal. Dear ministers, please wait a moment. The Divine Emperor said and gently sipped the tea on the table.
The generals and ministers looked at each other, silently waiting on the side.
Emperor.
5 minutes later, 4 old men slowly walked in, looking at the Emperor before them, respectfully cupping their hands.
My 4 friends, please take a seat. Since we've invited you here today, I'm sure you already know some things.
The Emperor looked at the 4, smiling as he said, Emperor God, the Dragon Palace is extremely arrogant. They don't care about the Eastly Immortal Dynasty at all. What do you plan to do?
The people who came were naturally the chairman of the Heavenly Beast Group, the leader of the Heavenly Tiger Sect, the leader of the Thousand Beast Hall, and the Ancient Beast Grandmaster. The 4 of them said expressionlessly,
What do you all want to do?
The Dragon Palace wants to destroy the 4 of you.
The Emperor smiled and said to them, Is the Emperor going to hand us over? The leader of the Sky Tiger Sect looked at him and said, Our Eastly Immortal Dynasty would not do such a thing. However, the Dragon Palace is trying to eradicate the 4 of you. The Emperor shook his head and said,
For leaders, although you are not weak, as long as the Dragon Palace is here, it is impossible for you to rise again.
Unless you go to other areas to survive. At this time, an important official added after the emperor finished speaking. His words made the four of them look gloomy. They had already heard about the intelligence system. They did not expect the Dragon Palace to be so arrogant as to ask the Eastli Immortal dynasty to hand them over. The Dragon Palace wanted to offend the Eastli Immortal dynasty and kill them? And, with just the Dragon Palace's strength, they were their match? They and the Dragon Palace could be said to be irreconcilable, and just like the official said, it would be difficult for them to make a comeback here.
Unless they left, but where would they go? How could they be willing to leave?
The four of them looked at each other, looking at the emperor. Four of you, what do you think? Join our Eastli Undying dynasty and be given 4 kings with different surnames, each taking control of a planet. If we capture that Dragon King in the future, the 4 of you are all beast-taming grandmasters. You will become the pillars of our Eastli Undying dynasty. The emperor smiled and said to them. The 4 of them were silent.
This wasn't the first time the Eastli dynasty had recruited them. A month ago they had also tried to recruit them, but they didn't agree. Okay, but we have one condition, that Dragon King and the Dragon Palace must be destroyed.
The 4 of them exchanged a few words in secret, slowly raising their heads and saying firmly, "Ha. Okay, of course, with the 4 brothers joining us, destroying the Dragon Palace naturally won't be hard." The emperor stood up and laughed loudly. "We welcome the 4 lords to join the Eastli dynasty." The officials and generals besides stood up and congratulated with smiles. Emperor, what should we do now?"
The 4 of them cupped their hands and asked.
Everyone has seen the power of the Dragon Palace. 5 Undying Emperor Level 3 warriors. This organization isn't weak. It can be said to be very strong. If we want to destroy it, we'll have to pay a huge price.
Recently, we found a few powerful beast-taming grandmasters to help tame the 13 battle pets we bought from the Dragon Palace. We should be able to do so in another half a month.
I wonder if the 10 battle pets in your hands have been tamed? Of course, since the Dragon Palace dares to challenge us so arrogantly, we naturally won't remain indifferent. The Emperor God smiled and looked at the 4 people.
General Song.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Send someone to seal the Dragon Palace's pet shop on our East Lake planet.
It's the Emperor God.
He immediately ordered a general beside him. Prime Ministerly. Yes, Your Majesty. Send an order to all the forces to forbid the purchase of the Dragon Palace's pet shop.
It's the Emperor. Another order was given, and a Prime Minister nodded.
For princes, our Eastli Undying Empire has stood here for over 10 million years. We'll let you all experience our strength and strength.
The Emperor said to the 4, walking over and patting their shoulders.
All right, let's see. The 4 of them smiled. Once they captured the Dragon King, it would be a huge opportunity for them.
Emperor God, do we still need to announce it on the AI? An important official asked.
Announce?
This is the behavior of the weak. If the Dragon Palace is strong enough, they can send people over,
Emperor God shook his head, his eyes revealing a look of disdain.
Currently, in the Eastli Immortal dynasty, there were 5 level 3 Immortal King level experts. With the 4 of them joining, there were 9. Most importantly, there were level 4 Immortal King level experts. They now had more than 40 Immortal King level experts, and one of them was that they had a total of 16 Immortal King battle pets.
Including the 10 of the Heaven Beast Corporation's chairman and the rest, they had 26. Their Undying Godly Monarch experts had a total of more than 60. Adding on some other trump cards, their strength, even if they did not count the level 4 Undying Godly Monarch experts, was double that of the Heaven Beast Corporation.
With double strength, they could easily suppress the Dragon Palace. It's the God King.
The officials immediately nodded.
Right now, the most important thing is to find an opportunity to capture the Dragon King. He said indifferently, following which he waved his hand. Inform the Eastli Undying God King to welcome Chairman Du and the others to join our Eastli Undying God dynasty. A ceremony will be held in 5 days.
At the same time, Prime Ministerly, you will send out invitations to all the major powers.
Yes. Everyone's hearts moved as they nodded. The group left. General Song led his underlings and immediately headed towards East Chi planet. Through the teleportation formation, they quickly arrived at East Chi Planet's administrative office. The people from East Chi Planet had received the news and were already waiting here. The group of a few hundred people didn't hesitate at all as they flew straight towards the Dragon Palace pet shop. Seal it. They were very fast. When they arrived in front of the Dragon Palace pet shop, they attracted the attention of many people around them. General Song waved his hand at the people around him and said immediately, "Yes, General." The people nodded and walked to the door of the Dragon Palace pet shop immediately. Bang! A middle-aged man waved his hand and the plaque with the words Dragon Palace Pet broke into two halves. The others immediately put a seal on it. Dragon Palace Pet Shop, seal. This is. Around the Dragon Palace Pets, some people were shocked as they looked at the seal on the shop. They looked at the card that had been destroyed. It's the Eastli Undying Dynasty. Everyone's expression changed when they saw the enforcers in the shop. The Eastli Undying Dynasty has sealed the shop. Is this a response to the Dragon Palace's words on the AI? Rumble. Compared to the Dragon Palace, the Eastli Undying Dynasty is simply too strong. The surrounding people discussed softly, their faces filled with shock. And when General Song brought his men to the Dragon Palace's pet shop, Prime Minister Li represented the Eastli Undying Dynasty and began to pay a visit to the various powers. Saying he was paying a visit, it was actually a notification, banning the purchase of Dragon Palace pets. Latest news, the Dragon Palace pet shop on East Lake Planet has been sealed. The Eastli Immortal Dynasty has sent people to seal it. Is this the Eastli Immortal Dynasty's response to the Dragon Palace? Sealing the Dragon Palace pet shop? They don't even care about it. Ever since the Dragon Palace announced it, the Eastli Immortal Dynasty hasn't responded at all. And now they've sealed the Dragon Palace pet shop. Not only did they seal the Dragon Palace's pet shop, the Eastli Undying Dynasty is now informing the various powers that they are prohibited from buying the Dragon Palace's pets. What? The Eastli Undying Dynasty is completely sealing the Dragon Palace's pets. Very quickly, the news spread to the AI at a terrifying speed. When everyone saw the news, they were all shocked. The Eastli Dynasty didn't announce anything, but their actions showed that they didn't care about the Dragon Palace at all. The Dragon Palace had only threatened them on the internet, and the Eastli Dynasty didn't say anything, immediately sealing their pets. With the Eastli Dynasty's position and power in the starfield, they controlled the Eastlake business planet. Who would dare to violate the Eastli Undying Dynasty seal? Who would dare to buy war pets in the Eastli Immortal Dynasty in the future? No one would dare, even if the Dragon Palace sold them at a lower price. Look at the main page of the Eastli Immortal Dynasty's computer. The Eastli Immortal Dynasty has announced something. At this moment, another piece of information caused a huge sensation. The announcement of the Eastli Immortal Dynasty had nothing to do with the Dragon Palace, but it had a lot to do with the Eastli Immortal Dynasty. The former chairman of the Heavenly Beast Group, the leader of the Heavenly Tiger Sect, the leader of the 10,000 Beast Hall, and the master of ancient beasts all announced that they had joined the Eastli Immortal Dynasty. The Eastli Immortal Dynasty would hold a ceremony in 5 days and invite all the major forces to come. For level 3 Eternal Godlords had joined, and they were all master beast tamers. It was indeed worth it for the Eastli Immortal Dynasty to hold a ceremony. When this news came out, everyone was in an uproar. What does the Eastli Immortal Dynasty mean? The Dragon Palace threatened them to hand it over, but in the end, all 4 of them joined the Eastli Immortal Dynasty and even became kings with different surnames. They even invited all the powers in the world to come and congratulate them 5 days later. This is a complete slap in the face, a blatant slap in the face. They don't put the Dragon Palace in their eyes at all. Chairman Du of the Heavenly Beast Group, the leader of the Heavenly Tiger Sect, the leader of the 10,000 Beast Hall, and the master of the Ancient Beast, all of them are influential figures in our region. If they join the Eastli Dynasty, the power of the Eastli Dynasty will be even more terrifying. Once the 4 of them join, the power of the Eastli Dynasty will increase by a lot. The announcement of the Dragon Palace is a slap to the face. If you steal the chicken, you will end up losing the rice. Countless people expressed their opinions on the AI. Everyone had some understanding of the power of the leader of the Heaven Beast group and the Immortal dynasty of the Eastly dynasty. They even had some understanding of the power of the Dragon Palace in the last battle. Now that they looked at it, the gap between the Dragon Palace and the Eastly dynasty was huge, especially with 4 top-tier experts joining the Eastly dynasty. The threat of the Dragon Palace had now become a joke. Most importantly, the Hedian 5 days later represented a piece of information. The forces that came to participate would definitely support the Eastly dynasty. In other words, they promised the Eastly dynasty that they would never buy the war pets of the Dragon Palace in the future. How many factions would participate in the event? Many people were almost certain that at least 90% of the factions in this region would participate in the event. With the strength of the Eastly Celestial Empire, no faction would dare to provoke them for no reason. This made many people realize that the Dragon Palace would be isolated in the future. As for whether they would be attacked by the Eastly Celestial Empire in the future, no one knew. Dragon King, this is what happened just now. At this moment, in the Dragon Palace on the Tianzi continent, Prime Minister Gui transmitted the news from the outside to Wang Xian immediately. Wang Xian didn't need Prime Minister Gui to relay the news. He had also seen the news from the AI. The Dragon Palace's pet shop has been sealed. The 4 of them from the Heaven Beast Corporation have joined the Eastly dynasty. Interesting. The Eastly dynasty doesn't put us in their eyes at all. However, from their point of view, they do have the right to not put us in their eyes. Wang Xian leaned back on the dragon throne, and his eyes were sparkling. Dragon King, in 5 days they will invite all the major forces to head over. At that time, almost all the powerhouses from the entire Eastly Immortal Celestial Empire will be here. When that time comes, Prime Minister Gui stood at the side and said softly to Wang Xian, I was still thinking about how to gather all the powerhouses from the Eastly Immortal dynasty so that we can catch them all in one go. The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly as a smile appeared on his face. This is indeed a good opportunity. Prime Minister Gui nodded his head. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, Wang Xian's brain started to tremble. Damn, Boss Wang. I'm going to be done for. Just now, the Prime Minister of the Eastly Immortal dynasty came to our overlord and warned us. He told us to head to the Eastly planet in 5 days. Now, my master told me not to go out and not to look for you, Boss Wang. Fuck, Boss Wang, fuck them. I'm so miserable. There are still a few God Kings in the Overlord sect who are unhappy with me. One of them is a level 2 Immortal God King. Fuck. I want to fuck him to death. Sob, 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 sob. Boss Wang. I'm so pitiful. I'll sneak to the Tianzi continent to look for you in 2 days. Wang Xian opened his AI and saw a video sent to him by Invincible Battle Technique. In the video, he was crying and wailing loudly. Wang Xian smiled when he saw him like this. His eyes were sparkling. Come over if you're all right. Wang Xian sent him a message and slowly leaned on the dragon chair. Get everyone in the Dragon Palace to prepare and get the Fire Hammer clan to create some black hole disturbance formations. He spoke to Prime Minister Gui slowly. Obviously, the Eastly dynasty knew that he had a good relationship with Invincible Battle Technique, so they threatened the Overlord sect. Some people in the Overlord sect were afraid that Invincible Battle Technique would implicate them, so they had a lot of opinions about him. It's the Dragon King. 5 days later, our Dragon Palace will send them a congratulatory gift. Prime Minister Gui said with a smile. Boss Wang, I'm here. I'm at the Wall of Protection. There were still 3 days left until the ceremony of the Eastly dynasty in 5 days. Everything in the Dragon Palace was being prepared in an orderly manner. On this day, Invincible Battle Technique came to the Tianzi continent and immediately sent him a message. Wait there for a moment. Someone will come to pick you up very soon. Wang Xian received the message from Invincible Battle Technique and immediately sent a member of the Dragon Palace to pick him up. Boss Wang, your Dragon Palace is too luxurious. My goodness, is this your dragon throne? Do you have to be so domineering? Invincible Battle Technique followed a member of the Dragon Palace to the Dragon King's palace. He widened his eyes and looked around in shock. He had also entered his master's immortal nation. Compared to the Dragon Palace, the difference was simply too huge. How did you sneak out? Wang Xian looked at him with a smile and asked.
Hee hee, Boss Wong, no matter what, I have the level 2 Immortal King battle pet that you gave me. Coupled with my master's identity, the rest of the Overlord sect still don't dare to imprison me. Invincible in Battle Technique smiled. Boss Wong, it seems that the Eastli dynasty is trying to deal with the Dragon Palace. I heard from my master that with the strength of the Eastli dynasty and the 4 people from the Heaven Beast group, the Dragon Palace is probably not their match.
Boss Wong, you guys have to be careful. However, with our strength, it won't be easy for the Eastli dynasty to deal with the Dragon Palace. Then he continued.
We don't have the strength to deal with the Eastli Immortal dynasty yet. However, it's not certain if the Eastli dynasty will still exist in 5 days.
Wang Xian said to him indifferently. He didn't hide anything. Although invincible battle technique was unreliable, he was still very reliable.
Huh? Boss Wang, what do you mean? Invincible battle technique looked at Wang Xian in astonishment.
Nothing much. 3 days later, when the Eastli Immortal Dynasty's He Dian arrives, I'm prepared to give them a big gift, Wang Xian said with a smile. This invincible battle technique widened his eyes. How about it?
Do you want to join in the fun?
Wang Xian walked to his side and patted his shoulder with a smile. Gulp. Boss Wang, you're not joking, right? Are we really giving them a gift or a fake gift? Invincible battle technique opened his mouth slightly, and a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. To be honest, he was also filled with fear towards the giant Eastli Immortal Dynasty.
Looking at Boss Wang's intentions, he actually wanted to. What do you think?
Wang Xian looked at him with a smile. Boss Wang, I'm invincible in combat techniques, not cowardice. I'm afraid that my master will beat me to death.
Invincible in combat techniques had a bitter expression on his face. However, he quickly raised his eyebrows and asked, Boss Wang, are you confident?
Would I do something that I'm not confident about? Wang Xian asked back.
Then you can't leave me out of this. After all, invincible battle technique is also an Immortal King level existence. Invincible battle technique rubbed his hands and said with a smile. Hee hee.
Wang Xian looked at him and smiled.
You should know about the bloodline in your body, right?
Wang Xian's gaze landed on him as he sensed the powerful bloodline power. I know, Boss Wang. With the protection of my bloodline, I'm invincible in my battle techniques. I'm destined to become an invincible powerhouse who can roar the starry sky.
Invincible in battle techniques opened his mouth and raised his head slightly as he said proudly. Your bloodline is very strong. Let me bring you to raise your strength. Wang Xian patted his shoulder and brought him into the dragon transformation pool. Boss Wang, you're the best. If I were a girl.
Get lost. Boss Wang, I have a sister. Do you want to think about it? This sister of mine is not bad. Shut up.
Wang Xian brought invincible battle technique to the location of the dragon transformation pool. There was still a lot of dragon blood in the dragon transformation pool. He looked at invincible battle technique that was glowing in his eyes. With a wave of his arm, he threw it directly into the pool.
Absorb the energy inside and come out when you reach level 1 Immortal King. I will prepare an immortal kingdom for you.
Wang Xian said to him calmly.
Wah 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 wah. This is so awesome.
Very soon, invincible battle technique's shrieks rang out.
Wang Xian ignored him and asked Prime Minister Gue to send someone to watch him as he walked into the Dragon King's palace. The level of the bloodline in invincible battle technique was extremely high. It was so high that if he didn't lose it midway, it would be enough for him to become a top powerhouse in the universe. Furthermore, he was Wang Xian's only friend in this resplendent region. It was fine to help him a little, just as invincible battle technique was immersed in cultivating in the dragon transformation pool. In the outside world, the news of the chairman of the Heaven Beast Corporation and the rest joining the Eastli Immortal Dynasty was spreading like wildfire. More and more news came from the Eastli Immortal Dynasty. For example, the 4 chairmen of the Heavenly Beast Corporation were given the title of kings with different surnames, each of them controlling a planet. For example, the Eastli Immortal Dynasty would establish a war pet shop, which would be led by the 4 of them. Especially the establishment of a war pet shop, which would be a blatant enemy of the Dragon Palace's war pets. The day of He Dian was getting closer and closer, and on the AI, There were news every day that a certain force was going to the Eastly Immortal dynasty to attend the ceremony. Over 100,000 human planets, over 104th and 5th tier powers, there are already over 10 that are prepared to attend the ceremony. This time, at least 90% of the powers of the Eastly Undying dynasty will go, or even more. This is obviously a surrender. Anyone who doesn't attend this ceremony will definitely be considered to be related to the Dragon Palace. That's right, from this ceremony we can basically determine the situation between the Eastly Undying dynasty and the Dragon Emperor. There's no need to fight. The Dragon Palace cannot compare to the Eastly dynasty at all. On the AI, the ceremony this time caused countless discussions. Reporting to the Emperor, 4th and 5th level powers have a total of 35, 23 have already arrived, and they have also replied that they will arrive early tomorrow. At the same time, within the Eastly Undying God dynasty, Prime Minister Li was smiling as he reported to Emperor. As expected. Emperor nodded indifferently. Emperor, the Iron Blood Alliance hasn't replied yet. However, at this time, Prime Minister Li frowned and said, Iron Blood Alliance. Emperor's eyes gleamed as the overlords of this region. They had already received news of the Iron Blood Alliance. They were extremely shocked by the strength of the Iron Blood Alliance. Now, they didn't place the Dragon Palace in their eyes, but they placed the Iron Blood Alliance in their eyes. The Iron Blood Alliance has the threat of the Beast Park. We don't need to take it to heart. After a long while, the Emperor God shook his head and waved his hand at him to leave. Prime Minister Li bowed and left. 5 days passed very quickly. Early in the morning on the 5th day, Wuxia was standing in the sky above the sea of the Tianzi continent. Behind him stood a group of experts from the Dragon Palace. A terrifying aura soared into the sky. Boss Wang, wait for me. Ha ha ha. I'm invincible in combat techniques. Above the underground sea dragon palace of Tianzi continent, Wang Xian stood in the air. Beside him, Ao Crab, Ao Chitian, Ao Yao, Ao Qi, Ao Xingmu, Muzisin, and Prime Minister Gue stood behind him. The Dragon Palace's strength was not fully revealed. Initially, they were not prepared to reveal it directly, to prevent the Eastly Undying from fleeing in fear. At this time, the invincible battle technique's voice rang out. It flew out from the ocean and gave off a powerful aura. Resplendent laws surrounded his entire body, and he was in high spirits, filled with excitement. Ha ha ha, Boss Wang. Luckily I broke through in time and caught up. Invincible battle technique opened his mouth and flew towards Wang Xian. In the past few days, invincible battle technique had absorbed enough dragon blood and his strength had risen to the Immortal King level. With the Immortal King level in the Dragon Palace, he didn't even need to build the Immortal King level. The current him was an expert in this region. Most importantly, he had a powerful bloodline in his body. Even though he had just broken through, his influence wasn't weak. At the very least, he was not weaker than his ancestor Mo Hen. To be able to reach the Immortal King realm at the age of less than 1,000 years old with invincible battle techniques was a very shocking thing in the entire starry sky. Let's go. The distance is not close. Wang Xian looked at the excited invincible battle techniques and said with a smile, Hee, let's go well, boss. Today, let's destroy the Dongli Immortal Dynasty and let them know how powerful I am. When we make our move later, hand over a dozen undying level 1 warriors to me. Invincible said proudly and proudly. To be able to rise from Eternal God Lord level 5 to Undying level 1 in just a few days, this was something he had never thought of before. He wasn't even 1,000 years old, yet he was already so powerful. Wouldn't that mean he could dominate the entire universe in the future? Of course, this was just his wishful thinking. He knew that the main reason he could advance this time was Boss Wang's help. Even if he had the bloodline, without that powerful energy and the immortal god country that Boss Wang had prepared for him, he would need at least a few thousand years to advance to level 1 Immortal King. Alright, I'll leave it to you then. I'll leave it to a dozen level 1 Immortal King powerhouses. Wang Xian smiled. His invincible battle technique was not bad, but he had a level 2 Immortal King level battle pet. He could really deal with more than a dozen level 1 Immortal King level powerhouses. Let's go. He continued to speak and flew towards the protective wall. There was a long-distance teleportation formation that Shen Tianzi was preparing for the Dragon Palace. Dragon King, are you guys going? Do you need our help? When Wang Xian and the rest arrived, they saw Shen Tianzi, Mo Hen, and the experts from the Federation. Everyone seemed to have understood the situation as well. Looking at Wang Xian and the rest, they frowned and asked, "There's no need. Some matters can be resolved by the Dragon Palace." Wang Xian shook his head at them.
Be careful. If necessary, we can take action.
Shen Tianzi looked at Wang Xian with a complicated expression.
Not long ago, the young man in front of him had come to the Tianzi continent to seek refuge with him. Now he had grown to an existence that could contend with the overlord of this region. This made him feel extremely complicated. At the same time, he had some vague guesses.
"There's no need, everyone. Our Dragon Palace can still settle some small matters."
Wang Xian smiled at them.
"This? Then be careful, Dragon King."
Shen Tianzi and the rest nodded slightly. They knew that even with their help, it wouldn't be of much use. Invincible, you.
At the side, Battle Tactics Mo Hen noticed that his battle tactics were invincible. He frowned and shouted, "Ha ha ha, wait here. My invincible battle tactics will soon be known throughout the entire region. At that time, more than 100,000 human life planets will know that my battle tactics are invincible. Very soon, the entire space will also hear about my invincible battle technique." Invincible battle technique looked at the old ancestor. The corners of his mouth curled up as he said confidently,
"You punk, don't think that just because the Dragon King gave you an undying level 2 battle pet, you think you're so great." Mo Hen stared at him and said softly,
"Humph." Invincible battle technique snorted, "Old ancestor, don't look down on me. Don't you see who I'm with?"
As he spoke, he flicked his finger and a law fragment flew towards the crotch of Invincible battle technique Mo Hen.
Invincible battle technique Mo Hen's face turned black as he blocked the law fragment with his palm. "All right, I'm leaving with Boss Wang. Let the people from the land of battle technique pay attention to the AI." Humph. As Invincible battle technique spoke, he followed behind Wang Xian and headed towards the teleportation formation. All of a sudden, he stretched out his hand to catch Invincible battle technique's ink mark. He stared at the substantial law fragment in his hand and his eyes were filled with shock. It was as if he didn't hear Invincible battle technique's words. His gaze was fixed on the fragment. This is Shen Tianzi, who was standing at the side, also noticed the substantial law fragment in his hand.
"Fatty Jean Fa, congratulations. Your Jean Fa clan is about to rise up,"
Shen Tianzi said with some envy. "Haha, good. Is this the Dragon King's help?" Jean Famo Hen could not help but tremble. His face was filled with excitement.
His Jean Fa clan actually produced another immortal godly king. Furthermore, it was an immortal godly king who was so young that he was a little freakish.
"Wang."
At the side, Wang Xian and the rest stepped into the teleportation formation and slowly disappeared. How. However, at this moment, in a distant space, 5 flame undying god king war pets that were covered in flame laws were flying in the air. On their bodies, there were 5 figures. Each figure was emitting a vast pressure, flying in the air like meteors.
The flames streaked past, passing by an incomparably huge universe beast garden.
That was the Luo Man Beast Garden, 5 people and 5 powerful battle pets flying towards the direction of the Iron Blood God Dynasty.
"We pay our respects to the emissary of the Raging Flame God Dynasty." At the front line of the Iron Blood Alliance, over 10 silhouettes stood there, of which the elder of the Raging Flame Undying Dynasty and a few youths were beside them.
Emperor Yang.
The 5 flame undying warriors nodded at them, looking at the old man beside them and shouting,
I heard that the emperor has an important matter." The old man looked at the 5 and asked curiously,
"It's Emperor Yang. Everyone from the Iron Blood Alliance. We are willing to send people to help you. However, we need one condition." The 5 warriors on undying emperor mounts looked at the Iron Blood Alliance members. "What?"
"The Raging Flame Empire is willing to help us." The moment they finished speaking, everyone from the Iron Blood Alliance was excited, their eyes burning with passion.
"What condition? We Iron Blood Alliance will do our best." In front of the Lorman Desolate Beast Park, the members of the Iron Blood Alliance stared at the 5 members of the Blazing Flame Divine Dynasty with shock and excitement.
It had not been a day or two since they had sought help from the Blazing Flame Divine Dynasty.
Even if one of the princes of the Blazing Flame Divine Dynasty had come, they still had not agreed to come and support them.
But this time, the Blazing Flame Divine Dynasty had actually proposed a condition to support them. As long as they didn't pay too heavy a price, they would agree. The conditions are very simple.
The 5 of them stared at the Ironblood Alliance leader. With a wave of their arms, an image appeared beside them.
Kill this person in your area. Once he's killed, we agree to help you.
If it weren't for the fact that our Raging Flame God Dynasty is too far away from this place, we wouldn't have asked you to attack us. Someone in the middle said, pointing at the figure in the picture. This is. The members of the Ironblood Alliance looked over and saw the figure in the picture, and their faces changed slightly.
This is the Dragon King. The faces of all the members of the Ironblood Alliance changed.
It was the Dragon King.
The Dragon King who helped the Ironblood Alliance when they were in danger.
He was their benefactor.
Now, the Blazing Flame Divine Dynasty's condition was to destroy the Dragon King and then help them.
This made everyone's heart sink. It's him, grandfather. It's that damn fellow. At the side, a few youths saw the person in the picture and shouted with an embarrassed expression.
N. The old man also slowly nodded. His most precious weapon had been destroyed by him.
Oh? Emperor Yang knows him. A Flame God Dynasty warrior raised his eyebrows and asked. Yes. He has over 10 undying emperors under him. He should be strong in this region.
Emperor Yang nodded.
We have some simple information about him. Dragon Palace Dragon King. He has 5 undying level 3 warriors under him. Undying level 1 and 2 are unknown. He should have some powerful battle pets.
Right now, his relationship with the Eastly Undying Dynasty is very tense. The person we want to kill is him.
An elder from the Burning Sun Dynasty looked at the Iron Blood Alliance and said, this caused the expressions of the Iron Blood Alliance members to change. Envoys, can we ask how this Dragon Emperor offended you? The Iron Blood Alliance leader's expression changed as he asked them.
Oh? You're not willing to do such a simple thing. Upon hearing the Ironblood Alliance's words, several experts from the Blazing Sun Dynasty were slightly surprised. According to their previous requests to their side, the other party would immediately agree to such a request.
Now, they were actually hesitating and wanted to ask the specific reason. Buzz! At this moment, the words of Lord Yang rang in their ears. Hearing his words, the eyes of the 5 people of the Raging Flame Divine Dynasty flickered. Everyone of the Ironblood Alliance, we can tell you the truth. Our Raging Flame Divine Dynasty has never met that Dragon King, nor do we have any grudges. It's a lord in the center who wants to kill him.
That lord has spoken, and that Dragon King will die without a doubt. Even if you don't make a move, our Raging Flame Divine Dynasty will destroy him by other means. Ironblood Alliance, give us an answer as soon as possible. The old man from the Raging Flame Dynasty in the center said slowly. Lord from the Central Region.
Everyone from the Ironblood Alliance was slightly shocked. There was only one force that could be called the Lord of the Central Region, and that was the Imperial Court. I'll immediately contact the patriarchs of our Ironblood Alliance.
The Ironblood Alliance master pursed his lips and immediately sent an urgent message.
All along, the Ironblood Alliance's biggest wish was that the Raging Flame Dynasty agreed to help them. Now that the other party had agreed, they had to kill their benefactor.
This was an ungrateful thing. He could not make the decision between the two. Buzz, buzz, buzz.
Soon, in less than a minute, 3 figures appeared at the side. The 3 arrived and cupped their hands toward the people of the Raging Flame Divine Dynasty. Everyone of the Raging Flame Divine Dynasty, give us 5 minutes to discuss. An old man said in a deep voice.
Yes.
The people of the Raging Flame Divine Dynasty nodded indifferently.
Great-grandfather, will the people of the Ironblood Alliance agree?
You should know that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace helped them a lot not long ago.
At the side, a youth looked at the members of the Ironblood Alliance who had flown to the side and asked Lord Yang.
The Ironblood Alliance has always been threatened by the Lorman Desolate Beast Park. Even if they are the strongest in a region, they have always been fighting to survive.
They will agree because I can feel that in order to live a better life, they will do things that they could not do in the past. The corners of King Yang's mouth curled up slightly and a smile appeared on his face.
He had never thought that the Dragon King who had broken his divine weapon would be killed by a lord in the central region.
This was also very satisfying for him.
Patriarch, that Dragon King helped us not long ago. This time we...
At the side, the Alliance Master of the Ironblood Alliance opened his mouth slightly and looked at the three strongest experts of their alliance.
Our Ironblood Alliance is not a heartless person who will repay kindness with enmity.
An elder shook his head, his face full of hesitation.
But we have to think about the hundreds of billions of people of the Ironblood Alliance. Anyway, Lord Central wants to kill him, so the Dragon King is already a dead man.
The difference is who will kill him. As soon as the Patriarch finished his words, another Patriarch opened his mouth and said slowly. The rest of the people sank into silence for a few seconds.
After all, this is the only chance for our Ironblood Alliance in millions of years. The leader of the Ironblood Alliance also sighed slowly. We will always remember the favor of the Dragon King. But for the sake of our Ironblood Alliance, we have to act. The last Patriarch looked at the people around him and said solemnly, "Agreed. Even if we don't agree, the Dragon King won't live for long. For the sake of the Ironblood Alliance, we agree."
Our Ironblood Alliance is clearly the strongest existence in this area, but now it's not as comfortable as many fourth- or fifth-rate forces. I've had enough of this kind of fearful life. Beside them, the old men nodded.
Since that's the case, call all the warriors of our Ironblood Alliance back for a discussion.
The Ironblood Alliance leader said.
It's the Alliance leader, the two deputy Alliance leaders should be in the Eastly Undying Empire right now. They were prepared to show off their strength, to see if they could recruit some organizations. Should we call them back too? An old man said.
We don't need that. After we discuss it, we'll inform the two deputy Alliance leaders. They should still need to investigate some news.
The Ironblood Alliance leader thought for a while, shaking his head. After they discussed the situation, they would immediately come up with a plan and inform the two deputy Alliance leaders. It's the Alliance Master. The members of the Ironblood Alliance nodded and looked at the members of the Raging Flame Divine Dynasty. Then, they extended their hands and made an inviting gesture. We agree to the conditions. We'll talk about the specific situation inside, the Ironblood Alliance Master said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Good, good.
The 5 members of the Raging Flame Divine Dynasty laughed with satisfaction on their faces.
Beside them, Emperor Yang and the group of youths all had smiles in their eyes. At the same time, on Eastly Planet, in front of the palace was a huge plaza. Diane's ceremony was held at noon. On both sides of the huge plaza, there were rows and rows of soldiers lined up neatly.
There were a total of 200,000 to 300,000 soldiers. The weakest of them were at the Eternal God Lord level. They were all dressed in the same uniform, standing there with their heads held high. In the huge plaza, there was a stone platform in front of them. The entire plaza was filled with an atmosphere and vastness.
Within the plaza, there were already many people from the Eastly Undying Empire coming over to watch the ceremony. From time to time, there would be many powers leading at least a few hundred disciples into the plaza. In this area, there were over 1,000 powers of all sizes, of which there were over 304th and 5th level powers.
There was still an hour before noon. Close to 304th and 5th level powers had gathered in the huge plaza.
Almost all the powerful powers in this area have arrived.
The influence of the Eastly Undying Dynasty is still huge. When the celebration begins, all the powers should be here. After all, the Eastly Immortal Dynasty has stood in this starry sky for tens of millions of years. They have a deep foundation. How can a single dragon palace provoke them?
The Dragon Palace is very strong, but compared to the Eastly Immortal Dynasty, they are still far behind.
Some of the disciples of the factions glanced around and discussed with shocked faces.
The Dragon Palace shamelessly announced on the AI that they would ask the Eastly Immortal Dynasty to hand over the 4 leaders of the Heaven Beast group.
In the end, the Eastly Dynasty held today's celebration. Almost all the forces in the area were present, slapping the face of the Dragon Palace.
The Dragon Palace's announcement was just a joke. More and more forces arrived, and the number of people in the square also increased.
Soon, it reached a few million people. The sun was high up in the sky, and the time of noon soon arrived. At the front, many experts of the Eastly dynasty appeared.
Seeing the experts from the Easternly dynasty coming over, the entire plaza gradually quieted down. The Easternly Emperor is here. Not long after, a voice rang out. Some people looked forward, and at the very front, the Easternly Emperor slowly walked over with a different gaze. Beside the Easternly Emperor, there were 4 elders.
At this moment, the Easternly Emperor was dressed in a dragon robe and the 4 elders were dressed in python robes.
Only the Eastly dynasty's emperor-level experts had the right to wear this kind of clothing. Its Chairman Du of the Heaven Beast Corporation, the Sky Tiger Sect's Sect Master, the Myriad Beast Hall's Hall Master, and the Ancient Beast Grandmaster.
In a corner of the square, the Overlord Sect's Sect Master was seated in the front, looking at the 4 people who had appeared on the stage, muttering to himself.
Those were experts who were even more brilliant than him, Beast Tamer Grandmasters. Their statuses were much more honorable than his Overlord Sect's Sect Master. The Eastly Divine Dynasty is so powerful. With such power, Sect Leader, it's best to let the invincible young master contact the Dragon King. That's right, Sect Leader. If we are implicated, our millions of years of foundation will be destroyed.
Beside him, 2 old men said softly.
The Overlord Sect Leader frowned slightly, not saying a word. Back then, when his disciple had gotten a level 2 Undying God King War Pet from the Dragon King, he didn't have so much sarcasm.
Greetings, Eastly Emperor.
Right at this time, Eastly Emperor came to the center, looking down at everyone in front of him.
A group of warriors stood up, cupping their hands and shouting.
Even though many of them were on the same level as Eastly Emperor, their status was much higher than anyone present. A salute was worthy of everyone's respect. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I'm sorry, everyone from the Eastern Lee Celestial Empire. Our Iron Blood Alliance is a little late.
However, just as everyone finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded.
At the entrance, more than 10 middle-aged elders were walking over.
Oh,
the Iron Blood Alliance is also here?
Everyone was slightly surprised and their faces were full of astonishment.
At the front, Eastly Divine Emperor was also surprised to see the Iron Blood Alliance coming over. Ha ha ha. It's not too late. It's the honor of our Eastly dynasty for the Iron Blood Alliance to be here.
Eastly Divine Emperor welcomed them with enthusiasm and his attitude surprised all the forces around him.
Oh, the Eastern Lee Celestial Emperor. The Iron Blood Alliance has actually come. This is truly unexpected. However, what about the Eastern Lee Celestial Emperor's attitude? Everyone was slightly shocked. They were somewhat surprised by the Eastern Lee Celestial Emperor's attitude and his words.
Was it the Eastern Lee Celestial Empire's honor? To be able to say such words, it was usually the weaker ones who would say such words to the stronger ones. Wasn't the Iron Blood Alliance weaker than the Eastly dynasty?
Everyone this way please. Eastly Celestial Emperor led the 2 vice presidents of the Iron Blood Alliance to the front. That seat was where the experts of the Eastly dynasty were sitting. The other forces were not qualified to sit there. Iron Blood Alliance? Chairman Du and the others of the Heaven Beast Corporation were also slightly puzzled when they saw the Celestial Emperor treating the Iron Blood Alliance so warmly.
Celestial Emperor Dongli is too polite. The 2 Vice Alliance Masters of the Iron Blood Alliance smiled and cupped their hands.
Everyone, please take a seat. Celestial Emperor Dongli extended his hand politely and gestured for them to take a seat. Then, he turned around and walked to the center of the table again.
Welcome to the celebration ceremony of the 4 princes of our Eastly Celestial dynasty today. We are also grateful to the major forces for giving face to our Eastly Celestial dynasty.
He stood at the front and cupped his hands towards everyone with a smile on his face. Taking advantage of today, we will introduce the 4 princes of our Eastly Immortal dynasty with different surnames. At the same time, they will be the 4 leaders of our Eastly battle pets in the future.
I believe that all of you have some understanding of the 4 Beast Tamer Grandmasters. I hope that all the major powers will take good care of the Eastly Battle Pets shop in the future. The Easternly Divine Emperor extended his hand and gestured to the chairman of the Heaven Beast group before continuing.
The 4 of them slowly came to the 2 sides of the Easternly Divine Emperor. They raised their heads slightly and wore faint smiles on their faces. Don't worry, Easternly Divine Emperor. We will definitely support you. That's right. We will definitely support you.
The leaders of the various factions below immediately voiced their agreement.
This made Emperor Dongli, who was on the stage, look satisfied. Eh? Why did it start so soon? Ha ha ha. Sorry, we're late. The Dragon Palace is here to send a congratulatory gift. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the entrance. The Dragon Palace was here. Eh? Why is it starting so soon? Ha ha ha. Sorry, we are late. The Dragon Palace is here to send a congratulatory gift. The sudden voice and sudden laughter resounded throughout the entire square, causing everyone's faces to be filled with astonishment. In front of them, Emperor Dongli, who was standing in the middle of the stage, paused for a moment. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked in the direction of the entrance. The experts and disciples from all the other forces were also slightly shocked. They turned their heads around in shock and astonishment.
At the entrance, Wuxia walked over with a smile on his face.
Prime Minister Gue Qitian and the rest were standing on the left and right beside him. Invincible Battle Technique was also standing on the right. He held his head high and puffed out his chest. He was looking around excitedly. This area was filled with all the top forces in this area. From today onward, his name of Invincible Battle Technique would shake the entire starry sky.
Thinking about this, Invincible Battle Techniques was extremely excited.
See, Dragon Palace Dragon King actually brought people here, to send gifts. What do you mean, Dragon Palace Dragon King actually dared to come here, and even said he wanted to send gifts? Is he trying to ease relations with the Eastly Undying Empire? What are they here for?
This is the headquarters of the Eastly Undying Empire. There are only a dozen of them.
Some forces saw Dragon King leading a dozen disciples over, their faces filled with shock. This time, almost all the warriors of the entire Eastly Undying Empire had come. And the dozen or so people from the Dragon Palace, were they here to ease the relationship and send gifts, or for what? Shit. Invincible in battle is mixed up with Dragon King again. In the Overlord Sect's position, the Undyings looked at Invincible Fighter with high morale. Their expressions changed. Invincible Fighter was their Overlord Sect's disciple. The Overlord Sect leader's disciple. He could represent the entire Overlord Sect. Now that he was with the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King, the Overlord Sect would definitely be considered to be on the Dragon Palace's side. If the Eastly Undying Dynasty tried to cause trouble for them, they would be finished.
If he comes with the Dragon King to cause trouble, our Overlord Sect will be in trouble too. Another elder said with a gloomy face.
Calm down. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace didn't come here to cause trouble on purpose. They don't have the ability to do so.
The Overlord Sect leader roared softly.
The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace wouldn't be so stupid as to cause trouble here. The other experts of the Overlord Sect had gloomy faces and didn't say anything else. Regardless of whether the Dragon Palace was here to send a congratulatory gift or something else, their Overlord Sect would be affected if they were to stand with the Dragon King.
Eh? It's the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, our benefactor.
At this moment, the two Vice Alliance leaders of the Iron Blood Alliance who were sitting at the front were slightly stunned when they saw Wuxia.
Dragon King, how dare you come here?
At this moment, a voice filled with killing intent rang out. On both sides of the Emperor God, the chairman of the Heaven Beast Corporation, the sect leader of the Heaven Tiger Sect, the hall leader of the Thousand Beast Hall, and Grandmaster Palea Beast were staring at Wuxia with bloodshot eyes as they clenched their fists tightly.
Send a gift?
Hee, your Dragon Palace was so arrogant not long ago and asked us to hand over the 4 princes. Now they are sending a gift? Why? Do you want to submit or beg for mercy? The Emperor God of the Eastly Dynasty gestured to the 4 of them to calm down. He stared at Wuxia and the rest, raised his head slightly, and asked coldly,
Submit and beg for mercy?
We are not here to submit and beg for mercy. Wuxia smiled when he heard his words.
Dragon King, as an outsider, you have to honor the owner of this place. Otherwise, you will regret it.
As soon as he finished his sentence, an old man at the side spoke to Wuxia calmly.
Oh!
Wuxia heard a voice from the right. He raised his eyebrows and turned to stare at him.
The old man also looked at Wuxia and smiled contemptuously. They were also a fourth-rate force and had the strength of a level 3 immortal king.
Originally, their force had a very good relationship with the Eastly dynasty. At this moment, when he opened his mouth to speak, he was basically flattering them. However, this flattery was worth it. They were not afraid of the Dragon Palace either. In their opinion, the Dragon Palace was much weaker than the Eastly Immortal dynasty. If they relied on the Eastly dynasty, why would they be afraid of them? Dragon King, this is not a place where you can be impudent. That's right. Why don't you take a look at what this place is? Just as the old man finished his words, a few voices echoed from the side.
They were all powerhouses from fourth-rate forces.
They stared at Wang Xian and the rest without any fear on their faces.
I'm talking to the Eastly Immortal Emperor. You'd better shut up and don't bring fire upon yourself.
Wang Xian swept his gaze across the various factions who had spoken. His eyes were filled with a cold, murderous intent. Arrogant, arrogant fellow. When the few of them heard Wang Xian's words, their faces were filled with anger. Dragon King, looks like all of you are here to cause trouble. You are here to disrupt our celebration ceremony. On the stage, the Emperor of Dongli narrowed his eyes and stared at Wang Xian as he spoke coldly. It seems that Emperor Dongli, you are not stupid. Don't tell me that I am really here to send you a congratulatory gift? Hee. Wang Xian looked at him and shrugged his shoulders as he mocked him. Wah. Boom. Dragon King, you are courting death. As soon as Wang Xian finished his sentence, everyone from the Eastly Celestial Empire stood up with a loud bang. 200,000 to 300,000 soldiers on both sides locked onto Wang Xian. In an instant, their aura soared into the sky. The 4 chairmen of the Heaven Beast Corporation, who were suppressing their killing intent, erupted with a terrifying pressure. This is the Dragon Palace here to cause trouble? Are they here to cause trouble on purpose? What is the Dragon King trying to do? They are no match for the Eastly Immortal dynasty. Everyone was slightly shocked as they watched the sudden change of events with some shock. This is bad. At the Overlord's position, the expressions of the warriors changed.
The Dragon King and the others were really here to cause trouble. Invincible had followed them. This was totally trapping them in. Invincible, get your ass over here right now. An Overlord warrior couldn't help but shout at Invincible.
He didn't dare to transmit his voice, as the stronger ones could sense it. This would cause the people of the Eastly Undying dynasty to misunderstand. Invincible was stunned when he heard the leader's words.
Elder, this is my invincible battle. It has nothing to do with the Overlord.
He frowned and said directly,
You
are harming our Overlord. You don't even know life and death. Don't drag us down even if you want to die.
The Elder couldn't help but shout. No one dares to be impudent in the territory of our Eastly Immortal Empire. At this moment, the voice of the Eastly Immortal Emperor rang out.
Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, Immortal Kings surrounded Wang Xian and the rest.
There were nearly 30 Immortal Kings locked onto them.
A towering aura rose up. In the Hejian Square in front of the Eastly Dynasty Palace, the atmosphere instantly froze.
Nearly 30 immortal godly monarchs of the Eastly Dynasty surrounded Wang Xian and the rest. Their auras locked onto them. The battle could erupt at any time.
Wang Xian glanced at the immortal godly monarchs surrounding him and the rest. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Dragon King, the territory of the Eastly Immortal Empire is also a place where you can come and go as you please? Is it also a place where you can create trouble here? The Immortal King walked forward slowly and stared at Wang Xian with a cold gaze. At the same time, he had a thought. Behind him, an old man's eyes flickered and he immediately left quietly. Regarding the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, even if the Dragon King did not come this time, the Eastly Immortal Empire would still think of a way to capture him. Today, the Dragon King's arrival was completely out of his expectations. However, since he was here, there was no need to leave. If he left alone, he would immediately inform the forefather.
If he wanted to keep the Dragon King and his underlings, he would need the Eastly Dynasty's undying level 4 God King to suppress them.
Shit. There might be a fight coming. On the Hejian field, all the forces saw this scene and their expressions changed. Their pupils contracted and they stood up immediately. Some of the leaders immediately ordered their disciples to be on guard and ready to retreat.
Damn it, what is this Dragon King trying to do?
What is this invincible battle doing? The warriors of the Overlord sect saw this scene and their hearts jumped, their expressions ugly.
If they were to cause trouble for the Overlord sect after destroying the Dragon Palace, what could the Overlord sect do to stop them?
Their foundation that had existed for millions of years would be destroyed in an instant.
Ha! This is...
At the front, the two deputy chiefs of the Ironblood Alliance frowned slightly when they saw this scene. They looked at each other and stood up slowly. Stop! One of the deputy chiefs of the Ironblood Alliance shouted coldly and flew to the front of Wang Xian and the rest.
Eh?
They seemed to be from the Ironblood Alliance. Wang Xian was slightly stunned. When he saw the group of figures flying over, he raised his eyebrows slightly.
Deputy chiefs, may I know who they are?
At the front, the Emperor God's expression changed slightly. He looked at the two of them in puzzlement. Dragon King.
The two of them ignored the Emperor God and landed in front of Wang Xian and the rest. They cupped their hands. Oh, you two vice presidents, right? Hello? Wang Xian looked at them and nodded slightly.
Dragon King, are you in trouble? Don't worry, you are the benefactor of the Ironblood Alliance. With us around, no one would dare to do anything to you in this area. A deputy chief said directly to Wang Xian. What? The Ironblood Alliance and the Eastly Immortal Dynasty are in cahoots? But this Ironblood Alliance has such a big tone.
The Ironblood Alliance has never been involved in the affairs of various forces. The main reason they are here today is to support the Dragon Palace.
I initially thought that they were invited by the Eastly Immortal Dynasty. I didn't expect that they are here to help the Dragon Palace. Is this the preparation that the Dragon Palace has long made? If the Ironblood Alliance supports the Dragon Palace, that's hard to say. After all, the Ironblood Alliance is one of the top in our region, and from their attitude just now, they were a little too enthusiastic. The Ironblood Alliance's sudden move shocked everyone. They all looked over.
Ironblood Alliance, you all.
At this moment, Eastly Emperor's pupils contracted, his expression extremely serious.
Ironblood Alliance members, this is the grudge between our Eastly Undying God dynasty and the Dragon Palace. It's not good for you to interfere, right?
He said with a dark expression to the Ironblood Alliance members. We don't care about anything else. The Dragon Palace is our Ironblood Alliance's benefactor. The Dragon King's matter is our matter, Eastly God Dynasty. We still have to warn you, with our Ironblood Alliance here, you cannot touch the Dragon King Dragon Palace. The two deputy alliance masters said without any mercy.
Your Ironblood Alliance shouldn't go too far.
Eastly Divine Emperor's expression started to change as he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, Eastly Divine Emperor, they're an Ironblood Alliance. Do you think we're afraid of them?
At the side, the four of them, the chairman of the Heaven Beast Corporation, saw the two Ironblood Deputy Alliance Masters' strong expressions, and their expressions changed slightly as they roared in a low voice.
HMPH. Then why don't you ask the Eastly Celestial Empire if they dare to offend our Ironblood Alliance? The two Ironblood Alliance's vice presidents snorted lightly and raised their heads slightly to stare at everyone from the Eastly Celestial Empire, not putting them in their eyes at all. They had 3 Undying God King level 4 experts, and their strength was much stronger than the Eastly Celestial Empire.
This was also the reason why the Eastly Celestial Emperor was so warm to them and even somewhat respectful towards them.
What? The experts of the Ironblood Alliance have such big words. Is the Ironblood Alliance stronger than the Eastly Divine Dynasty? It's really possible. Look at how embarrassed the Eastly Divine Emperor is. He didn't refute at all. The surrounding forces were shocked when they saw this scene. So, this is the reason why the Dragon Palace came today.
Some people murmured.
The experts from the Overlord sect heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone from the Ironblood Alliance, thank you for your kindness. Our Dragon Palace doesn't need. Wang Xian, who was standing at the side, was stunned. He didn't expect the Ironblood Alliance to stop the Eastly Dynasty directly.
His congratulatory gift today was a war. There was no need for the Ironblood Alliance to make a move. Dragon King, our Iron Blood Alliance can still help you with this matter. We will never forget your kindness. However, before Wuxia could finish his sentence, the two Vice Alliance leaders interrupted him and waved their hands with a smile. Boom.
Is the Iron Blood Alliance really going to interfere in this matter? However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from the sky. The warriors of the Eastly Undying Dynasty were shocked when they heard this voice.
We pay our respects to Great Emperor.
We pay our respects to Great Emperor. The group of undying emperors immediately bowed to a figure in the sky. The old man was incredibly tall and sturdy, holding a dragon head walking stick in his hand. He frowned as he looked at the Iron Blood Alliance Deputy Alliance leaders. I'm sorry. The Dragon Palace has done the Iron Blood Alliance a favor. The two Vice Alliance leaders looked at the old man and said,
All right, help me send my regards to the three ancestors of the Iron Blood Alliance.
The old man clenched his fists and said softly to them, This.
The expressions of the Eastly Undyings all changed. Their great emperor ancestor was
submitting. The three ancestors of the Iron Blood Alliance. Do they have 3 undying level 4 warriors? Hiss, no wonder. No wonder the Dragon Palace has such backing. The Dragon Palace is so arrogant. It's because of the Iron Blood Alliance. All the powers were shocked within, their faces filled with shock.
Good.
One of the Deputy Alliance leaders nodded.
However, at this time, a communication stone tablet on his body shook as he scanned the contents. His expression changed. We've already informed the two Vice Alliance leaders. This time they'll head over to the Eastly Undying Dynasty. We can let them directly join forces with the Eastly Dynasty. We'll provide some support. Maybe in the end we won't even need to do anything and the Dragon King will be killed.
Okay. According to the information on the AI, the Dragon King and the Eastly Undying Dynasty have a grudge. The Dragon Palace isn't their match. There's a high chance they'll die at the hands of the Eastly Dynasty. Within the huge shrine on a planet of the Iron Blood Alliance, dozens of undying emperors sat at a round table. Their voices resounded throughout the shrine. As long as the Raging Flame Dynasty can help us solve the problem of the Luoer Man Desolate Beast Park, our Iron Blood Alliance will be the overlord of this region. At that time, even the Eastly Undying Dynasty will have to bow down to us. This matter is not a bad thing for us. In the middle, an undying level 4 God King said with a smile.
The rest of the God Kings nodded, looking forward to their lives in the future.
At this time, in the Hedian Plaza in front of the Eastly Undying Empire, a Deputy Alliance leader of the Iron Blood Alliance had a drastic change in expression as he looked at the message sent by the Alliance leader.
He glanced at Wuxia and passed the communication stone plate to the other Deputy Alliance leader.
This is the latest news.
When the other Deputy Alliance leader saw the contents, his expression changed slightly.
Everyone, if there's nothing else, please leave too. In the sky, Emperor Taizu looked at the two Deputy Alliance leaders of the Iron Blood Alliance and said expressionlessly,
Since the Iron Blood Alliance didn't give them any face today, there was no need for them to continue fawning over them. To think that the Dragon Palace actually relied on the Iron Blood Alliance to make the Eastly Dynasty lose face.
The Iron Blood Alliance has 3 undying level 4 warriors. With them supporting the Dragon Palace doesn't fear Eastly at all. When the surrounding powers saw this scene, their expressions changed.
Who would have thought that the Iron Blood Alliance had power that was even stronger than the Eastly Dynasty? And the Dragon Palace had helped the Iron Blood Alliance.
It was hard to say how the Dragon Palace would fight against the Eastly Undying Dynasty in the future.
Wait, Eastly Emperor, Senior Emperor, I'm really sorry. The two Vice Alliance leaders exchanged glances and said to the Eastly Dynasty, Two of you, we have received a notice from the Alliance Master and the 3 Patriarchs that we will not be involved in the feud between you and the Dragon Palace. If necessary, we can join forces with them.
Then, a sentence was sent into the minds of the Eastly Divine Emperor and Great Emperor.
The two of them directly transmitted the message through voice transmission.
Huh? What is the Iron Blood Alliance doing?
Great Emperor of the Eastly Dynasty frowned and said impatiently,
It was our fault for what happened just now. In short, we can guarantee that we won't get involved in the feud between you and the Dragon Palace.
The two deputy chiefs of the Iron Blood Alliance said solemnly. All right.
The Eastern Li Celestial Emperor nodded immediately. Although he didn't know what the Iron Blood Alliance was up to, as long as they didn't interfere today, they would be able to keep the Dragon King here today. The entire Hedian Square suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. The atmosphere was a little strange. Wang Xian did not sense the secret voice transmission from the two Vice Alliance leaders of the Iron Blood Alliance and Emperor of East Li. However, Ao He and Ao Chitian frowned slightly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, in the sky, the great ancestor of the Emperor of the East Li Celestial Empire, the strongest expert of the East Li Celestial Empire, suddenly waved his arm and numerous imprisonment rings were thrown out. The imprisonment rings shot directly at Wang Xian and the rest, enveloping all of them. Ha! The sudden change stunned Wang Xian slightly. Although it was a little out of his expectations for the Iron Blood Alliance to stand up for him, he thought that the Eastli dynasty would not dare to make a move. He did not expect a sudden attack. What happened? Ha 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 ha. All the soldiers of the Eastli Immortal dynasty get ready. Dragon King and the entire Dragon Palace dare to step into our territory. We'll make sure they never come back. Ha ha ha, Dragon King. Arrogant. I'll let you continue to be arrogant. Do you think that just by relying on the Iron Blood Alliance you can fight us? You can make us lose face today? Indeed you can, but your calculations today have gone wrong. You can stay here today. In an instant, the imprisonment ring resounded with Eastli Emperor's excited laughter. Rumble. At the same time, his Emperor's aura, his undying level 3 aura, exploded out. Wah wah wah. All the warriors and soldiers around were stunned when they heard the Emperor's words. However, very quickly weapons appeared in their hands. The terrifying aura pierced through the clouds, shocking everyone. What's going on? Why is the Eastli Undying Empire suddenly preparing to attack again? All the surrounding powers saw the scene and their expressions changed. Many warriors led their disciples and immediately retreated. In an instant, there were millions of people in the plaza. Almost all of the powers brought their disciples and retreated over 10 million kilometers. Their sharp gazes stared over. What's going on? The sudden change made everyone's expressions change. A few warriors couldn't help but howl. Their hearts were beating fiercely. Look, the two Vice Alliance leaders of the Iron Blood Alliance are suddenly standing behind the Eastli Undying Dynasty. The Iron Blood Alliance isn't going to help the Dragon Palace. All of a sudden, there was a scream. Everyone looked at the Iron Blood Alliance members, their eyes wide open. The arrival of Dragon Palace and the Iron Blood Alliance had made them believe that Dragon Palace had relied on the Iron Blood Alliance to get here. Now that the Iron Blood Alliance didn't care about Dragon Palace for some reason now. Dragon Palace is finished, a fourth-rate leader said in a loud voice, and many people could hear it clearly. Why did the Iron Blood Alliance suddenly break away from the Dragon Palace? Now, the Dragon Palace is really going to be finished. The experts of the other forces nodded slightly. Damn it! The Overlord Sect Master couldn't help but roar in a low voice. Things were out of his expectations, and there was a shackle ring floating above his head. This invincible warrior is simply courting death. Now, it's great now. I wonder if it will implicate us. Some of the Overlord Sect powerhouses could not help but speak out. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Oh! Wang Xian was still standing quietly in the middle. He looked at everyone from the Eastli Divine Empire who had suddenly erupted. He looked at the people from the Iron Blood Alliance who were standing behind them. Dragon King, Ao Crab and I sensed that the Iron Blood Alliance had sent a secret voice transmission to the Eastli Celestial Empire. It was the Iron Blood Alliance who spoke first. At this moment, Ao Chitian, who was standing at the side, whispered to Wang Xian. Those who were weaker might not be able to sense the voice transmission when they were of the same level. However, Ao Crab, Ao Chitian, and the other Immortal Godly King level 4 combat strength could still sense the voice transmission fluctuation. Although it's a little unexpected, it's good too. Hehe, this is exactly what we want. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Ha ha, Dragon King, you've killed all the disciples of our sect. Today, let's see where you can run to. Die, die, die. Ha ha, Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, let's see where you can run to this time. In Hedian Square, the sect master of the Heavenly Tiger sect and the hall master of the Wanshou Hall stared at Wang Xian and the rest with ferocious expressions.
They laughed horribly. Today, they would be able to take revenge. In the future, as long as they knew the secret of the Dragon King, they would be able to rise up quickly. They would be even more glorious and powerful than before. The fact that you are here, Dragon King, is the greatest congratulatory gift to the four of us. The chairman of the Heavenly Beast Corporation was filled with an excited smile as he spoke slowly. His tone was filled with mockery. Kill the rest. Great Ancestor Huang. Please capture that Dragon King too. The Easternly Celestial Emperor said to Great Ancestor Huang. Leave it to me. Great Ancestor Huang nodded his head faintly. He looked at Wang Xian and didn't put him in his eyes at all. Easternly Celestial Emperor, our Snow Sect is willing to fight for the Easternly Celestial Empire. Our Ling Tian Sect is also willing to fight for the Easternly Celestial Empire. Our Nine Heavens Immortal Celestial Empire is willing to fight for the Easternly Celestial Empire. At this moment, the three fourth-rate forces who had questioned Wang Xian immediately spoke up. Good, good. Prepare the soldiers of the Easternly Immortal Celestial Empire, ha ha ha. Easternly Celestial Emperor laughed out loud in satisfaction and ordered loudly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Howl, howl, howl. Close to 10 Undyings flew out from the palace. At the same time, there were over 20 Undyings flying out from the palace, soaring into the sky, giving off terrifying power. Hiss! Over 20 battle pets, along with 40 Undyings, my god! Crazy, this is a total of 60 Undyings, along with the 34th level forces. This is over 70, close to 80. The Undying Warpet roared. The powerful aura released by the Undying fighters caused the skies to change color. The warriors from all the forces looked at the Undying fighters in shock. Their faces filled with shock. Over 70 Undying fighters, this power, who could withstand it? At this time, the Eastly Undying dynasty gave off a sense of despair. Even the two Vice Alliance leaders of the Overlord sect were shocked when they saw this force. Damn! There are so many immortal kings. Boss Wang, I'm panicking. At this moment, Invincible looked at the imprisonment ring above his head and gulped as he spoke to Wang Xian. The current him was really panicking. Don't panic. I'll hand it over to 10 level 1 immortal kings to you later. The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. When he saw that all the powerhouses from the Eastly dynasty were basically in position, his face was filled with smiles. Very good, very good. The Eastly Immortal dynasty. Do you know that our Dragon Palace has been waiting for this moment? Ha ha! Wang Xian looked at them laughing maniacally and couldn't help but laugh as well. Sky changing. He roared the last 2 rounds. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment he finished his sentence, the entire sky suddenly trembled. The sky had changed. Ha! Wang Xian's sudden maniacal laughter and roar stunned everyone. Why was he shouting at this moment? Your Dragon Palace is relying on the Iron Blood Alliance. Now that the Iron Blood Alliance is ignoring all of you, what else do you have to rely on? Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, at this moment all the forces discovered that the sky had suddenly changed. Black holes appeared out of thin air in this space. The surroundings were completely enveloped. Even the forces that had retreated more than 1,000 kilometers were completely sealed inside. Black holes disturbed the air. Large-scale black holes disturbed the air. They were formed by dozens of black hole disturbing array formations. This black hole disturbance formation covered over half of the main city of the Eastly God dynasty. At this moment, the sky darkened. Terrifying black holes stood in space, making the entire world look extremely terrifying. At this moment, everyone changed slightly. What's the situation? Everyone's pupils shrank as they looked up and surveyed their surroundings. All the powerhouses of the Eastly Celestial Empire also changed their expression slightly. It's that formation. It's the formation that can trap the immortal godly monarch. A low roar came out from the mouth of the chairman of the Heaven Beast Corporation. The Eastly godly monarch and the rest suddenly had a bad premonition in their hearts. Ha ha, members of the Dragon Palace, fight! Wang Xian roared loudly. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, buildings broke apart in all directions. The powerhouses of the Dragon Palace surrounded the Hedian Square. 100,000 powerhouses of the Dragon Palace had summoned the Dragon Palace after Wuxia and the rest had entered planet Dongli. 100,000 members were scattered around the area.
They were waiting for this moment of battle. Although the appearance of the Iron Blood Alliance had wasted some time, it was not too late now, and it allowed him to see things clearly. Hiss! The Dragon Palace has already set up their subordinates around. Look! The leaders in front are all Undyings. There are many Undyings in the Dragon Palace too. At this time, all the powers far away from the center saw the 100,000 members of the Dragon Palace appear. Their faces filled with shock. Warning! Any force that dares to break the formation and destroy the planet shall be exterminated. Wuxia instantly floated in the sky and warned all the forces. His cold voice struck everyone's mind. You are courting death. How do you gang up on us? Die! In the sky, when he saw the huge change in the sky and the sudden appearance of so many experts from the Dragon Palace, the expression of the great ancestor of the Easternly Celestial Empire changed slightly. His gaze locked onto Wuxia. A long saber appeared in his hand and instantly attacked him. Roar, roar, roar. You dare to attack our Dragon King? Ask our members of the Dragon Palace if they agree. He saw the attack of the great ancestor of the Easternly Celestial Empire. He let out a wild roar and transformed into a devouring dragon that was about 11,000 meters long. The terrifying dragon aura attacked him. Roar, roar, roar. At the same time, endless roars came from their bodies. Aohi's body was like a black hole as terrifying devouring dragons flew out from his body. Similarly, a level 4 Undying Godly King level devouring dragon flew out from Aohi's body and attacked the great ancestor of the Eastly dynasty. In addition, with 12 level 3 Undying Godly King devouring dragons, they led a group of 20,000 Godlord level devouring dragons towards Wuxia. Boom! They landed heavily behind Wuxia and the rest, and their endless aura shook the world. What? 2 level 4 Undying Godly King warriors. In the sky, Aohi and the other devouring dragons surrounded him with law fragments, preventing him from attacking the black hole array. Ah! The Eastly dynasty emperor roared in shock. 2 Undying level 4 warriors. How is this possible? When the Eastly emperor's roar resounded, the surrounding Eastly Undying warriors all paused, their faces filled with disbelief. 2 Undying level 4 warriors. The warriors scattered around. All of them squinted, opening their mouths and staring in shock. Just now, the Dragon King had warned them that if anyone dared to attack the array, they would destroy the entire planet. At that time, many of the powers were still looking down on them and were slightly unhappy. Now, with the appearance of 2 Undying level 4 warriors, their unhappiness vanished completely. 2 Undying level 4 warriors, how can the Dragon Palace be so strong? The strength they unleash is getting more and more terrifying. Just these 2 Undying level 4 warriors alone can cause the Eastly dynasty to suffer heavy losses. A leader of a force said with a shocked expression. Not just the 2 level 4 Undyings, look at the terrifying creatures beside the Dragon King, the 12 leading, they all have level 3 strength, a total of 12. At this time, someone noticed the 12 Undying swallowing dragons that came out of Aosia's body. These devouring dragons all had the combat strength of a level 3 Undying God King. Hiss, the Eastly Undying God Dynasty itself has 5 level 3 Undying God King warriors, along with the 4 of them from the Heaven Beast group, along with the leaders of the 3 fourth-rate forces. They only have 12 level 3 Undying God King warriors. Level 3 Undying God King combat strength. The Dragon Palace is the same as the Eastly dynasty. The other Dragon Palaces also have quite a few Undying God Kings. This is not weaker than the Eastly dynasty at all. It might even be stronger. At the edge of the battlefield, the powerhouses from the various factions were muttering to themselves as they calculated the strength of the Dragon Palace and the Eastly dynasty. They looked at the powerhouses from the Dragon Palace in shock. The strength of the Dragon Palace had completely exceeded their expectations. Ha ha ha, Eastly dynasty, do you think our Dragon Palace is relying on the Iron Blood Alliance? They are not qualified to be relied on by us. All members of the Dragon Palace, kill. Wuxia looked at all the experts of the Eastly Celestial Empire who were filled with shock and let out a wild roar. Damn it, don't be afraid. Great Ancestor Huang blocked those two Immortal King level 4 experts. The rest of you, kill them for me. Eastly Celestial Emperor gritted his teeth and roared with a gloomy face. The strength that the Dragon Palace had displayed was not something they could defeat. It was impossible for them to win today's battle. After all, the Dragon Palace had two more level 4 Undying Godly Monarch experts. Kill them all. The few level 3 Undying Godly Monarch experts from the Eastly Celestial Empire roared with blood-red eyes. Roar, roar, roar. Leave these dozen level 3 Undying Godly Monarch experts to me. A roar came from beside Wang Xian. An incomparably huge figure covered in blood-red dragon scales slowly emerged. He had an ape-like face, a pair of blood-red dragon horns, and his entire body was wrapped in blood-red energy. He was holding a metal rod with blood-red chains wrapped around it. The violent aura charged towards a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers. How? He raised the metal rod in his hand and locked onto the surrounding 12 undying level 3 warriors. The violent energy caused everyone to be shocked. Another undying level 4 warrior. At this moment, a terrified howl came from an undying level 3 warrior. He stared wide-eyed, his face filled with fear as he stared at Ao Chi Tian, who was attacking them. This incomparably violent power made them tremble. How is this possible? How can you have so many level 4 undying fighters? The Eastly dynasty's body trembled at this moment, as they roared out. Roar! However, what responded to them was the terrifying ocean-stabilizing needle. No, no, no! At this time, the leaders of Snow Sect, Lingtian Sect, and the Nine Heavens Undying Dynasty were all stunned. When they saw two level 4 Undying Godly Monarch warriors appear in the Dragon Palace, their hearts trembled violently. Now that they saw another level 4 Undying Godly Monarch warrior appear in the Dragon Palace, their faces were filled with fear. They had vowed to fight the Dragon Palace together with the Eastly Immortal Dynasty. And now that the Dragon Palace had displayed its strength, it made them feel fear and despair. Even if they could escape this time, they would have to face a devastating blow from the Dragon Palace. How can this be? How can the Dragon Palace be so strong? How can it be? Seeing the terrifying blood-red law energy attacking them, their eyes turned blood-red. They gritted their teeth and roared as they faced Ao Chi Tian's attack. Undying King Level 2. Leave it to us, the Devouring Dragons. At this time, behind Wang Xian, the 12 Devouring Dragons roared and moved, attacking the rest of the Undying King Level 2 warriors. The 12 Undying King Level 3 Devouring Dragons. Against the group of Undying King Level 2 warriors, they were completely crushed. Their bodies moved and the terrifying law energy swept out. All the surrounding warriors from the Eastly Undying Empire were filled with despair. Ha ha ha, leave it to me. 10 Undying Level 1 warriors. I, Invincible, will kill 10 Undying Level 1 warriors today. Standing beside Wang Xian, Invincible revealed a burning look in his eyes as he saw this scene. He laughed maniacally in excitement. Roar, roar, roar. At the next moment, a Level 2 Immortal King battle pet appeared beneath him. At the same time, on Invincible's body, a substantial law surrounded him. Kill them, ha-ha. Invincible's gaze landed on Snow Sect, Ling Tian Sect, and the group of Level 1 Immortal King warriors from the Nine Heavens Immortal Dynasty. He ordered the battle pet beneath him. Roar, roar, roar. The Level 2 Immortal King battle pet roared. A savage aura shot out from its body and directly attacked the 10 Level 1 Immortal King warriors. Kill! Wang Xian saw that the battle had already erupted. He raised his arm and roared. Kill! A cold killing intent resounded throughout the sky. All the members of the Dragon Palace started to move. In an instant, their energy completely crushed the East Li Undying Country. Shit, leader! Save us! Run! 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 Not good. I can't return to my Undying Country. The battle erupted. The 3 fourth-rate warriors from the Snow Sect saw the unrivaled warrior riding his Level 2 Undying War pet attacking and lost their bearings. They howled in fear. At this time, they also knew that this strange space could prevent them from escaping back to their Undying countries. In other words, they could only fight to the death, not flee.
Ha ha, if you want to escape, don't even think about it. Just now, with your little organization, you still dare to act so arrogantly towards the Dragon King. You don't know what you are, just wait for your destruction. Do you regret it later? Do you regret it later? Unfortunately, it's too late now. Invincible stood proudly on the battle pet. With a movement of his arm, a sharp sword appeared in his hand. Pong pong pong. Ah! The terrifying attack of the battle pet, along with his powerful attack, instantly two undying level 1 warriors were hit, instantly being heavily injured and sent flying backwards. Shit! We aren't even a match for that battle pet. That youth is actually an undying level 1 warrior. A terrified voice came from the 3 warriors of the Snow Clan, their faces filled with despair. At this moment, they even hated their leader for participating in this battle. If they hadn't participated, they wouldn't have been attacked by such a terrifying warrior from the Dragon Palace. In fact, they might even have to pay with their lives. Flee, flee, we have to flee. The other 8 undying level 1 warriors lost their fighting spirit and scattered in all directions. If you want to flee, I'll let you all escape. My invincible battle technique won't be able to survive anymore. Invincible battle technique saw them fleeing in fear, his face filled with mockery. Howl, howl. His battle pet let out roars. As an undying level 2 battle pet, it was easy to deal with an undying level 1. At least a few first-level undyings would be able to deal with an undying level 2. Blade slash. Invincible immediately raised his blade and slashed forward. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Solid laws slashed at the group in front, tearing through the space. This, invincible his strength. He has reached the undying Emperor realm. How is this possible? Invincible has actually reached the undying Emperor realm. At this time, at the edge of the black hole, the people from the Overlord sect saw Invincible standing above his battle pet and killing in all directions, their faces filled with disbelief. Seeing the terrifying attack he unleashed, everyone's faces were filled with shock. The entire Overlord sect was clear about his invincible battle techniques. Eternal God Lord level 5. He was extremely talented. In the entire greater world, he was extremely powerful. But now, he actually unleashed undying Emperor strength. How was that possible? There was a limit to how much he could be a genius. This was heaven-defying. Everyone's eyes were dazed. Dazed. Was this real or fake? Hiss sect leader Mu Rong. How did your disciple reach the undying God King realm so quickly? How is this possible? Beside him, the warriors from the Heavenly Law sect looked at sect leader Ba and asked in shock. This? I'm not sure either. Sect leader Ba's eyes were filled with shock as well. He shook his head and stared at his disciple. Invincible battle technique has reached the undying God King realm before he's even 1,000 years old. He has the potential of an emperor. Heavenly Law sect leader opened his mouth slightly. The potential of an emperor. Hearing these words, the warriors of Overlord's sect trembled. Just now, they were worried that invincible battle technique would drag them down. There were even a few people who were extremely dissatisfied with their invincible battle techniques. Now, their dragon palace had erupted with invincible strength, and their invincible battle techniques had displayed the strength of an undying God King. Thinking about the dissatisfaction and scolding towards their invincible battle techniques during this period of time, the faces of the few experts turned pale. The Emperor's talent could be called the Emperor's talent, but one had the chance to become a Void God Emperor. Originally, the Heavenly Law sect leader did not have the qualifications to evaluate a person who had the talent of an emperor. However, he had reached the undying God King realm at the age of less than 1,000 years. Indeed, he had the talent of an emperor. He did not need anyone to evaluate him to have the qualifications. My disciple's combat techniques are unrivaled and he has the talent of an emperor. Overlord sect leader also roared with excitement. Order all battle pets to risk their lives. Even if they have to risk their lives, they have to replace a person from the Dragon Palace. At this time, the battle erupted and the Eastly God dynasty was instantly at a disadvantage. The Emperor roared with an extremely ugly expression. In front of the Eastly God Palace, the 23 war pets had yet to attack. Attack, attack. Under the Emperor's orders, the owners of the war pets immediately gave the order to attack. Howl, howl, howl.
A series of violent roars came out from the mouths of the 23 war pets. The 23 immortal God King war pets were charging at the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace in a frenzy.
With 23 immortal God King war pets attacking, the pressure on the Eastly dynasty should be reduced a little.
Some people muttered when they saw more than 20 immortal God King war pets attacking. Hee hee. Wang Xian looked at the group of war pets flying over with a mocking expression on his face. These war pets were all bought from his Dragon Palace's war pet shop. They were all tamed by him. Roar! Wang Xian raised his head and let out a dragon's roar. A wave of dragon's might directly covered the 23 war pets. Roar, roar, roar! The group of war pets trembled and shook their bodies in panic. They lowered their heads and didn't dare to continue attacking.
What's going on? All war pets attack.
Attack! When the Easternly Celestial Emperor and the rest saw the war pets suddenly stopping their attacks, panic appeared on their faces as they shouted sternly. Easternly Celestial Empire, do you think that my Dragon Palace didn't guard against you?
When you bought the war pets, I did something to it. Wang Xian looked at them mockingly.
It was just an excuse from Wang Xian to prevent the other buyers from thinking that the war pets from the Dragon Palace's war pet shop could be recalled easily. Roar!
Just as he finished his sentence, the 23 war pets swayed and landed in front of the Divine Palace. They lay on the ground motionlessly. You.
This. When the Easternly Celestial Emperor saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with despair. It's over.
When the rest of the warriors saw this, their hearts sank, their faces ashen.
The number of Dragon Palace Undyings far exceeded their imaginations. With over 20 battle pets defending, it could reduce their pressure.
And now the battle pets had been tampered with, lying on the ground and not attacking. With the power of the Dragon Palace, they were completely suppressed.
The Eastly Undying Empire is about to lose. It's impossible for them to win this battle. I didn't expect the Dragon Palace to have already predicted this. Right now, the Eastly Undying Empire is lacking over 20 Undyings. The surrounding crowd saw all the battle pets lying on the ground without attacking. They said softly, so. Right at this time, a huge silhouette suddenly flew in their direction.
Eh?
Everyone was slightly shocked. However, they soon realized that 5 huge and ferocious figures were flying towards their direction, the sky above them, and the other 3 directions.
They had completely sealed off the surroundings to prevent anyone from destroying the formation.
These 5 figures were the 5 level 3 Immortal King Realm experts from the Dragon Palace. The 12 level 3 Immortal King Realm experts from the Dragon Palace couldn't do anything to them given the current situation. Wang Xian ordered the 5 level 3 Immortal King level devouring dragons to guard the area and prevent anyone from destroying the formation. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Boom!
Anyone who is not from the Eastly dynasty is not allowed to get close to the formation. No one from the Eastly dynasty can destroy the formation. The 5 devouring dragons looked at everyone coldly and roared with a stern face. What?
What is this?
They are going to wipe out the Easternly dynasty in one go. Not only will the Easternly dynasty be defeated, they might even be wiped out. Without more than 20 war pets, they will be even more vulnerable. Everyone was shocked. In the air ahead, the Emperor was being held back by 2 experts from the Dragon Palace, trapping him within a 100 kilometers radius.
Below, an Undying King level 4 expert from the Dragon Palace was attacking the 12 Type 3 Undying Kings.
The 12 experts did not have the ability to resist. In just a few minutes, 3 had already fallen.
Furthermore, facing the ferocious attack of the Dragon Palace warrior, the Eastly Dynasty Undying Level 3 warriors didn't even have the ability to fight back.
Even Undying Level 3 warriors didn't have the ability to fight back, let alone the others.
The 5 Undying Level 3 warriors from the Dragon Palace stood guard around the formation. All the powers watched in awe.
At this moment, no one dared to provoke the Dragon Palace. Kill, kill, kill. Below, there were 100,000 eternal godlords, and above, of which 3,000 were pinnacle godlords.
100,000 disciples against 200,000 to 300,000 Eastly Dynasty godlords.
The difference in numbers was 1 to 2 times. However, under the battle formation of 100,000 Dragon Palace warriors, Every second, thousands of eternal godlords were killed by the Dragon Palace warriors. A one-sided massacre.
At this time, the Eastly Undying Dynasty and the Dragon Palace were on completely different levels.
Rumble, rumble, rumble. Below, rumbling sounds could be heard as large areas of the Eastly Undying Palace collapsed. The screams of undying godly monarchs could be heard from time to time.
No, 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 how can this be? Great Ancestor Huang, break the formation, break the formation, break the formation, and our people of the Eastly Dynasty will be able to escape.
At this moment, the Eastly Divine Emperor swept his gaze across the surroundings. He watched as godly monarchs fell one after another. He watched as the experts of the Eastly Celestial Dynasty were quickly killed. His eyes were filled with fury as he roared. At this moment, all he wanted to do was escape. Get lost.
In the sky, the Eastly Divine Emperor's great ancestor's eyes were blood-red as he bombarded He and the other devouring dragon.
Chi, speed up. We can't hold on much longer. Chi and the other devouring dragon relied on their 10,000-meter bodies to completely trap them within. Seeing the Eastly Dynasty great ancestor trying to break free, Chi immediately roared at Chi. The moment he broke free, he could destroy the Black Hole Disturbance Array.
After all, the Black Hole Disturbance Array could only trap undying Level 3 warriors. Level 4, it could be easily broken through. Alright, 30 seconds. How.
Chi immediately nodded, roaring towards the sky.
La.
The next moment, on the ocean-pacifying needle in his hand, a blood-red chain formed from the laws spread out in all directions. The terrifying chain was like a terrifying venomous snake, instantly spreading over a 100 million kilometers radius. In an instant, he enveloped the Eastly Emperor group of Level 3 Undyings.
Even many other Undyings were engulfed. Chains, mad dragon piercing.
Chi roared madly. The sky full of chains headed towards the Eastly Empire warriors. Not good. Shit. What move is this? When the sky full of chains covered a 100 million kilometers area, the entire Eastly Empire city was covered. The terrifying blood-red chains were all 4 to 5 meters thick.
Defend.
Eastly God roared madly with his blood-red eyes. Ka. However, their law defense was instantly destroyed under the attack of the Mad Dragon chains. The Mad Dragon that unleashed its full strength. Its attack power was definitely terrifying.
Pung ping ping.
Ah! The two chains came before an undying emperor, immediately wrapping around him.
The terrifying power directly wrapped around his body.
Screams began to ring out. No.
The Undying Emperor Level 3 warriors were filled with despair. They were Undying Emperors, top existences in this region.
Yet now they were actually facing death. I can't accept this. Dragon Palace. Why are you all so strong? Why?
The Easternly Celestial Emperor was bound by the chains and his face was completely drained of blood as he roared crazily. Their Easternly Celestial Empire was the overlord of this region. And now they were actually facing destruction.
Die!
Chi let out a furious roar as the chains in his hands covered the entire area.
Bang!
Soon, a corpse fell from the chains to the ground below.
Chi, make your move and destroy the rest of the people from the Easternly Celestial Empire. Wuxia stood in the void and didn't move. He didn't need to make a move in this war. He swept his gaze in the direction of the great ancestor of the Easternly Celestial Empire and gave an indifferent order to Chi.
It's the Dragon King.
Chi let out a furious roar. His towering figure looked down at everyone around him.
It's over.
I surrender. Our snow sect surrenders. I beg the Dragon King to let us off. We are willing to surrender. Don't kill us. Don't kill us. When everyone sensed that the experts of the Easternly Celestial Emperor had been killed, the rest of them trembled. Their fighting spirit had collapsed. Their fighting spirit had vanished.
Some of the experts could not help but beg for mercy from Wuxia and the rest. It's too late to surrender now.
Walala! The wild dragon chains swept across. The terrifying violent law energy swept across the void and turned all of them into corpses. With Chi taking action, The immortal deity king died at a terrifying speed. No, no. Everyone in the Eastly dynasty was in despair. At this time, many of them gave up on the battle and fled madly. There were even some who stood there dazed, their eyes lifeless. Death was increasing at 10 times the speed. This also meant that the Eastly Undying dynasty was slowly heading towards destruction. An existence that had stood in this region for over 10 million years was collapsing. Rumble. This has already exceeded our expectations. On the side, the two Vice Alliance leaders stood there looking ahead in shock. His mouth was dry. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Ahead, there were 60 to 70 Dragon Palace Undyings and 3 Undying Level 4 warriors. This power was even stronger than the Iron Blood Alliance. The Raging Flame Empire wants us to destroy that Dragon King, now. The two Iron Blood Alliance vice leaders exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with worry. Just now, we've already offended that Dragon King. Do you think he'll leave us here too? Suddenly, a vice leader spoke, his eyes gleaming. The other vice leader's heart sank, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Should we? He spoke and gestured at the surrounding arrays. The other Deputy Alliance leader frowned, gritting his teeth, nodding heavily. Wang. However, at this time, he felt many gazes looking over. Shit. Seeing several terrifying Dragon Palace members staring at them at the same time, their hearts sank. They had a bad feeling. Chi Tian. Go help Aoxia. Today, I want the Eastly Undying dynasty to be completely destroyed. I want them to completely disappear from this space. Right at this time, a proud voice resounded. It's the Dragon King. Ao Chikian roared and stared at the great ancestor of the Easternly Celestial dynasty, his eyes full of killing intent. Boom. He moved and charged toward the great ancestor of the Easternly Celestial dynasty with an invincible momentum. Dragon Palace, I will fight you to the death. Seeing that almost all the soldiers of the Easternly Celestial dynasty were killed, the great ancestor of the Easternly Celestial dynasty roared crazily. The entire Easternly dynasty was their blood and sweat. It was the place where he had lived his whole life. He only had a lifespan of over 10,000 years, but when he saw his dynasty being destroyed, he was determined to die. He attacked Ao Crab and the others crazily. Before he died, he wanted to kill one of them. Hiss, the Easternly dynasty is completely finished. The great ancestor of the Easternly dynasty is ready to risk his life. This must be the full strength of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon King stood there and did not make a move during the entire battle. He stood high up in the sky and looked down at everything. The Dragon Palace is much more powerful than the Easternly dynasty. Did you notice that no one from the Dragon Palace died? It's too terrifying. The surrounding forces looked at the final battle in the sky in shock. Today's battle. The old king fell. The new king rose. Some people muttered, "Ha ha, we killed 5. At this time, laughter resounded from the front. Everyone looked over, looking at the youth, invincible in his battle techniques. Boss Invincible, do you have to be so heaven-defying? He's about the same age as us, and he's actually an Undying God King now, and he even has an Undying Level 2 battle pet. Invincible's ability to reach the Undying Emperor realm is definitely all thanks to the Dragon King. Invincible's luck is simply too good. An Undying Emperor who's less than 1,000 years old, that Invincible will probably become a top warrior of the Resplendent World in the future." In the surrounding area, a few youths from the powers looked at Invincible's battle skills, their faces filled with envy as they discussed. Not long ago, they were friends who drank together. Back then, even though their invincible battle techniques were monstrous, they weren't as terrifying as they were now. Now that they were at the God Emperor realm in their region, they were already top-level warriors. An Undying that's not even 1,000 years old. It's unbelievable. The future is limitless. The Undying Emperor warriors around all looked at him, their eyes filled with shock. In the future, invincible battle techniques might reach a stage that would shock everyone. Ha ha! Feeling the gazes around him, invincible battle techniques raised his head slightly and came to Wang Xian's side. "How is it, Boss Wang? Am I strong? If you didn't ask Leader Ao to make a move, I would have been able to kill at least a dozen Undying godly monarchs today."
Ha, from today onwards, my invincible battle technique will shake the entire universe. In this region, I am the only one. Invincible battle technique roared arrogantly.
Just as he said he was an undying level 1, along with an undying level 2 battle pet, he was very strong. Most importantly, invincible battle technique was the Dragon Palace Dragon King's underling. Who would dare to provoke him? After today, Wang Xian could already imagine that the leaders of the fourth-rate forces would have to be polite and respectful to him.
After all, he had a good boss.
Haha. Stop showing off and train hard. Your bloodline is very strong. Maybe you can live up to your name. Wang Xian patted his shoulder and said with a smile, He, if you follow Boss Wang, you will definitely be invincible in the future.
He said flatteringly.
Okay.
Wang Xian smiled faintly and swept his gaze across the sky.
Ao Qitian, Ao Crab, and the rest were engaged in a battle with the great ancestor of the Eastern Li Celestial Dynasty. Below, all the soldiers of the Eastern Li Celestial Dynasty were being cleaned up quickly. They would be done in a few minutes at most. A group of powerhouses from the Dragon Palace had already arrived at the position behind him. Wang Xian's gaze slowly landed on the position in front of him. This is bad.
When he looked over, the expressions of the two deputy alliance leaders of the Iron Blood Alliance changed slightly. They had a bad premonition in their hearts.
Everyone from the Iron Blood Alliance, come over. Wang Xian stared at them and said indifferently, This. The two deputy chiefs of the Iron Blood Alliance looked at each other with an extremely ugly expression. At this moment, they really wanted to escape. However, there were a total of 8 people who had their eyes locked on them. 8 Immortal King Level 3 powerhouses were locked on them. If they dared to make any move, they would definitely be surrounded and attacked instantly.
1 against 4, there was no way for them to escape. With an ugly expression, the two of them led 7 to 8 of their subordinates and flew towards Wang Xian.
Dragon King.
The two of them flew over and cupped their fists nervously.
This is the people from the Iron Blood Alliance. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the rest seemed to be indebted to the Iron Blood Alliance. However, why did they suddenly go back on their words just now?
I wonder, what is the relationship between the Dragon Palace and the Iron Blood Alliance?
Some of them noticed the situation and looked over with puzzled faces. Why did the Dragon Palace owe the Iron Blood Alliance a favor? Wang Xian looked at them and asked expressionlessly, Dragon King, Our Iron Blood Alliance was attacked by the Beast Tide at the Lualman Desolate Beast Park. The Dragon King and the Dragon Palace helped us reduce our losses by a lot. The two deputy chiefs gritted their teeth and replied, I don't expect anything in return for helping you. Please give me an explanation for what happened just now.
Wang Xian's body slowly emitted a hint of dragon might as he stared at them with a sharp gaze.
Dragon King, we just received a message from the Eastli Immortal Dynasty.
Do you really think that I didn't know that you sent a voice transmission to the Eastli Immortal Dynasty? A deputy chief spoke but was interrupted coldly by Wang Xian.
I hate ungrateful people the most. I can help your Iron Blood Alliance and destroy your Iron Blood Alliance. Wang Xian stared at them and spoke with a murderous look. His words caused the expressions of the people from the Iron Blood Alliance to change drastically. Now that they had seen the full power of the Dragon Palace, even if this power could not destroy their Iron Blood Alliance, it could still bring them a huge disaster. One had to know that they still had the huge threat of the Lualman Desolate Beast Park. Even if they had the help of the Blazing Flame Divine Empire, but the power of the Dragon King had already exceeded their expectations. Dragon King, we don't have.
Boom.
Boom. Boom.
They wanted to warn him, but at this moment terrifying attacks came from all directions and covered them.
Soul capture.
At the same time, Wang Xian extended his palm and attacked one of the deputy chiefs. No.
The people from the Iron Blood Alliance who were attacked by the devouring dragons had no chance to resist. The terrifying power landed on them.
Buzz. Wang Xian grabbed with his palm and a stream of information entered his mind.
The members of the Iron Blood Alliance have been killed.
The Dragon Palace has done the Iron Blood Alliance a favor, but now the Iron Blood Alliance seems to have repaid their kindness with enmity. Now that the Dragon King knows about it, it's only right for them to be killed.
The battle in front of the Eastli dynasty's divine palace had come to an end. Everyone looked forward.
Over there, the experts of the Dragon Palace had killed the members of the Iron Blood Alliance.
After today, I think the Dragon Palace will be the overlord of this place. Some powerhouses from some factions mumbled. They looked at the Dragon King with reverence. Buzz.
At this moment, Wuxia, who had absorbed the memories of a deputy alliance leader, waved his arm and took the communication stone plates from them. He waved his arm and opened the communication stone plates to read the contents.
Blazing Flame Empire. I don't think I have offended anyone from the Blazing Flame Empire. Why are they trying to kill me? Wuxia mumbled softly. Following that, a hint of violent killing intent flashed in his eyes.
Back then, he had led the members of the Dragon Palace to help the Iron Blood Alliance to fend off the Beast Tide. Although he had his own selfish motives, he had helped the Iron Blood Alliance to tide over a dangerous situation.
Now, they actually wanted to kill him, to repay kindness with enmity. Wuxia was extremely furious at the actions of the Iron Blood Alliance. He hated people who repaid kindness with enmity the most. The Iron Blood Alliance, huh? I will make you pay the price. He slowly raised his head and looked at the corpse in front of him.
Die, 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 die.
At this moment, an incomparably violent roar came from the sky. He looked over.
In the sky, the great ancestor of the Easternly dynasty was fully prepared to die. He was desperately trying to drag a member of the Dragon Palace into the water.
Some cracks had already appeared in the surrounding black holes that disturbed the space. The great ancestor of the Easternly dynasty did not think of escaping. Instead, he was going to fight to the death.
However, with 2 devouring dragons and a berserk dragon seed, Ao Chitian and Ao Xie were not to be trifled with.
As divine dragon seeds, they did not show any signs of panic in the face of his desperate efforts.
The 3 of them did not have any injuries on their bodies. On the contrary, the body of the great ancestor of the Easternly Celestial Empire was already in tatters.
It was only a matter of time before the great ancestor of the Easternly Celestial Empire fell. Clean up everything.
Wuxia ordered Prime Minister Goe. It's the Dragon King. The Dragon Palace didn't use all their strength this time, but the rewards this time would be terrifying.
Just the undying emperor corpses alone had reached about 60. Among them, there were a total of 12 undying Emperor Level 3 corpses. These 12 undying god countries with undying Emperor Level 3 corpses could add 6 undying Emperor Level 5 warriors to the devouring dragon. And these 12 corpses could also increase the Dragon Palace's strength by 2 to 3 Level 5 undying god king members.
The rest of the corpses and the Eastli dynasty's assets were enough to make a huge difference in the Dragon Palace's strength. After all, the entire Eastli dynasty had stood in the starry sky for over 10 million years. Their foundations were extremely deep.
These resources could bring a huge boost to the Dragon Palace.
Other than that, there were also the few forces that were courting death from the Ling Tian sect of the Snow sect. They could also bring a lot of resources to the Dragon Palace. There are also more than 20 Immortal God King battle pets.
Wuxia looked at the battle pets lying on the ground. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. After circling around, the battle pets returned to him.
My Eastli Immortal dynasty has stood for millions of years. I am not willing to let it be destroyed by me. I am not willing.
In the sky, a miserable voice filled with endless unwillingness rang out. The great ancestor of the Eastli Immortal dynasty is going to die. He is going to be killed. The Eastli Immortal dynasty is completely finished. Everyone around looked at the battlefield. Their hearts trembled slightly and their faces were filled with shock. Bang!
Bang, bang, bang. Loud bangs rang out one after another. It lasted for a full minute. After a minute, the entire sky was completely silent. A corpse was falling downwards.
In the middle, the great ancestor of the Easternly Celestial Empire did not let out a single cry of pain. If one had the will to die, one would be courting death.
Wuxia looked at the corpse coldly. The Dragon Palace had always upheld the principle of not provoking others.
However, if someone wanted to kill him, they would have to suffer 10 times and 100 times the Dragon Palace's revenge. Gulp. Seeing nearly 60 immortal godly monarchs fall, and a level 4 immortal godly monarch fall, everyone couldn't help but gulp. Greetings, Dragon King. Congratulations, Dragon King, for a complete victory. Greetings, Dragon King. Congratulations, Dragon King, for a complete victory. In the surrounding area, the Overlord sect master hesitated for a moment before looking at the Heavenly Law sect master. The two of them looked at each other before taking a step forward and congratulating each other.
Greetings, Dragon King. Congratulations, Dragon King, for a complete victory.
The group of Overlord sect and Heavenly Law sect's powerful disciples immediately took a few steps forward as they respectfully cupped their hands and greeted. Greetings, Dragon King. Congratulations, Dragon King, for a complete victory. The other leaders of the forces saw this scene and quickly led their disciples to bow loudly.
The current Dragon Palace was a throne built on the corpses of the Eastly Undying Dynasty.
They didn't even dare to resist the Eastly Undying Dynasty, much less the current Dragon Palace.
It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the Dragon Palace's strength could destroy all the forces present.
Even if all the factions were added together, there were thousands of immortal kings. Alright, you guys can leave first. When the Dragon Palace holds the war pet auction again soon, everyone will gather again. At that time, our Dragon Palace will have something to discuss with you. Wang Xian waved his hand at the people from all the factions around him and said indifferently, "It's the Dragon King." The group of factions nodded immediately. When they saw the formation disappear, they took a deep look and left immediately.
Invincible, we have settled everything. Let's return to the Overlord sect.
The Overlord sect leader hesitated for a moment and said to Invincible Battle Technique,
"It's Master."
Invincible Battle Technique smiled and nodded. He raised his head slightly and looked at the experts from the Overlord sect. The current him could be said to have soared into the sky. The Invincible in the past may have been monstrous, with the Overlord clan backing him and an Undying God King level 3 master. But now, without relying on his background and strength, he could be ranked first in this region.
In terms of background?
Sorry, my boss is Dragon King.
Invincible was very proud of himself at this moment.
Dragon King, I have already sent people to all the planets under the control of the Eastly Celestial Empire. We will soon take over the East Lake planet, the largest wealth of the Eastly Celestial Empire. At this moment, Prime Minister Gue walked over and said to Wang Xian with a smile on his face,
"Mem, you can handle this matter. I will bring a few members to their immortal divine kingdom." Wang Xian nodded at Prime Minister Gue.
He could rest assured that Prime Minister Gue would do a better job than him. In addition, he wanted to find out the immortal god country of these 60 immortal god kings through the formation.
The Eastly Dynasty's Dian, the Dragon Palace sent gifts of war and destruction. The Eastly Undying Dynasty was completely destroyed. Shocking, the Eastly Undying Dynasty was destroyed. The Dragon Palace Dragon King led a group of warriors and easily swept through the entire Eastly Dynasty. The Dragon Palace's strength is too terrifying. 3 Undying level 4 warriors over 10 Undying level 3 warriors. The Eastly Undying Dynasty didn't even have the strength to resist.
Just when everyone thought that the Eastly Dynasty didn't care about the Dragon Palace, just when everyone thought that the Dragon Palace wasn't as good as the Eastly Dynasty, the Dragon Emperor led his men to destroy the entire Eastly Dynasty. The Dragon Emperor led 60 to 70 Undyings this time, easily destroying the entire Eastly Dynasty. Close to 60 Undyings fell. After the destruction of the Eastly Dynasty, all the powerful warriors left with their disciples. In less than half an hour, news about the entire Eastly Dynasty's Dian spread throughout the AI. Today's battle shocked everyone.
The Dragon Palace that no one thought highly of had actually stepped into the Eastly Dynasty's Dian and killed everyone.
The Eastly Dynasty didn't even have the strength to resist. When the news spread out, it shook the entire region. Everyone looked at the contents in disbelief. 3 Undying level 4 warriors from the Dragon Palace, over 10 Undying level 3 warriors.
Such a terrifying power, it shocked everyone.
There were even some who recorded the battle. The recording wasn't clear, but the battle of the Eternal Godlord was clear. The 100,000 troops of the Dragon Palace. The weaker ones had the strength of an Eternal God Lord level 3. They single-handedly slaughtered the strongest army of the East Li Undying Empire. Looking at the images and the news, everyone was shocked. This region, the Dragon King will be the leader in the future.
The East Lake planet will soon be under the control of the Dragon Palace. The power of the Dragon Palace is simply too strong. We have to change the overlord of this region. Some warriors looked at the information, muttering to themselves. An undying less than 1,000 years old has been born. A heaven-defying existence, invincible in his battle techniques. Overlord sect leader's disciple, the little brother of the Dragon King's invincible battle techniques, has reached the undying Emperor realm. He's only less than 1,000 years old. This is unbelievable, an undying emperor who's not even 1,000 years old and the Dragon King's level 2 battle pet. It's too terrifying. This time, not only is the Dragon Palace famous, that invincible battle technique will be famous too. Reaching the undying emperor realm before 1,000 years old, this talent, even in our resplendent region and thousands of worlds, there's not a single one. Absolute geniuses, even the disciples of the large sects and even the pinnacle powers don't have invincible warriors. Other than the Dragon Palace destroying the Eastly Undying Emperor dynasty that shocked everyone, there was another thing that shocked everyone. Invincible warrior reached the Undying Emperor realm before 1,000 years old. Such monstrous talent. It shocked everyone. Emperor's talent. These 4 words were said out of nowhere. Following that, more and more people said that invincible in battle techniques had Emperor's talent. What was Emperor's talent meant that one had the potential to become a Void God Emperor. And Void God Emperor was a top expert in this resplendent land, the greater world. There were only a few Void God Emperors in this entire region. One could imagine how shocked people were at being invincible in combat techniques. Some people said that with the Overlord sect's strength, they could not nurture such a monstrous existence like the invincible in combat techniques. Only with the help of the Dragon King would the invincible in combat techniques be so strong. The invincible in combat techniques had become an undying God King at such a young age. Some people guessed that the Dragon King's appearance was so young and his true age might not be that old. The entire AI was discussing this battle. Over 1 trillion people were discussing it. This battle was akin to an earthquake in space. Dad, Mom, look. Brother's information, he actually broke through to Undying Emperor. In the Tianzhe continent, Invincible's sister ran to her parents in disbelief, staring wide-eyed as she shouted, This. What the ancestor said is true. Invincible has actually broken through to Undying. Invincible's mother's gaze was a little dazed, following which she said excitedly, Dad, Mom, you already know? Now everyone is powerful. The Dragon King has destroyed the Eastly Undying dynasty, and the Dragon Palace is the king of our region. From now on, with the Dragon King's protection, you can do whatever you want. No, from now on, I want to hug my brother's legs. I want him to get me an Undying Emperor mount. Jean Fa Tianmei pouted, her face filled with envy. The Dragon Palace destroyed the Eastly Undying dynasty? Give me the AI. Let me take a look. Jean Fa Invincible's father was shocked. He had already said that Invincible had become an Undying Emperor, but he really didn't know that the Dragon Palace had destroyed the Eastly dynasty. The crisis in the Tianzhe continent had already been resolved, but the AI that covered the entire Emperor star field had yet to spread. On Star Source Planet, the overlords and heavenly technique disciples who had received the news were also shocked. When Leng Yu heard the news, her face was filled with disbelief. A few months ago, the Dragon Emperor's strength hadn't even reached Undying God Emperor, and he was still being chased by the Star Beast Tower disciples. Now, the Dragon Palace had become the overlord of this region. It was too fast. In the next few days, the entire region was filled with information about the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and his invincible battle techniques. Some people cheered for the Dragon Palace's destruction of the Eastly dynasty, while others were worried. The birth of a new king required new rules after all. Wang Xian was very busy these few days. He had to deal with all sorts of matters and build the dragon palaces on each planet. He didn't even have the time to look at the information on the AI. He had to search for the immortal divine kingdom of the experts from the Eastly dynasty. He had to take over the life planets occupied by the Eastly dynasty and build the dragon palaces in the ocean. There were some things that Prime Minister Gue couldn't handle. He had to do it himself. The Eastly dynasty and the other 3 forces controlled about 200 life planets.
He would occupy all of them and build one dragon palace after another.
Wuxia had obtained many rewards from the system for the establishment of the Dragon Palace.
Among them, the reward that excited him the most was the Imperial Dragon Seed.
The Imperial Dragon Seed was the strongest defensive dragon seed known to the Dragon Palace. It had 3 attributes of earth, metal, and wood.
Their combat strength was not considered very strong, but they were indeed the strongest shields among the dragon seeds. When the Imperial Dragon Seed defended itself, even the Berserk Dragon Seed would find it difficult to defeat it.
Of course, the Imperial Dragon Seed couldn't defeat the Mad Dragon Seed either.
The appearance of the Imperial Dragon Seed improved the overall defense of the Dragon Palace a lot. Although the Saturn Turtles had good defense in the past, they were only the most ordinary Dragon Seed. Now, after they evolved into the Imperial Dragon Seed, their defense had undergone a shocking transformation. Miss. In the East Lake planet's Black Forest Divine Mansion, there was a bamboo forest surrounding it. The Imperial Star Lady was cultivating in a room.
The elder walked in and called out softly, "Old Boo, what's the matter?"
Auntie Ying appeared and asked the elder,
"Butler Ying, look at the AI. Something big has happened in this area."
The old man in cloth clothes immediately said to Auntie Ying,
"Oh." Auntie Ying raised her eyebrows and immediately turned on the AI. "Ha!" When he saw the incident that was discussed on the AI, a shocked expression appeared on his face.
"Auntie Ying, what happened?" At this moment, Imperial Star Lady walked out of the room and asked her, "Miss, look." Auntie Ying showed the incident on the AI in front of her in slight astonishment. This?
How did that guy have such powerful strength?"
Emperor Star Lady looked at the information on the Dragon Palace. Her mouth slightly agape. "This Dragon King is a little mysterious. He has quite a bit of power."
"It would be better if the Dragon Palace destroyed the Eastli dynasty, but that little brother of his has invincible battle techniques, reaching the Undying God King realm at less than 1,000 years old. That's a little terrifying."
At such an age, even in the entire Emperor Star field, it's shocking news, and now he's being called an emperor.
Anding said in shock, "An Undying Emperor that's only 1,000 years old, this. What kind of opportunity did he get to reach it?" The Emperor Star Lady opened her mouth slightly, her eyes filled with envy.
Such talent in their imperial court was unprecedented. Miss Old Bu said that when we captured the space beast back then, he sensed that the Dragon King was only at Undying level 2, and now he's at Undying level 3. And I've checked the Dragon King's information recently. He only appeared in Tianzhe continent a few months ago. Back then he was at most at Undying level 4 or 5.
Anding said slowly, "How is that possible?" "Anding, is it possible that the Dragon King was resurrected after the fall of a powerhouse?" The Imperial Star Lady widened her eyes and asked with a face full of shock.
"It's possible." Aunt Ying nodded slightly. "Miss, if we can get the Dragon King to help us, it will be very beneficial to you in the future." After hesitating for a moment, Aunt Ying opened her mouth and said, But
will that guy agree?"
The Emperor Star Lady's expression changed. "There's no rush. There's still 2 years left."
Anding said softly.
The Emperor Star Lady looked at the picture of the Dragon King on the artificial intelligence system with some complicated feelings in her heart.
This guy was getting more and more powerful. Something has happened. Alliance Master, 3 Patriarchs, 2 of our Deputy Alliance Masters have been killed by the Dragon King. Quick, look at the information on the artificial intelligence system.
At this moment, at the Ironblood Alliance's headquarters,
due to the obstruction of the information, it took them several days to obtain all the information there. An expert from the Ironblood Alliance carried AI and entered the main hall to report with an unsightly expression. "Elder Duan, we've just received this information."
In the main hall, the 3 Patriarchs and the Ironblood Alliance Master sat there with gloomy expressions. On both sides, there were the 5 warriors of the Raging Flame God Dynasty and the Raging Flame God Dynasty Emperor. The Dragon King already knows that we are going to make a move on him, and he said it on the spot. He will make our Iron Blood Alliance pay the price.
The Iron Blood Alliance leader's face was almost bleeding. The Dragon Palace's strength had brought them too much shock. 3 Undying level 4 warriors and over 10 Undying level 3 warriors. This power was much more powerful than even their Iron Blood Alliance.
Now, the Dragon King was looking for trouble with them, And with the threat of the Lorman desolate beast garden in front of them, they were adding insult to injury.
Members of the Raging Flame Empire, you have all seen this situation. We have already offended the Dragon Palace Dragon King because of you.
With our Iron Blood Alliance's strength, there's no way we can destroy the Dragon King. An ancestor looked at the members of the Raging Flame Divine Dynasty with a gloomy face and roared in a low voice.
If they had known that the Dragon King had such strength, they would definitely not have agreed. However, it was too late now.
We will immediately report this matter to our Raging Flame Divine Emperor.
The members of the Raging Flame Divine Dynasty also frowned.
They thought that destroying the Dragon King would be a piece of cake. However, they didn't expect that with the Dragon Palace's current strength, it was already considered a third-rate force. This force, even if the Raging Flame Empire wanted to deal with it, they had to make preparations. After all, their Raging Flame Undying Empire was also a third-rate force. However, it was only a peak third-rate force with several Undying Level 5 warriors. Our Iron Blood Alliance will fully cooperate with your Raging Flame Empire, but we hope that you can keep your promise.
The Iron Blood Alliance members said with grim faces.
Everyone, don't worry. Wait for a moment. The Raging Flame Divine Empire nodded to everyone. Our young master can allow 5 outstanding heavens-favored disciples of your Raging Flame Divine Empire to enter the Imperial Court Academy. Everything that happens after that will depend on themselves. Yes, sir, please thank young master on our behalf. Our Raging Flame Divine Empire will definitely do our best to eliminate that Dragon King. Please rest assured, young master. In the starry sky opposite the Iron Blood Alliance's Lorman Desolate Beast Park, an old man with flames all over his body stood respectfully in front of an image as he spoke with an excited expression.
The moment he finished speaking, the figure in front of the image immediately disappeared.
5 spots to eliminate a third-rate force. It's worth it. Men, go and call the 2 nation-guarding generals over. The old man whose body was covered in flames immediately ordered.
A piece of good news has come from our Raging Flame Dynasty.
Very soon, at the Iron Blood Alliance, an expert from the Raging Flame Dynasty looked at the news with a faint smile on his face.
Yes, gentlemen, what's the news?
The Iron Blood Alliance master hurriedly asked.
Our Raging Flame Dynasty will send 2 Defender Generals over. When the time comes, you can just follow the orders of our Defender Generals.
The warrior from the Raging Flame Empire said indifferently. 2 generals. The members of the Iron Blood Alliance were shocked, their faces filled with joy. With the general of the Raging Flame Undying Empire making a move, killing that Dragon King will be a piece of cake. The members of the Iron Blood Alliance were all excited. The general, an Undying Level 5 warrior, was in charge of the Raging Flame Empire, intimidating everyone.
With their arrival, they could also help the Iron Blood Alliance to deal with some threats from the Lorman Desolate Beast Park.
Wang Xian did not pay any attention to the shock from the outside world, the boiling in his brain, or the situation on the Iron Blood Alliance's side. Wang Xian, who had been busy for a few days, finally relaxed. Looking at the various resources in front of him, an excited look appeared on his face. He originally thought that he needed to capture the Immortal King Level 3 battle pet for his advancement. However, this time, the accumulation of the Eastly Dynasty and the Snow Sect's 3 forces was enough for Wang Xian to advance by 1 level. Wang Xian's improvement had always been the one that consumed the most resources.
The rapid improvement recently was all due to the sale of tamed war pets.
After destroying the Eastly Immortal Dynasty, they had plundered more than 60 Immortal Emperors' Immortal Empire. They had obtained a terrifying amount of resources from it.
The resources that a faction had did not include the resources that the Immortal King alone had.
Which Immortal King did not have some treasures?
There were more than 60 Immortal Kings, and one of them was an Immortal King Level 4 existence. Their treasures could totally upgrade the Dragon Palace. Looking at the pile of treasures in front of him, Wang Xian was ready to break through his strength immediately. Once he broke through, he would have the combat strength of a Level 4 Immortal King. When he mastered the Black Hole Space Disturbing Formation, he would be able to destroy a Level 4 Immortal King powerhouse.
Dragon King, our Dragon Palace has taken over more than 100 planets. East Lake Planet has also become our Dragon Palace's commercial planet.
This is some information regarding the future development path of the Dragon Palace and the fixed resources currently controlled by the Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gui sat over and handed Wang Xian a set of information. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head and took it over to have a look. More than 100 life planets. This was a huge amount of wealth. Controlling this planet meant controlling the tax revenue of this planet. The tax revenue was extremely terrifying. Other than that, the planet owned some industries that could monopolize the planet. Once it was monopolized, it would be another terrifying gain. Of course, these gains were not bad for the Dragon Palace. The most important thing for the Dragon Palace was the East Lake planet. The East Lake planet was a commercial planet. According to Prime Minister Gui's analysis, the profits from the East Lake planet in a day could increase the Dragon Palace by 3 eternal godlords. What a terrifying thing! In addition to the Dragon Palace's fixed assets, Prime Minister Gui had also formulated some development plans. For example, in this area, more than 100,000 human life planets could give up their oceans to the Dragon Palace, and the Dragon Palace could protect a planet. For those human life planets that were not threatened by desolate beasts, the Dragon Palace could take out the territories of more than 100 planets to trade for their oceans. According to Prime Minister Gui's estimation, more than half of the 100,000 human life planets currently had external threats. If the Dragon Palace proposed this plan, there would definitely be many planets that would be willing for the Dragon Palace to enter their planet's oceans. At that time, the Dragon Palace would receive an explosive increase in strength, and the Dragon Palace would have sufficient resources to increase the number of new Dragon Palace members. According to Prime Minister Gui's plan, the number of members of the Dragon Palace would be increased to 500,000 or even 1 million within a year. All right. According to the instructions from above, all the available resources are now in the Dragon Palace. Call the members of the Dragon Palace over. Next, we will upgrade our strength. Wang Xian nodded and instructed Prime Minister Gui. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui nodded his head. Little Xian, if you are too busy, you can let us and Prime Minister Gui handle some matters for you. Just as Prime Minister Gui left, a group of girls walked over. All right. I have nothing to be busy with. Just leave it to Prime Minister Gui and the rest of the civil officials. Next, I want to raise my strength. All of you should also raise your strength to the immortal godly king realm. Wang Xian said to the group of girls. All right. In the future, you will be in charge of the external affairs while we will be in charge of the internal affairs. All right, don't forget to get Qingyu and Lingxiu back as soon as possible. The group of girls nodded their heads. Don't worry. Wang Xian smiled and looked at the resources in front of him. Then, his body moved. Roar. A low roar was heard. His entire body immediately transformed into the body of a divine dragon that was more than 10,000 meters long. It's been a long time since I've transformed into a divine dragon. When I'm stronger, I don't have to be so apprehensive anymore. Wang Xian mumbled. He stared at the resources in front of him and opened his dragon mouth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. All kinds of elixirs, divine trees, divine herbs, divine fruits, and divine liquid flew into his mouth and immediately transformed into a huge amount of origin dragon energy. Just as Wang Xian was rapidly improving, he was located in another part of the Dragon Palace. Numerous gigantic eternal kingdoms of the immortal god realm were placed around him. Devouring dragons were devouring them crazily. After inheriting the genes of the Bug Clan, their speed of improvement was similarly terrifying. In the dragon transformation pool, the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace were sitting cross-legged inside. Similarly, they were improving their own strength. This time, there were more than 60 Immortal God King Realm experts and 200,000 to 300,000 Eternal God Master Realm experts who obtained the corpses. There were only 170,000 members in the Dragon Palace now. After consuming the dragon blood, every single one of them would receive a huge boost. At least this time, the number of immortal kings in the Dragon Palace could break through 200. Roar, roar, roar. Not long after, Wang Xian's dragon roar resounded throughout the entire Dragon Palace. All the members of the Dragon Palace paused and looked in one direction. Their eyes were filled with passion. The Dragon King was about to break through.
Crack, crack, crack.
At this moment, Wang Xian's dragon body had already reached 15,000 meters long. The shimmering substantive laws on it caused the entire dragon body to glow with 7-colored radiance.
He has already possessed the combat strength of an Immortal King level 4. It won't be long before I can recover. Ha ha ha. At the side, the divine Emperor Tianchun seemed to be even more excited than Wang Xian. Roar! Wang Xian opened his eyes slowly. Feeling the immense power, he smiled. Name Wang Xian. Race: Yin Yang 5 Elements Divine Dragon, Mandragon Unity. Level: Eternal Lord Level 8. Divine Dragon Transformation Level 6. Origin: 124, 344/500, 000. Supernatural Ability: Ruling the Water Tribe that is lower than one's own level. Devours living things to extract origin. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method, Divine Dragon Transformation. Ability: Soul Absorbing, Spirit Attaching, Yin Yang 5 Elements Dragon Eyes. Aspect: 5 Elements Great Mill, Dragon Kingdom in the palm, Dragon Head under the sky, Dragon Body of 10,000 miles, Yin Yang 2 Poles, Yin Yang 5 Elements Alms Bowl, Divine Dragon Tail Swing. Law: Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, Earth, Light and Darkness. Level 8. Divine Kingdom, Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace, Level 7. Dragon Palace members, 178,693. Eternal Lord Level 8. I'm about to reach the 7th change of the Divine Dragon. Wang Xian looked at his attributes with a smile on his face. Eternal Lord Level 8 was able to fight against a Level 4 Immortal King. Such strength was invincible in this region.
There's still one more thing to do. Destroy the Iron Blood Alliance and consolidate the strength of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian mumbled.
Wang Xian would make ungrateful people pay the price of blood.
After all the members of the Dragon Palace were upgraded, he could prepare to make his move.
Buzz.
He moved and arrived at the Dragon King's palace in an instant. He stretched lazily and took out his AI to check the current situation. When he saw the comments on the thread, a faint smile appeared on his face. This area will soon be dominated by the Dragon Palace. Stabilize this area, settle down for a year, and enter an even more magnificent area ahead. Wang Xian mumbled. Time passed day by day. All the members of the Dragon Palace were rapidly improving their strength.
The outside world was in chaos. The members of the Dragon Palace were staying in the Dragon Palace. A month's time passed in the blink of an eye. The improvement of all the members of the Dragon Palace had come to an end. Wang Xian sat on the dragon throne and sensed the strength of the entire Dragon Palace. A smile appeared on his face. After this battle, the combat strength of the Immortal King of the Dragon Palace broke through 200, reaching more than 230. The strongest ones, Ao Crab and the Devouring Dragon, had 6 Devouring Dragons with the combat strength of an Immortal King level 5. Other than that, the Devouring Dragon had 10 Immortal King level 4 combat strength and 20 level 3 combat strength. The remaining level 1 and level 2 fighters were 30 to 40. The Devouring Dragon was much stronger than the overall strength of the Dragon Palace. Other than the Devouring Dragon, Wang Xian had level 4 Immortal King level fighters, while Ao Qi, Tian, Ao Xing, Mu, and Ao Qi had level 4 Immortal King level fighters. The rest were level 3 and below. With such strength, if released, it would definitely shock the entire starry sky. Prime Minister Gue. Wang Xian shouted softly. I'm here. Soon, Prime Minister Gue walked over respectfully. What's the situation with the Iron Blood Alliance?
Wang Xian asked him.
Dragon King, according to Ao Yao's investigation, we have discovered that there are experts from the Raging Flame Celestial Empire who have entered the Iron Blood Alliance. Among them, there are 2 level 5 Immortal King experts.
In addition, we have sent people to investigate about the Raging Flame Empire. They are a top third-rate force with 5 Immortal King level 5 experts.
Prime Minister Gue immediately reported to Wang Xian. After learning that the Raging Flame Empire and the Iron Blood Alliance wanted to kill him, Wang Xian naturally had to be prepared. Over the past month, Ao Yao had led some subordinates to investigate a lot of information. 2 level 5 Immortal King powerhouses. There are a total of 5 in the entire Raging Flame dynasty. Wang Xian mumbled as his eyes revealed a cold look. A force with only 5 level 5 Immortal King powerhouses wanted to kill him.
Have you found out why they want to kill me?
Wang Xian asked. Dragon King, we haven't found him yet. I'm afraid only the powerhouses from the Iron Blood Alliance and the Raging Flame dynasty know about it. Prime Minister Gue shook his head. If we attack now, do you have the confidence to wipe them out in one fell swoop? Wang Xian asked.
The possibility of keeping them all alive is very small. At the very least, the 2 Immortal King level 5 powerhouses are hard to kill. We can severely injure the Iron Blood Alliance, but it's still a little difficult to wipe them out completely. Prime Minister Gue shook his head. He pondered for a moment and said, unless
we can gather all the powerhouses of the Iron Blood Alliance just like the Beast Tide. We can exterminate all the powerhouses of the Iron Blood Alliance. Wang Xian sat there with a thoughtful look on his face.
What's the current situation in the outside world? After more than 10 seconds, Wang Xian asked.
Dragon King, everything is normal. All the properties of our Dragon Palace are on the right track. The Fire Hammer clan has evolved into the Fire Gold Dragon Seed. The divine weapons they forged have been sold on planet Dongqi and are loved by the strong.
The elixirs refined by the Dragon Queen and the Fire Phoenix Dragon Seed have also been snatched up. Now, the Dragon Palace can earn a lot of resources every day. These resources can help the members of the Dragon Palace improve rapidly.
The weakest among us now has the combat strength of a level 5 Eternal Lord.
Prime Minister Gue said with a smile on his face.
There were more than 170,000 members of the Dragon Palace, and the lowest combat strength was a level 5 Eternal Lord. This force was absolutely invincible in the entire region. After we finish off the Iron Blood Alliance, there will be no enemies in this region. When the time comes, we will expand the number of members of the Dragon Palace.
Wang Xian said.
It's the Dragon King. Do we make any preparations for the Iron Blood Alliance?
Prime Minister Gue asked. There's no need. I'll handle this matter. Wang Xian shook his head and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly.
The last time, the Dragon Palace had helped the Iron Blood Alliance to fend off the Beast Tide, preventing them from being attacked and destroyed by the desolate beasts. Since they had repaid their kindness with enmity, they would return the Beast Tide to them.
It's about time to let that free laborer do the work.
Wang Xian smiled. He took out his AI and immediately sent a message to the Empress. After sending more than 10 messages consecutively, he waited for a reply.
It's enough to send it once. I'm not blind. Very soon, a cold message was sent back.
Hee. Wang Xian smiled and replied immediately. Wait at the location of the teleportation formation on planet Dongqi. I'll be there right away. All right. The Imperial Star Lady replied to a message very quickly.
Ao Yao Ao Crab.
Wang Xian stood up and shouted. I'm here. 2 figures appeared in front of Wang Xian immediately and cupped their hands. You too, come with me, he said to the 2 of them. It's the Dragon King. The 2 of them nodded in response.
Let's go. There was an ocean on planet Dongqi. The Dragon Palace had been established there and could be teleported over instantly.
Buzz. Soon, Wang Xian brought Aoxia and the rest to the location of the teleportation formation. When they arrived, Di Xinger had yet to arrive.
The speed is a little slow. After waiting for a few minutes, Wang Xian looked at Di Xinger and said with a smile.
It's you who came too early. Where are we going? Di Xinger glanced at him with an expressionless face. The Lorman Desolate Beast Park. It's still there.
Wang Xian smiled at her and walked to the teleportation formation at the side.
Dragon King. The people guarding the teleportation formation shouted at Wang Xian respectfully. Buzz.
Di Xingnu followed behind and stepped into the teleportation formation. Soon, they arrived at a planet that was relatively close to Lurman. Due to the betrayal of the Iron Blood Alliance, there was no longer any teleportation formation from Dongqi planet to the Iron Blood Alliance. Let's go,
Wang Xian said to Di Xingnu and flew directly in the direction of the Lualman Desolate Beast Park. Aunt Ying followed behind with Di Xingnu. Their speed was very fast. The distance of hundreds of billions of kilometers was only half an hour.
We're at the edge.
Half an hour later, Wang Xian looked at the vast Lualman Desolate Beast Park in front of him. His eyes were sparkling.
This place was located on the right side of the Iron Blood Alliance. There was still some distance between them and the Iron Blood Alliance.
This time, we are going to enter the depths of the Lualman Beast Park. We are going to capture some level 4 Immortal King level battle pets. So, it will be tough for us from now on.
Wang Xian's gaze swept across the area in front of him as he spoke to Emperor Star Lady. Level 4 Immortal King level? You
can tame them? Hearing Wang Xian's words, Di Xingnu was slightly shocked. She stared at Wang Xian with her eyes wide open. To be able to tame an Immortal King level 4 battle pet, what kind of concept was that?
It meant that his strength had reached at least Immortal King level 4.
Last time he was level 3. This time he was level 4?
How is that possible? Of course I can.
Wang Xian nodded his head lightly. His strength had improved so quickly that he could not hide it. He might as well not hide it at all. Immortal King level 4. Empress Star Lady followed behind Wang Xian with a face full of shock. She looked at Auntie Ying, who was beside her. Such a terrifying speed of improvement. Even those powerhouses who were reborn with blood might not be able to do it.
Auntie Ying shook her head slightly and sent a voice transmission.
With his speed, won't he be able to improve to Immortal King level 5 or even level 6 in a year or two? Emperor Star Lady said dumbly, I feel that the underlings beside him are stronger than the Dragon King. Aunt Ying frowned as she sensed Aohe's strength. Her strength was at undying level 6, and from her senses, the energy from Aohe's body wasn't weak at all. The one who could make him feel that wasn't weak was most likely an undying level 5 warrior.
This
Emperor Star Lady was stunned. When he heard that the Dragon Palace had destroyed the Eastli Immortal Dynasty and had a few level 4 Immortal King level warriors, she was already shocked.
However, now the other party had displayed even more powerful strength, causing her to be stunned.
Since when could one's strength increase so easily?
Ao Yao, you guys go around and check out the news. Once you find the Immortal King Desolate Beast, report immediately.
After entering the Lualman Desolate Beast Park for hundreds of billions of kilometers, Wang Xian immediately ordered Ao Yao and the rest. This time, Ao Yao brought 3 of her underlings. All of them had the ability to assassinate an undying godly monarch level 3 powerhouse. Of course, the main reason they came was to find the Desolate Beast. With the hidden ability of the thorned dragon species, without the strength of an undying godly monarch level 6 or 7, without a serious search, they would not be discovered. At the very least, Auntie Ying did not discover Ao Yao and the rest. Ao Yao and the rest were able to investigate the surroundings more easily than Auntie Ying of the Emperor Star.
They would not alert the Desolate Beasts. Just follow me. This time I won't let you go and investigate.
Wang Xian said to the Emperor Star Lady. Using the ancestral tree's ability to transmit information to the surrounding trees, he could sense the situation around him. Di Xingnu did not say a word. The Lualman Desolate Beast Park was extremely huge. There were countless desolate beasts living here. According to the guess of some people in the AI, there were at least tens of thousands of Immortal King Desolate Beasts. The Desolate Beasts in the middle were extremely powerful and had the strength of a level 5 or 6 Immortal King.
Every Immortal King Desolate Beast had their own race or territory.
Once a new Immortal King was born, they would often fight over their territory.
Buzz.
Dragon King. I have found an Immortal King Desolate Beast.
2 hours later, a thorned dragon flew over and reported to Wang Xian.
Location. Wang Xian immediately asked. Star Lady Beauty, it's your turn. After receiving the message from the thorned dragon, Wang Xian immediately said to the Emperor Star Lady, Huh? How did you find out? She looked at Wang Xian in surprise. I naturally sent people to investigate. There is a level 2 Immortal King level Desolate Beast at a location of 200 million kilometers to the right.
Attracted over.
Wang Xian said to her. All right. Di Xingnu looked at him and didn't ask any more questions. She flew straight to the right. This wasn't the first time she was being chased by a desolate beast. Now, she was much more relaxed.
Buzz buzz buzz.
Dixing knew left. Wang Xian quickly began to set up a formation. He didn't need to set up a formation that could trap a level 4 Immortal King level desolate beast. A formation that could trap a level 3 desolate beast was enough. The speed of setting up the formation was very fast. By the side, Ant-Ing retreated tens of millions of kilometers. Following that, Wang Xian and Ao Crab hid at the side and waited. Roar! 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 An hour later, a roar was heard accompanied by an extremely pathetic figure. It's here. Wang Xian revealed a smile on his face. The Emperor Star was still in an extremely pathetic state this time. No one could have imagined that the famous star goddess of the Imperial Star Field would be in such a pathetic state.
Buzz.
When the desolate beast entered the area, the formation was activated. Boom! Wang Xian immediately appeared. His arm turned into a dragon claw and grabbed the desolate beast in his hand. At the same time, a terrifying dragon aura engulfed the desolate beast. Roar, roar, roar. When the desolate beast saw Wang Xian who had suddenly appeared, it revealed a terrified expression and let out a terrified cry. However, with Wang Xian's current strength, it was impossible for it to escape. Wang Xian grabbed the beast with his dragon claw and immediately began to tame it. The process of taming the beast was still very fast. In less than half an hour, the Immortal King Desolate Beast was crawling under Wang Xian's feet. Very good. Wang Xian revealed a smile on his face. With a wave of his arm, the surrounding formation disappeared. Go back to your nest and wait for the order. Wang Xian had a thought and ordered this war pet. Roar! The tamed war pet let out a low roar and flew back to its nest. Huh? Why did you let it go back?
When Dixing saw that Wang Xian had let it go back after taming it, her face was filled with astonishment.
I have my own plans.
Wang Xian said to her mysteriously.
If you don't want to say it, then so be it, the Celestial Queen said coldly.
Wang Xian smiled and didn't say anything. He stood on the spot and waited quietly. In less than an hour, there was news from Ao Yao.
Let's go. This time, the distance was relatively far. After flying for more than 100 million kilometers, Wang Xian stopped.
About 5,000 kilometers over there, there's a level 1 Immortal King Desolate Beast.
Wang Xian pointed at a spot and said to the Empress Star Lady. She didn't say anything and flew straight ahead.
This time, the wait was a little long. It took the Empress Star Lady more than an hour to bring the Immortal King level 1 Desolate Beast over.
After taming it easily, Wang Xian let the battle pet return to his territory and waited for the order.
In the following period of time, Wang Xian began to tame desolate beasts one by one in the Lualman Desolate Beast Park.
A month later, he had tamed a total of 40 Immortal King level war pets, including 5 level 3 Immortal King level war pets.
However, he didn't tame any level 4 Immortal King level desolate beasts.
Dragon King, if we go any further, we will be close to the central area of the Lualman Desolate Beast Park. There might be even stronger existences in that area. After taming the 40th Desolate Beast, Ant-Ing flew over and reminded Wang Xian.
I know, I will be careful. Let's see if we can tame some level 4 Immortal King level desolate beasts. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly.
In his plan, these 40 desolate beasts were not enough. He had to tame at least 3 level 4 Immortal King level battle pets.
These 3 Immortal King level battle pets were very useful. Furthermore, when they were sold in the future, his strength would be able to increase once again.
It's best to be careful. Young miss, you have to be careful too. There's someone in the Lorman Desolate Beast Garden that can break through the Tian Vale's defense.
Shadow Ant reminded Emperor Star Lady.
Ant-Ing, don't worry. If I'm in danger, it's his fault, the Empress Star Lady said to Ant-Ing as she looked at Wang Xian who was beside her. Nothing will happen. My men will check it out before letting you go over.
Wang Xian said to her in a speechless manner.
Humph. The Empress Star Lady snorted softly and followed behind Wang Xian as they continued to fly forward. Ao Yao and the rest had already gone deeper into the area.
The location they were at a month ago was at the edge of the Lorman Desolate Beasts. Now that they had entered the central area, even Aou and the rest had to be careful.
Wang Xian scanned his surroundings warily and carefully sensed the situation around him. Their speed had decreased by a lot. Dragon King, we have discovered a group of desolate beasts. There are a total of 5 Immortal King desolate beasts, 1 Immortal King level 4, 2 Immortal King level 3, and 2 Immortal King level 2.
Not long after, Aou sent a piece of news that surprised Wang Xian. 5 Immortal King desolate beasts, a group. He revealed a look of surprise and looked at Di Xingnu excitedly.
We have discovered a group of Immortal King desolate beasts. There are a total of 5. Be careful and attract them over.
Wang Xian said.
5? You want me to attract 5 at once?
Di Xingnu's face was dark as she glared at Wang Xian.
Ahem, there's no difference between 5 and 1. There won't be any danger.
Wang Xian gave her an embarrassed smile. You.
Di Xingnu looked at her with some annoyance. If you do well in the next 1 to 2 years, I can help Chu Shi Space Beast to level up to Immortal King level 4. Wang Xian said to her. All right. Emperor Star Lady gritted her teeth and braced herself to fly forward. Every time she attracted an Immortal King desolate beast, she would be attacked like a rubber ball. Now that she had attracted 5 at once, the result was obvious. Not far away, Anting looked at Emperor Star Lady's back with some heartache and shook her head slightly.
Dragon King,
if your dragon palace becomes stronger in the future, can you help Xingnu? Anting turned her head and looked at Wang Xian, who was setting up the formation. She hesitated for a moment before speaking.
Ha! Wang Xian was slightly stunned. Following that, he looked at the disappearing figure in front of him and nodded with a smile. Sure, no problem at all.
Thank you very much, Dragon King. Auntie Ing smiled in surprise. It's just a small matter. I'll help if I can. If I can't help, I won't help either.
Wang Xian shook his head and continued to set up the formations one by one. He had a vague guess about the identity of the Celestial Emperor's daughter.
However, although the Dragon Palace was weak now, it wouldn't be long before there was a place for the Dragon Palace in this dazzling land. He was confident. After the formation was set up, Wang Xian began to wait.
However, this time, the desolate beasts were not attracted over even after 2 hours.
Dragon King. She is being entangled by 5 Immortal King desolate beasts. Wang Xian asked Ao Yao and the rest and got a reply very quickly. Is she being entangled? He frowned slightly. Dragon King, Miss sent me a message. She has no way to come here. She can't get rid of the 5 Immortal King desolate beasts. An hour later, Aunt Ing came to Wang Xian's side and said to him,
Got it. Wang Xian frowned. He immediately informed Ao Yao to bring Di Xingnu over.
Damn bastard. Let me attract the 5 Immortal King desolate beasts. At this moment, at a distance of more than 200 million kilometers, Di Xingnu's face was flushed red. She was being attacked by the 5 Immortal King desolate beasts. Rumble. An incomparably huge tail swept over, causing her face to turn pale. Her body flew backwards. She felt dizzy. Bastard.
She cursed angrily, her eyes reddened, she almost cried.
Wang. Right at this time, beside her, a shadow suddenly grabbed her. Emperor Star Lady was shocked. She couldn't help but struggle. Miss, don't worry. The Dragon King wanted us to take you away. Ao Yao's voice immediately sounded in her ears. Who? When Emperor Star Lady heard this, she heaved a sigh of relief. She looked at Ao Yao fearfully.
Ao Yao's image was indeed terrifying. Howl. Behind them, the 5 undying godly monarch desolate beasts were stunned when they saw the sudden appearance of the strange Yao. Following that, they let out a roar and immediately chased.
Ao Yao and the rest were not a match for the undying Emperor level 4 desolate beast. He brought along Emperor Star Lady like a ghost as they swiftly shuttled through the forest. Roar, roar, roar.
After chasing for tens of millions of kilometers, seeing that they could not catch up to the strange demon, they scanned their surroundings warily.
The leading undying Emperor level 4 desolate beast hesitated for a moment before stopping and letting out an angry roar. Emperor Star Lady hesitated when she saw that the desolate beast wasn't chasing after her.
This fellow, I have to get him to give me something good.
She gritted her teeth and with a move of her arm, she took out an item from her space ring.
A piece of meat, gray meat, it contained a terrifying energy.
Wang! Roar, roar, roar.
When this piece of meat was taken out by her, the 5 undying God Emperor desolate beasts behind seemed to sense something.
Their eyes instantly revealed a burning look. Howl, howl, howl. The 5 undying God Emperor desolate beasts roared and chased.
The Ao Yao with Emperor Star Lady sensed this piece of meat. A familiar look flashed in his eyes. He did not have time to think. He flew at full speed with Emperor Star Lady.
Oh? Those undying godly monarch desolate beasts are following us. At Wang Xian's position, when he sensed the roars coming from the front, he was slightly stunned. A look of joy appeared on his face. Aunt Ing, hide for a while, he immediately said and immediately hid with Ao Crab. Ao Yao's figure soon appeared in front of him. At this moment, he was fleeing crazily with the Empress Star while the 5 desolate beasts were chasing after him.
This is...
Suddenly, Wang Xian was stunned. His gaze was fixed on the piece of meat in the Empress Star's hand.
The grayish meat contained a majestic energy. An extremely familiar aura was transmitted over.
When he saw this piece of meat, his expression changed drastically. Roar!
Roar! Roar! The desolate beasts were getting closer and closer. When they stepped into the formation, Wang Xian gritted his teeth and immediately activated the formation.
Ao Crab, suppress those desolate beasts for me.
Wang Xian growled in a low voice. There was a hint of violence in his eyes. Following that, under the dumbfounded situation of the Imperial Star Lady, Wang Xian rushed straight towards her.
Buzz! In her shock, Wang Xian grabbed her neck directly. A cold, murderous aura was transmitted into her mind.
The space around her was immediately confined.
Tell me, where did you get this piece of flesh? Wang Xian grabbed her, although it was blocked by the heaven-concealing veil on her body. His fierce expression still gave Di Xing new a fright.
What?
What are you doing? You heartless bastard. What are you trying to do?
The Empress could feel the cold, murderous aura from Wang Xian's body. Her already pale face turned even paler as she yelled at him incoherently in fear.
How did you get this piece of flesh? At this moment, Wang Xian's eyes were a little red as he stared at her coldly. Wang Xian could feel Xiao Lan's aura from this piece of grayish flesh. How could Xiao Lan's flesh be in her hands?
What was the current situation of Qingwei Lingxiu and the rest?
This was given to me by someone else. What are you going to do? The Empress' expression changed as she stared at Wang Xian and asked coldly, Who gave it to you?
Wang Xian stared at her coldly and questioned her. Yes, Sister Lan Qingwei and Sister Sun Lingxiu gave it to me. This is the flesh of their space beast pets. What has it got to do with you?
The Empress' expression turned gloomy as she spoke to him.
Qingwei Lingxiu.
When Wang Xian heard what she said, he could tell from her eyes that she was not lying. The murderous aura around her vanished instantly. How did you know Qing Yu and Lingxiu? Where are they now?
Wang Xian looked at her and grabbed her arm. His voice softened a little.
Let go of me first. Di Xingnu stared at Wang Xian angrily.
Phew, I'm sorry. I lost my composure. Lan Qingwei and Sun Lingxiu are very important people to me. Wang Xian took a deep breath and apologized to Celestial Lady.
Humph.
Celestial Lady snorted in dissatisfaction. About a year ago, when Aunt Ing and I were preparing to capture the towering snake space beast, we met them in a patch of space. At that time, Sister Lan Qingwei and Sun Lingxiu were being hunted down. Aunt Ing saved them.
At that time, they had an Immortal King level 3 space beast. At that time, she said that there was nothing to repay us, so she gave us this piece of flesh. They said that this piece of flesh could attract the space beast, just like what they said. Then, do you know where they are now? Do you know where they went? Wang Xian asked nervously. I don't know, but they should be safe now. Auntie Ying said that their void beasts are very powerful, much more powerful than the towering snake. The Imperial Star Lady replied. Then do you know who is chasing after them? Wang Xian's expression changed. He took a deep breath and continued to ask her, Why should I tell you?
Based on your attitude just now, HMPH. Di Xingnu looked at him with displeasure. I can give you the towering snake space beast immediately. If you need any help in the future, I will not decline. Even if I have to offend a powerful force, my dragon palace is willing to help. Wuxia stared at him and promised with a serious face. You! Di Xingnu was slightly stunned. She looked at Wuxia in astonishment. This fellow actually said such words. You! Who are they to you? Di Xingnu looked at him with some doubt. Wuxia did not reply. He reached out to take the flesh in her hand and sensed it. It's our dragon queen. You saved our dragon queen. Our dragon palace will repay you. Oh Yao Yao looked at their dragon king and said softly, Dragon queen? Dragon king? Both of them? HMH, a playboy. Di Xingnu was stunned for a moment before she curled her lips. It's good that you're all right. Wuxia sensed Xiaolan's flesh. He could vaguely sense that Xiaolan was still alive. As long as Xiaolan was still alive, Qingyu and Lingxiu would be fine. Thank you for saving Qingyu and the rest back then. Wuxia thanked Di Xingnu. HMH, just don't think about killing me. Di Xingnu didn't give him any face at all. I'll help you tame the towering snake space beast. Within a year, I'll help you raise it to level 5 Immortal King. Wuxia waved his arm and the towering snake space beast appeared beside him. Are you serious? Emperor Star Lady's eyes sparkled as she stared at him and said, You guys saved Qingyue Lingxiu and the rest. Our dragon palace owes you a favor. Don't worry, we won't lie to you. Wuxia said directly. That's more like it. Emperor Star Lady's expression turned good. I'll go tame the 5 Immortal King Desolate Beasts first. Wuxia looked to the side and saw that the 5 Immortal King Desolate Beasts had been suppressed by AO Crab. He immediately flew over. Immortal King Level 5. Empress Star Lady looked at AO he who was suppressing the 5 Immortal King Desolate Beasts, her eyes gleaming. Her Anting was only at Immortal King Level 6, and this Dragon King's underling had already reached Immortal King Level 5. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that this dragon palace gave her a strange and unfathomable feeling. Raising the towering snake space beast to Immortal King Level 5 in a year, when that time came, who in the entire Emperor Starfield would dare to compete with her? He was almost 100% sure that he could enter the Imperial Court's divine kingdom. Taming the Level 4 Immortal King level Desolate Beast took some time. After an hour, the 5 Immortal King level Desolate Beasts were completely tamed. After removing the formation, he ordered them to leave immediately. Come. I'll help you tame the towering snake space beast. Wuxia said to Di Xingnu who was beside him. All right. Di Xingnu naturally wouldn't reject him. She immediately nodded her head. She had spent too much time and money for this towering snake space beast. Miss. Aunt Ing flew over at this moment. She looked at Wuxia in surprise and her gaze landed on Di Xingnu. Aunt Ing, do you still remember the 2 girls that we saved a year ago? Sister Lan Qingyue, son Lingxiu, and the rest. They are this bastard's women, the Dragon Queen of the Dragon Palace. He said that the Dragon Palace will repay our kindness. He has helped me tame this snake, and he will also help me raise to Undying Level 5 within a year. Other than that, this bastard also said that if I need any help in the future, he will definitely not decline, even if it's against a powerful organization. Emperor Star Lady seemed to have released all the grievances she had suffered over the past few months. Her face full of happiness as she said to Aunt Ing. This? Aunt Ing was completely stunned. How did such a change happen all of a sudden? The 2 women from the space behemoth a year ago were the Dragon Queen of the Dragon Palace? The Dragon King's women? Aunt Ing was a little stunned. She didn't expect such a coincidence. The corner of Wuxia's mouth twitched when he heard the Empress address him so brazenly. I won't argue with this little woman. He thought to himself. Oh right. Do you guys know the strength of the people who chased after Qingyu and the rest back then? Wuxia raised his head and looked at Di Xing'er, Aunt Ing, and the rest. It seems to be a second-rate top force. It seems to be called Tianya, a force close to the central region. Aunt Ing thought for a moment and replied. Tianya. Wuxia mumbled as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Success, success. Within the Lorman Desolate Beast Garden, the towering snake was swallowing and spitting its head. Beside it, Emperor Star Lady was looking excitedly at the space beast in front of her. The towering snake used its head to gently lean against her. Its intimate expression made her extremely excited. Space Beast, an undying level 3 space beast, with its potential it could grow to the pinnacle undying level. Once this towering snake space beast reached the peak, her status would be greatly enhanced. With the characteristics of the towering snake space beast, no one below the Void God Emperor was her match. She would not be bullied by anyone in the imperial court. Her mother would also rise. Congratulations, young miss. Thank you, Dragon King. Auntie Ying also walked over with a smile on her face. She thanked Wang Xian and looked at her. At least you have some conscience. Di Xingnu was also very happy and excited. She looked at Wang Xian and raised her head slightly. Hee hee. Wang Xian smiled. You said that I'm your benefactor. I'm going back now. I won't serve you anymore. Imperial Star Lady raised her head proudly like a farmer who had turned over a new leaf as she spoke to Wang Xian. When Wang Xian heard her words and saw her smug look, his face turned a little black. Well, Star Lady Beauty, if I want to help you raise the Choo-Choo Snake to Immortal King level 4 or even level 5, I need to capture and tame the desolate beasts and sell them to obtain a large amount of resources. If you are not willing to help me tame the desolate beasts now, I don't have the confidence to raise it to level 4 or even level 5 within a year or two. Wang Xian said to the Empress Star Lady with a black face. Didn't you say that you want to help the vertical snake to Immortal King level 5? The Empress Star Lady was slightly stunned when she heard his words and said in dissatisfaction, that is under the condition of being able to tame the desolate beasts. You have also seen how fast I can tame the desolate beasts. Now that I can't obtain too many desolate beasts, I don't have the confidence. Wang Xian shook his head. You rascal, are you going to put it bluntly, or do you want me to be your bait? Di Xingnu's expression started to change as she said with uncertainty. It's a collaboration. In the future, if you manage to tame a lot of battle pets, I can give you an Immortal King level 4 battle pet. A level 5 battle pet wouldn't be a problem. Think about it. Taking out a Space Beast battle pet and an Immortal King level 4 or 5 battle pet. How cool is that? Wang Xian said with a smile on his face. You are really not a good person. A few seconds later, the Imperial Star Lady gritted her teeth and glared at Wang Xian as she said that. However, what this fellow said was too tempting. She was only one of her father's thousands of children. If she did not have some influence now, she might not be able to see her father even once in more than 10 years. Furthermore, her mother was not favored by her father. If she had a place in the imperial court with her own strength, her father would have a huge change to her and her mother in the future. You can use this piece of flesh to attract the desolate beasts. This way it might be faster. Wang Xian smiled faintly. Humph. She snorted softly with a face full of displeasure. Ao Yao. Continue to search for the desolate beasts in the surroundings. Wang Xian ordered Ao Yao and the rest. It's the Dragon King. Ao Yao and the rest nodded and disappeared in the next moment. On the side, Auntie Ying was trying her best to sense the silhouettes of Ao Yao and the rest. A hint of shock flashed across her eyes. The central area of the Lowerman Desolate Beast Park was obviously different from the outer area. Those who could occupy the central area were either powerful desolate beasts above level 3 Immortal King level, or a few Immortal King desolate beast races. In less than an hour, Ao Yao received news that the 4 Immortal King desolate beast races were all level 2 Immortal King. Let's go, Wang Xian said to Di Xingnu. Got it. Di Xingnu's body moved and immediately flew towards the desolate beasts. Roar, roar, roar. This time, because Di Xingnu took out Shaolan's special piece of flesh from time to time, the 4 undying godly monarch desolate beasts chased after them crazily. 2 hours later, the 4 undying godly monarch desolate beasts entered the formation and were easily tamed. Continue. After taming the 4 desolate beasts again, Wang Xian put them back while Ao Yao and the rest continued their search. Roar, 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 roar. However, more than 10 minutes later, the center of the entire Lorman Desolate Beast Park seemed to be boiling. Terrifying roars could be heard one after another.
The sounds shook the heaven and earth. The entire sky seemed to have undergone a terrifying change.
Eh?
Wang Xian was slightly shocked. He immediately flew towards the sky.
This is...
Auntie Ing, who was beside him, also flew into the sky and stared ahead in astonishment. Buzz, buzz, buzz.
Hovering in the sky, Wang Xian looked towards the sky and sensed waves of terrifying energy.
In the distance, a huge crack appeared in the void. The crack looked extremely terrifying. Waves of wild and pure energy came from within the crack. Within the crack, it seemed to contain a space.
This is the Immortal King Divine Kingdom. It should be the Immortal King Divine Kingdom of the Desolate Beasts.
Aunt Ing stared at that area and said in astonishment,
The energy inside feels very strong, at least level 6 Immortal King. Wang Xian looked ahead and said in astonishment,
Not only that, it's the lair of level 7 Immortal King Desolate Beasts. Beside her, Aunt Ying's eyes were sparkling as she said,
Roar, roar, roar. Pung, ping, ping.
Just as she finished her sentence, a terrifying collision suddenly erupted in front of them. There's someone. Wang Xian was slightly shocked. Someone was fighting with the desolate beast there. It should be the lair of an Immortal King level 7 desolate beast. That desolate beast might have already fallen. Its divine kingdom has attracted the attention of other desolate beasts and humans.
Aunt Ing guessed from the side. The lair of an Immortal King level 7 desolate beast. There must be many treasures there. Aunt Ing, shall we go and take a look?
Emperor Star Lady immediately said, The treasures in the desolate beast divine kingdom are usually much less than humans. Furthermore, there are already people there. I can't make a move. Aunt Ing shook her head. I'll go and take a look.
Wang Xian hesitated for a moment and said to the Emperor Star Lady and the rest,
I'll go too.
The Emperor Star Lady also said to Wang Xian with great interest and followed closely behind.
Miss, don't expose your identity. Aunt Ing shook her head helplessly and hid at the back. Boom,
boom, boom. Wang Xian, Emperor Star Lady, and the rest got closer. There were sounds of collisions coming from the front.
The laws tore through the void, and the Immortal King desolate beasts let out furious roars. When they flew over, there were still many desolate beasts fleeing in panic from the depths. There are so many Immortal King desolate beasts and there are so many humans over there. No, that doesn't seem to be humans.
Wang Xian and the rest got closer. When they saw the situation in front of them, they narrowed their eyes slightly.
That's the Heaven Fey race. They should be the same as your subordinates. In the sky above the Lorman Desolate Beast Garden, Emperor Star Lady looked at the group of people fighting against the desolate beasts and said, The so-called Heaven Fey race was the Fey Beast race. They had their own intelligence and could transform into humans.
Many Heaven Fey and humans lived together, and many Fey beasts and humans coexisted peacefully. In front of them, there were many Heaven Fey experts fighting with the desolate beasts.
Heaven Fey were bloodline cultivators. They had their own upper limits, and according to the bloodline experts, they would determine the strength of the Heaven Fey. There's an Undying God King level 6 Heaven Fey fighting with an Undying God King level 6 Desolate Beast.
At that moment, Emperor Star Lady pointed to a spot and said in shock,
A level 6 Immortal King warrior could be considered a powerful warrior in any region.
It should be to fight for the Immortal God country.
Wang Xian muttered. His body moved and he came to the side. There were about 30 Heaven Fey. From level 1 to level 6 Immortal King warriors, there was only one level 6 warrior who was fighting with a desolate beast of the same level. The rest of the Heaven Fey controlled the desolate beasts, approaching the Undying God King level 7 Desolate Beast God country. However, this group of desolate beasts were not much weaker than them, constantly attacking the group. At the back, there were over 1,000 God Lord disciples below Undying God King.
They stared ahead with ugly expressions.
Think of a way to enter. We cannot wait any longer, or more and more powerful desolate beasts will be attracted. In the sky, an Undying God King level 5 warrior looked around with an ugly expression as he roared at everyone.
The desolate beasts are not weak either. It will be hard for us to enter. That damned desolate beast actually summoned so many underlings.
Someone beside him replied with an ugly expression. We have to enter. It wasn't easy for us to find this opportunity. These damn desolate beasts. The group of Heaven Fae were filled with anger.
It was not easy for them to find such an opportunity, but they were discovered by the desolate beasts here.
If they continued fighting, they might attract more desolate beasts. When that time came, it would be difficult for them to get rid of this Immortal King Level 7 Desolate Beast Divine Kingdom.
Immortal King Level 7 Desolate Beast Divine Kingdom. Wuxia looked over and his eyes were burning.
If he could obtain this Immortal God Country, Ao Crab's strength could reach the level of an Immortal King Level 6. Even if the treasures in the Desolate Beast Lair were not as many as humans, an Immortal King Level 7 Desolate Beast would definitely be at the level of a king in the Lualman Desolate Beast Park. There should be many treasures in its lair. They are fighting. Can we reap the benefits?
Empress Star looked at the Heaven Demon Desolate Beast that was entangled with each other and said to Wuxia with sparkling eyes.
This chance is very small. Unless you get Aunt Ing to make a move. Wuxia scanned his surroundings and said to Empress Star.
No, we can't expose our identities.
Empress Star shook her head. Wuxia stared ahead with a contemplative look on his face. Ao Crab, let's go. Beauty, you stay here first. Wuxia moved his body and immediately flew towards the direction of the battlefield.
Emperor Star Lady pouted and watched as they flew over.
Do you need help? Wuxia flew over and asked directly. Ha! Seeing Wuxia and the rest flying over, the group of heaven demons revealed a look of astonishment. A middle-aged man with 2 horns on his head and a long tail looked at Wuxia and the rest. All of you don't have the strength, the middle-aged man said coldly. Roar! As soon as he finished his sentence, Ao Crab's body moved and immediately transformed into a devouring dragon. Roar!
Roar! Following that, 5 devouring dragons that were also emitting a terrifying aura immediately emerged from his body.
The aura that belonged to a level 5 Immortal King was completely unleashed. Oh, they are also sky demons.
The group of sky demons were shocked as they looked at the devouring dragons in shock.
6 level 5 Immortal King experts. This power was not weak in their eyes.
Among them, there were only 4 level 5 Immortal King experts.
If you are willing to help us, we can give you 30% of the treasures in the Immortal God Country. In the sky, the old man who was entangled with the level 6 Immortal King Desolate Beast saw Wuxia and the rest. His eyes were shining as he shouted loudly.
30%?
All right.
Wuxia nodded immediately and nodded to Ao Crab. Let's do it.
Roar, roar, roar.
Ao Crab and the rest moved and immediately flew towards the battlefield. My friend, get your companions to tie down a few level 5 Immortal King level Desolate Beasts. Let's go in.
When the middle-aged heaven demon saw this scene, a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. He immediately shouted at Wuxia. Sure, let's go in. Wuxia nodded his head with a smile on his face. Wuxia was already very satisfied with the 30% of the treasures given to him. This immortal kingdom was obviously discovered by them, and they had torn apart the void to find it.
In addition, their group of sky demons had defended against more than half of the desolate beasts. To be able to get 30% was already quite a lot.
Haha, let's go. Help us defend against the surrounding desolate beasts. The middle-aged sky demon laughed out loud and flew directly towards the immortal divine kingdom in the void crack. Roar! 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 The surrounding desolate beasts saw them flying in and let out extremely violent roars.
One by one, the desolate beasts tried to charge in but were stopped by AOU and the surrounding sky demons. In the sky, the level 6 Immortal King revealed a smile in his eyes. Buzz! The moment he stepped into the void crack, Wuxia could sense the savage aura coming from inside. Brother, I am the national advisor of the Tiger Chaos Demon Nation. Thank you for your help. The moment he stepped into the void crack, the middle-aged man introduced him to Wuxia with a smile. His attitude was completely different from before. In his opinion, the identity of this young man in front of him who was able to order 6 underlings of the Immortal King was definitely not simple. In addition, they might also be from the Heaven Demon clan. They still felt closer to their own kind. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, we happen to hear the commotion here in the Lowerman Desolate Beast Park. We are only doing this for mutual benefit. Wuxia waved his hand indifferently. Wuxia was still a little wary of this group of heaven demons.
After all, he didn't know if there would be a conflict due to the treasures. However, he wasn't worried. At most, he could let Auntie Ing make a move from afar to intimidate them.
Then let's enter this lair. This is the divine kingdom of a level 7 immortal king level desolate beast. It wasn't easy for us to find it. There should be a lot of treasures inside. The heaven demon imperial preceptor said to Wang Xian.
All right.
Wang Xian nodded. The two of them looked inside and immediately flew into the depths. This was the first time Wang Xian had entered such an unowned immortal divine kingdom.
The lair of the desolate beasts can't be compared to ours.
After entering the lair of the level 7 immortal king desolate beast, Heaven Fei imperial preceptor looked around and said softly,
the immortal kingdom of humans would turn it into an extremely luxurious paradise. However, the lair of the desolate beasts could not be compared to it. There are many divine trees around. They have fully developed their intelligence. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings with his Yin-Yang 5 elemental dragon eyes. The interior of the lair was not dark. Instead, it was emitting a green glow. There were quite a number of divine trees inside. Just as they entered the entrance, there were 4 Immortal King level 3 or 4 divine trees. Their bodies were emitting a sharp glow as though they could attack them at any time. Wood-attributed desolate beasts like to place some divine trees in their lairs. These divine trees have given birth to wisdom. Their offensive strength is not high and they are the nourishment of desolate beasts. However, this is a rare treasure for us. The middle-aged imperial preceptor saw a few divine trees and his eyes revealed an excited look. Let's enter. His body moved and he immediately flew into the nest. Whoosh! 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 Just as he flew over, the 4 divine trees immediately launched an attack and were easily blocked by Wang Xian. The 2 of them easily blocked the attack and flew into the nest. Entering the nest was an incomparably huge nest. The entire nest was more than 10,000 kilometers in circumference. The entire nest was densely packed with godly herbs and godly trees. It was simply a large area. Hiss, there are so many godly herbs and godly trees. Wang Xian swept his gaze over and his face revealed a burning expression. There were at least 400 to 500 Immortal King-level godly trees and a few hundred godly herbs. The rest were all at the level of the Eternal Godlord. Furthermore, some of the godly trees bore fruits and emitted rich vitality and energy. The value of these divine trees and herbs was extremely terrifying. Even if it's only 30%, it's still a huge fortune. Wang Xian mumbled. That's Immortal Elixir Wood Attribute Essence. It's an extremely precious wood attribute essence, Immortal Elixir. At this moment, the Imperial Preceptor of Heaven Demon was breathing rapidly. He immediately flew forward. Wang Xian looked over and a glint flashed across his eyes as he followed closely behind. There was a pool that was 2 kilometers in size. However, in the middle of the pool, there was a pool of wood essence. Just by taking a breath, Wang Xian felt refreshed. What a terrifying wood essence! Wang Xian's face was filled with shock. It seems like the accumulation of this level 7 Immortal King Desolate Beast is very terrifying. It is indeed unexpected. However, the owner of the Immortal God Country is the king of the Lorman Desolate Beast Park. It is only natural that he has so many treasures. The Heaven Fei Imperial Preceptor said passionately. Was he once the king? Wang Xian mumbled as he scanned his surroundings. Yes, according to the records of our chaotic tiger demon country, this king god desolate beast evolved from a wooden beam bird. Its intelligence seems to have broken away from the desolate beast. It can also be called a Heaven Fei. The Heaven Fei Imperial Preceptor said. Wooden beam bird? Isn't it a very ordinary and weak bird? How could it break through to the Immortal King realm? Wang Xian was a little surprised. It could be that it obtained some heaven-defying opportunity. As the Imperial Preceptor of Heaven Demon said that, he looked around and said, let's see if there are any treasures. Wang Xian nodded and immediately flew towards the location opposite the Essence of Wood. That should be the location where the Immortal King Desolate Beast was resting. It was a bird's nest made of divine trees. Wang Xian entered and took a look. Heaven Demon Imperial Preceptor also flew over and checked the surroundings. He didn't find any treasures. Even so, there were enough treasures in there.
It was enough to make Wang Xian's heart beat faster. These treasures were more than what the Eastly Immortal dynasty had accumulated over thousands of years. At this moment, Wang Xian's gaze landed on a wooden stick in the middle of the bird's nest. The wooden stick was 2 meters long and was slightly yellow. It seemed to have lost its vitality. However, when he saw the notification on the system, he revealed an extremely surprised expression. This is the divine parasol tree. It's the divine parasol tree. There was a flash of passion in his eyes. With a move of his body, he immediately grabbed the divine tree in his hand. With the divine tree in his hand, Wang Xian could feel a wave of energy coming from the ancestral tree. He could feel that the soul-returning tree, endless tree, Fuchang tree, and Nirvana lightning tree were moving. It's a tree of the same level as them. Wang Xian's heart skipped a beat. Oh! Dragon King, what is this? At this moment, the Imperial Preceptor of Heaven Demon noticed Wang Xian's actions and flew over immediately. He asked him, "It's a powerful divine tree. It's a pity that it has lost its vitality." Wang Xian did not try to hide anything and passed it to him. The Imperial Preceptor of Heaven Demon took it and sized it up. Indeed, the grade of this divine tree is definitely not low. It's probably higher than all the divine trees here. What a pity. It's just a branch. It's useless. He shook his head as he spoke. I'll take this branch. Does Heaven Demon Imperial Preceptor have any objections? Wang Xian stretched out his hand to take the branch and said with a smile, "No problem. Its value is very low to begin with." Heaven Demon Imperial Preceptor didn't have any objections. He could still investigate whether this tree was a treasure or not. All right, let's move this immortal kingdom away first. Is that all right? Wang Xian looked at Heaven Demon Imperial Preceptor. All right, I'll tear apart the space in front of us. Dragon King, you move. Heaven Demon Imperial Preceptor said. All right. Wang Xian nodded. He immediately kept one of the withered branches of the divine parasol tree into his body. The two of them immediately flew out of the nest. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Just as Wang Xian was flying out, a phoenix cry resounded in his mind. At the same time, the ancestral tree in the dragon palace of the Tianzi continent trembled. On top of it, a branch appeared. Walala! The ancestral tree trembled slightly. Streams of extremely dense energy entered the divine parasol tree, causing it to gradually emit a green luster. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The sound of a phoenix rang out in the dragon palace, and Feng Luan and Guan Shuqing, who were in the dragon palace, trembled slightly. The entire fire phoenix dragon seed also felt a change that came from the soul. This is. Guan Shuqing and Feng Luan looked at each other and immediately flew into the Dragon King palace. That is? That seems to be the divine tree of inheritance of the Phoenix clan, the parasol tree. Feng Luan looked at the branch and felt the energy fluctuations on it. Her body trembled slightly. Sister Feng Luan, look, that parasol tree divine tree actually grows next to the Nirvana lightning tree. Guan Shuqing pointed at the ancestral tree. The parasol tree divine tree and the Nirvana lightning tree actually slowly interweaved. The parasol tree divine tree can help the Phoenix clan to undergo nirvana, while the Nirvana lightning tree is formed from another form of nirvana due to lightning attacks. Sister Shuqing, I can sense that we can undergo nirvana through the parasol tree and the Nirvana lightning tree. It can proceed and evolve to a very powerful level. Feng Luan's eyes were burning. Wang Xian did not know about the changes in the Dragon Palace. At this moment, he was located below the level 7 Immortal King Desolate Beast Lair. A majestic energy was enveloping him. Ka. Advance. Deep within Heaven Fei Imperial Preceptor's arm, it immediately transformed into a sharp claw that was hundreds of meters in size. He waved his arm forward heavily, directly opening a passageway in front of him. To open and pass through the void crack and pass through it was something that even a top-notch godly monarch expert could do. With the strength of Wang Xian and the Heaven Fei Imperial Preceptor, it would still be difficult for them to pass through the void crack. It would consume a huge amount of energy. The space crack in front of them was torn open. Wang Xian carried the entire immortal divine kingdom forward at a rapid speed. In the normal world, a group of desolate beasts sensed the movement of the immortal divine kingdom.
They let out furious roars as they frantically tried to attack the direction of the immortal divine kingdom. However, the Tiger Chaos Demon Country's strength this time was very strong. With Ao Crab and the rest attacking, the desolate beasts were completely suppressed. Even if they were to go berserk, they could not break through their defenses. In the sky, the Tiger Chaos Demon Country's Undying God King level 6 expert had completely turned into a huge beast, completely suppressing the desolate beast. The powerful suppression made the desolate beast unable to resist. However, it was impossible to kill it. Haha. Good. The Tiger Chaos Demon Country's level 6 Undying God King looked extremely excited when he saw the God Country move. This time they had succeeded. Although they had paid 30% of the profits, it was totally worth it. If not for this group of people, they might not have gotten anything. Miss, 6 Undying level 5 warriors. At this time, not too far away, Aunt Ying's silhouette came to Emperor Star Lady's side and said softly, "That guy is a little abnormal, they are improving too quickly." Emperor Star Lady looked at Aohe and the others. She knew Aohe. How could he be so strong before? How long had it been and he was already an Undying level 5? He's very abnormal. I wonder what kind of opportunities the Dragon Palace has. Miss, do you still remember the 2 girls from a year ago? Anting exclaimed softly. You mean Qing Yu and Shu Qing? They are much younger than me, I can be sure. Emperor Star Lady muttered and nodded. Yes, they are very young. Their space beast is even more terrifying than the towering snake. And their own strength. They are also Undying Emperors. They are the Dragon Empress of the Dragon Palace. I wonder if they are one of the 10,000 races in the center of the universe. Anting shook her head and said, Are there really 10,000 races in the center of the universe? Emperor Star Lady asked doubtfully. According to records, there is a center of the universe. This is not something we can come into contact with. Anting said, looking ahead, let's go, we'll follow that Undying God Country to prevent this group of sky monsters from having any thoughts. As she spoke, she brought Di Xingnu along with her to follow the divine kingdom that was located in the Void Crack. We are already at the outer perimeter. After traveling through the Void Crack for an hour, the Imperial Preceptor stopped panting and said to Wang Xian, It should be safe here. Imperial Preceptor, get your people out of the desolate beasts and return here. Let's start distributing the treasures. Wang Xian smiled and said to the Imperial Preceptor, All right. Imperial Preceptor Tian Yao smiled as well. He immediately broke through the void and sent a message. More than an hour later, figures flew over. Ha ha ha, little crocodile. How are the treasures in the immortal godly nation? In the middle, a wild-looking old man said excitedly to Imperial Preceptor Tian Yao, Grandpa, there are a lot of treasures in there. It's comparable to the accumulation of our entire godly nation. Grandpa, the most important thing is this nest, this divine kingdom, and the large amount of wood essence inside. With them, Grandpa, you will be able to. The celestial demon Imperial Preceptor spoke with an excited expression. But he did not say the last few words. All right. When the old man heard his words, his body trembled and he flew over with an excited expression. Dragon King. At this moment, Ao Crab and the rest also flew over and shouted respectfully. The Imperial Preceptor of Heaven Fei looked at Wang Xian and whispered a few words to the old man. Dragon King, right? It's fortunate that you guys helped us this time. We will definitely not lose you guys for 30% of the treasures. However, please agree, Dragon King. We want to complete this immortal divine kingdom. The old man cupped his hands at Wang Xian and said, All right, we will enter the immortal empire. You can choose the treasures first. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. We will not take advantage of you, Dragon King. Whatever you want, you can say it. The old man was slightly taken aback and said with a smile, Let's go in and talk. Wang Xian smiled and entered the immortal empire directly. The members of the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation were not as ungrateful as the Iron Blood Alliance. They did not play any tricks in the distribution. Thank you, Dragon King. Speaking of which, the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation has gained a huge advantage. The essence of wood and the entire immortal empire belong to them. The remaining 300 immortal trees and more than 100 immortal herbs belonged to Wang Xian.
The elder from the chaotic tiger demon kingdom was very satisfied with the distribution. He spoke politely to Wang Xian.
Hee, from our point of view, we have also gained a huge advantage.
Wang Xian smiled as well. He was also in a good mood after trading with such a straightforward person.
Such a terrifying resource could increase the number of immortal kings in the Dragon Palace by more than 100. However, Wang Xian did not plan to sell or devour these trees. These immortal trees were planted in the Dragon Palace and were a sustainable resource. Each time, the results would add a lot of experts to the Dragon Palace. It was a slow and steady flow.
Dragon King, let's leave a contact number. Welcome to our chaotic tiger demon nation as a guest. We will definitely treat you warmly.
The old man was very friendly with Wang Xian. Both of them left a contact number. Following that, the Imperial Preceptor of Heaven Demon Nation also left a contact number with Wang Xian and invited him to the chaotic divine empire. Wang Xian declined with a smile. He waved his hand and left.
This time he had made a huge profit.
That Dragon King seems to be very young. His subordinates are very strong and have a noble bloodline. He should be a powerful tribe of heaven demon.
The old man said as he watched Wang Xian leave.
Yes, Grandpa, I have also sensed something. They are of the same kind as us. That Dragon King seems to be open and above board. We can befriend him in the future. Heaven Fei Imperial Preceptor nodded.
Go back, this time I have a huge chance of taking that step.
The old man's eyes flashed as he looked at the undying god country beside him. His heart filled with excitement.
As long as grandfather can break through in our region, there aren't many who can match up to us.
Heaven Fei Imperial Preceptor revealed a look of longing. How's the harvest? In the Lorman Desolate Beast Park, the Empress asked Wang Xian curiously when she saw him return with a smile on his face.
The harvest is not bad.
Wang Xian smiled.
The harvest this time was indeed not cheap. Not to mention the divine tree of God's grass, just the divine parasol tree branch was already a huge profit for him.
The divine parasol tree was a tree that phoenixes lived on. The reason why the phoenix race was able to stand at the top of the universe was largely due to the divine parasol tree. Now that he had obtained the divine parasol tree, he could vaguely sense the changes in the ancestral tree in the Dragon Palace. The divine parasol tree, the fire phoenix bloodline, and the Nirvana Thunder Tree. Perhaps the Dragon Palace would be able to give birth to a powerful dragon seed.
Continue with your work. Wang Xian looked at Imperial Star Lady and said to her.
She curled her lips slightly and did not continue speaking. Buzz. The group of them moved and flew towards the opposite direction.
They were now at the edge of the Lorman Desolate Beast Park opposite the Iron Blood Alliance. It was a long distance away from the Iron Blood Alliance.
It would take at least half a day to fly there.
However, Wang Xian did not plan to stay here. After flying for more than 10 hours, they arrived at the central area of the Lualman Beast Park near the Iron Blood Alliance.
Ao Yao. Continue to search. After arriving, Wang Xian immediately ordered them. It's the Dragon King. Ao Yao and the rest continued to search for desolate beasts in the surroundings.
According to Wang Xian's plan, they should capture at least 3 to 4 Immortal King level 4 desolate beasts this time.
Now that he had already captured one, he was still short of 2 to 3. Next, Wang Xian and the rest buried themselves in the Lorman Desolate Beast Park.
When he found the desolate beasts, he immediately tamed them. When he could not find them, he began to study the array formation.
Time passed day by day.
It's this planet. The young man with the potential to become an emperor is here.
However, at this moment, above the star source planet, a vast ship had descended. This was an ancient sailing ship. It looked like it was made of wood, and the green light on it flickered from time to time. This ancient sailing ship seemed to be sailing from the center of the universe, quietly floating in the sky above the star source planet. On the sailing ship, 2 old men stood quietly in front of the old man.
The old man was dressed in plain clothes, looking like an ordinary old man. They looked down and murmured, "Found it." An old man held an ancient compass in his hand, looked at the display on it, and said with a smile,
"Let's go." With a thought, the sailboat that was dozens of meters in size instantly appeared in the sky above the star origin planet Overlord Sect. Voila! In the next instant, The sky above Overlord Sect was torn apart. Fuck. What's going on? Who wants to sneak attack me? Invincible battle technique. Invincible battle technique's voice sounded. When he sensed the situation around him, he was slightly stunned. In the crack in the sky, Invincible battle technique looked at the two old men standing on the sailboat in astonishment. Who are you? He stared at the two of them warily. Bloodline. What a strong bloodline. Ha ha ha. Good. 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 One of the old men looked at the compass before staring at Invincible with a burning gaze. You. What are you trying to do? I'm warning you. My invincible combat technique will become an existence like the Void God Emperor in the future. You. Invincible battle technique trembled when he saw the look in his eyes. He shrank his body in fear. The two old men in front of him gave him an unfathomable feeling. This was the first time he sensed such a terrifying person. Furthermore, the other party was able to pull him into the void crack so easily. One could imagine his strength. Wang! An old man looked at him and smiled. He waved his arm and a token emitted a dazzling light. On the token, there was a big word guard. And behind the word guard was an ancient-looking courtyard. What is it? Invincible in battle stared at the token and said in confusion, The Guardian of the Imperial Court. An old man said with a smile. The Guardian of the Imperial Court stands on the Imperial Court and has guarded the Imperial Court for hundreds of millions of years. He doesn't hold authority, but he is above it. Another elder added with a smile. What do you mean? Sir, please explain clearly. The Imperial Court? Is it the Supreme Imperial Court of the Imperial Starfield? Invincible's eyes lit up as he immediately asked. The protector of the Imperial Court is independent of the Imperial Court. His duty is to protect the Imperial Court. Although he doesn't hold any authority, he can have resources that you can't even imagine. No one under the Emperor of the Imperial Court can worship them. Within the Imperial Court, even if you have committed a heinous crime that cannot be judged by the guardians of the Imperial Court, no one else is qualified to be judged. As for U.S. guardians of the Imperial Court, we are the peak experts of this resplendent world. Brat, your talent is very good. You have been chosen by us. The two elders said to Invincible in battle with black faces. Damn. So awesome. Ha ha ha, I want to join. Two masters. I have the talent of an emperor. Can I be a very high official? Invincible heard their words. His body trembled as he said excitedly. You're only at Undying Emperor level 1, you're the weakest amongst us. If it wasn't for your talent, why would I want you, kid? Do you know what we, the guardians of the Imperial Court, represent? All right, we'll take you away immediately. The two old men looked at the random Invincible fighter and said unhappily, Wait. I still have to tell my parents and my teacher. Invincible fighter said quickly, Stop talking nonsense. We will secretly bring your family to the central region. Don't worry. In the Emperor's Starfield, nothing will happen to them. An elder waved his arm and directly grabbed Invincible battle technique and threw him into a room inside the sailboat. Damn, we are from the same department after all. You are bullying newbies. Invincible battle technique screamed, and the door of the sailboat was closed. It's so good to be young. The two elders looked at each other and revealed a smile. With a wave of their arms, the sailboat disappeared into the starry sky. In the next few days, a huge incident happened between Tianzhe Continent and Starsource Planet. Tianzhe Continent, the core members of the Battle Techniques family all disappeared. Overlord and some others also disappeared. The threat of Starsource Planet, the Undying God King Desolate Beasts on Star Beast Planet all disappeared overnight. From then on, this space no longer had the invincible Emperor-level battle techniques. However, in an even brighter and more prosperous starry sky, the arrogant life of being invincible in battle techniques had just begun. Boss, I'm leaving first. I'm going to the central region of the Imperial Starfield. The two old fellows won't let me tell you the details of what I'm going to do. However, don't worry, boss. In the future, my invincible battle techniques will be very awesome. When you reach the central region, you must let me know. Boss. Don't forget about this little brother of mine. Wuxia, who was located in the Lorman Beast Park, suddenly received a message from Invincible Battle Technique.
He was astonished. This guy was taken away? Someone must have noticed his talent. He wasn't too surprised that Invincible was taken away by a powerful organization. An undying that wasn't even 1,000 years old in the resplendent region. He was indeed a heaven-defying existence. Hence, it was normal for some organizations to pay attention to him. The news that he was invincible in battle techniques did not affect him much. Wang Xian continued to tame the desolate beasts while learning the array formation. Roar, roar, roar. A month later, roars sounded one after another. Wang Xian stared excitedly at the two desolate beasts that were chasing the Imperial Star Lady. Blood-winged horses, 2 level 4 Immortal King blood-winged horses. Each of them was about 100 meters in size and had a pair of blood-red wings. Their heads were slightly ferocious and they looked extremely ferocious. After I tamed these 2 blood-winged horses, I can move. Wang Xian muttered to himself as a smile appeared on his face. Formation, rise. Seeing the 2 level 4 Immortal King level desolate beasts entering the formation, Wang Xian immediately opened the formation. Suppress. He ordered Ao He who was beside him. Ao He flew over instantly and used his powerful claws to suppress the 2 desolate beasts. Roar, roar, roar. The 2 Immortal King desolate beasts let out roars of shock and anger. Wang Xian revealed a smile on his face and immediately flew over to tame them. Hoo-hoo! On the side, Emperor Star Lady was panting heavily as she wiped the sweat off her forehead. The higher the level of the desolate beasts, the harder it was to attract them over. It took her a full 5 hours to attract these 2 desolate beasts. There are 4 now, including the desolate beasts that I tamed previously. There are a total of 4 Immortal King level 4 beasts. Wang Xian mumbled. In the past 2 months, the number of battle pets that Wang Xian tamed had reached around 60. Especially in this 1 month, as it was in the central region, he was lucky enough to tame 5 to 6 at once. Out of the 20 Immortal King level desolate beasts, there were 4 at level 4, 10 at level 3, and the rest were at level 2 and level 1. The number of these war pets could cause the entire region to boil. Back then, the entire Easternly Celestial Empire was about to be destroyed under the attacks of these war pets. This power is enough. Wang Xian looked at the blood-winged horse that had been tamed in front of him. His eyes flashed with a cold glint. All right, I won't capture it for the time being, Wang Xian said to Di Xingnu who was beside him. It's finally over. Di Xingnu heaved a sigh of relief. For the past 2 months, she had been holding in her anger every day. From now on, there's nothing for you guys to do. If you want to leave, just leave, Wang Xian said to her. Following that, he gave an order to the blood-winged horse. The 2 blood-winged horses immediately flew towards their nest. What are you going to do after taming the dire beasts and letting them leave? Di Xing'er asked Wang Xian with some doubts. There are some things that need to be dealt with. Let's make way. Wang Xian smiled faintly and said to Di Xing'er and the rest, deal with things? Di Xing'er had a puzzled look on her face. She followed Wang Xian and flew to the side. Wang Xian stood in the sky and looked at the territories of the Immortal King desolate beasts. Roar! Not long after, roars were suddenly heard from the front. The roars were filled with pressure and brutality. Huh? That's the territory of the blood-winged horse. Emperor Star Lady stood at the side, looking at the source of the roars with a surprised expression. Roar, roar, roar. Very quickly, roars that shook the sky responded. A spot in the Lorman Desolate Beast Park began to shake. Desolate beasts let out low roars as they slowly gathered together. Roar, roar, roar. From time to time, there would be an undying God King Desolate Beast roaring. The commotion in the Lorman Desolate Beast Park grew bigger and bigger. This is... Emperor Star Lady looked ahead in shock, her eyes gleaming. These desolate beasts were all attracted over by her. Hence, she was very clear about the territories of the tamed desolate beasts. From her senses, these disturbances were all coming from these desolate beasts. Clearly, these disturbances were ordered by that fellow beside her. More and more undyings roared. Many undyings below the level of Undying Emperor rushed towards the direction of the Iron Blood Alliance. And as more and more undyings joined in, some untamed undyings were also affected. The four Undyings roared at the Undyings. Many of them joined in, rushing towards the Iron Blood Alliance.
As they advanced, more and more desolate beasts joined in. You are going to.
Emperor Star Lady widened her eyes and looked at Wang Xian in shock. Let's go.
Wang Xian smiled and followed by the side of all the desolate beasts. With the guidance of the 60 Immortal King-level desolate beasts that he had tamed, a beast tide was formed very quickly.
Furthermore, the number of the beast tide was increasing at a terrifying speed.
The number of the beast tide this time was twice as many as the previous one. The Dragon King is creating a beast tide to attack the Iron Blood Alliance. Ant-Ing flew over at this time and said with a twinkle in her eyes,
Is he trying to destroy the Iron Blood Alliance?
Celestial Emperor Lady said with a frown.
It's possible. The last time the Dragon King helped the Iron Blood Alliance, it seemed that the Iron Blood Alliance wanted to harm him, so this time the Dragon King and the others are going to take revenge.
Ant-Ing said slowly.
This? Imperial Star Lady did not know what to say.
The Iron Blood Alliance repaid kindness with enmity. This was indeed infuriating. But the Dragon King's revenge could very possibly destroy the entire Iron Blood Alliance, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. The Iron Blood Alliance is courting death. Miss, let's follow by the side and watch. As Ant-Ing said, she brought Imperial Star Lady to follow behind. The beast tide was moving forward from the center of the Lorman Desolate Beast Park. According to the speed of some desolate beasts, it would take at least a day for them to reach the Iron Blood Alliance. However, Wang Xian was not in a hurry. The people from the Iron Blood Alliance would not be able to escape. Have you found out about the news of the Dragon King? At the same time, in a luxurious palace of the Iron Blood Alliance, a group of more than 20 people were sitting inside. 2 old men in metal armor were sitting in the leader's seat. As they sat there, waves of uncontrollable murderous aura spread out in all directions.
The weak ones didn't dare to look at the 2 old men at all.
Lord Defender General, we haven't received any news about the Dragon King yet. We'll send more people to investigate the news now.
The Iron Blood Alliance master said with a frown.
It's been more than 2 months, and there's still no news?
Let me say it. We'll directly attack the Dragon Palace's lair.
One of the Defender Generals sitting at the front said with a cold face. Country Defending General, if we attack the Dragon Palace directly, we're afraid that the Dragon Palace Dragon King can easily escape. When that time comes, it'll be difficult to kill him. Within the Iron Blood Alliance Palace, an Iron Blood Alliance elder frowned and said, Undying emperors weren't easy to kill. If they wanted to escape with their strength, they couldn't stop them at all.
The moment they couldn't kill the Dragon Emperor once, the next time would be even harder.
Since you all know that attacking the Dragon Palace might allow the Dragon Emperor to escape, then quickly find out his exact location.
The 2 defending generals of the Raging Flame God Dynasty said angrily. They hadn't heard anything from the Dragon Emperor in over 2 months. They were already getting impatient. Yes, our Iron Blood Alliance will definitely get news about the Dragon Emperor as soon as possible.
The Iron Blood Alliance members immediately replied. They didn't dare to go against the 2 generals of the Raging Flame Empire. The Flame Undying Empire had already promised that the moment they destroyed the Dragon King, they would be willing to set up a super long-distance array to connect the Iron Blood Alliance to them. The moment this array was set up, the Iron Blood Alliance would be in danger, and they could immediately send help to the Raging Flame Empire.
The Raging Flame Divine Dynasty would also guarantee to send reinforcements. This was a huge opportunity for the entire Iron Blood Alliance.
As long as they connected to the Raging Flame Divine Dynasty, they would be able to step into the territory of the Raging Flame Divine Dynasty. It would also be of great benefit to the development of the Iron Blood Alliance. As for the matter of betraying the Dragon Palace and killing the Dragon King, they had long forgotten about it due to the benefits in front of them.
Let's do it as soon as possible.
The 2 country protection generals' expressions softened as they said, Not good, Alliance Master, not good. In the Lorman Desolate Beast Park, there are large numbers of desolate beasts attacking us. At this moment, a figure walked into the hall in a panic and exclaimed, What?
There's a beast tide attacking us? Didn't the beast tide just erupt? Within the hall, the Iron Blood Alliance warriors were shocked. They immediately stood up and said,
We don't know either. Through the satellite and our alliance scouts, the beast tide this time is even bigger than the last time. We already know that there are 5 undying Emperor level 4 beasts. We estimate that they will reach us in 2 hours. The reporting middle-aged man said with a pale face. The beast tide that erupted not long ago, according to the past situation. There won't be a beast tide for at least a few hundred to a few thousand years.
The Iron Blood Alliance leader's expression was extremely ugly as he said,
"Ring the bell. All soldiers prepare for battle," an Iron Blood Alliance elder said with a dark expression.
"Yes." An elder beside him immediately replied, "Beast Horde?
"Are there any undying level 5 desolate beasts?"
The 2 Flame God Empire generals in front of them raised their eyebrows and asked,
"No, we didn't find any undying level 5 desolate beasts," the middle-aged man immediately said. 2 generals? Our Iron Blood Alliance has always been under threat from the Lorman Desolate Beast Park, but the Beast Horde has never had any undying level 5 desolate beasts involved. Undying God King level 5 desolate beasts live in the center of the Desolate Beast Park. They do not need to fight over territory. An Iron Blood Alliance ancestor immediately said, "Since that's the case, we will help you suppress the Beast Horde this time." The 2 Guardian generals looked at each other and said calmly. Their faces were filled with confidence.
"Thank you 2 generals for your help. With your help, we can easily suppress all the desolate beasts." The Iron Blood Alliance members were excited.
Even though the beast tide was strong, with the Flame God Dynasty's 2 undying level 5 warriors, they could easily defend against it.
Even if the 2 generals were willing to help, the 2 of them could defend against all the Undying Emperor desolate beasts.
This was the strength of an undying level 5 warrior.
"Go!" The 2 generals nodded indifferently. They didn't care about the Beast Horde at all.
They could easily defend against the Beast Horde.
1.
The group moved and swiftly flew towards the front lines. So.
Prepare for battle.
The Beast Horde has invaded. Kill them. Kill them. At this moment, in the middle of the Lorman Desolate Beast Park and the Iron Blood Alliance, countless Iron Blood Alliance soldiers were flying towards them. All of them were roaring with killing intent. In less than half an hour, just like last time, the city walls were filled with densely packed Iron Blood Alliance soldiers. Tens of billions of soldiers, their hands holding weapons, stared coldly ahead.
The warriors of the Iron Blood Alliance stood around the 2 defending generals of the Flame Undying God Dynasty, staring ahead.
Right now, they could already feel the terrifying aura and the roar of the desolate beasts ahead. What terrifying power! Hiss! The beast tide this time is much stronger than last time. Even if the desolate beasts had not arrived, all the soldiers of the Iron Blood Alliance felt the immense pressure coming from the front.
This caused many of the soldiers' faces to turn slightly pale.
All the soldiers need not worry. With the 2 Guardian Generals of the Raging Flame Divine Empire helping us to resist the Divine Empire, we can easily kill all the desolate beasts.
We will definitely win this battle.
The Iron Blood Alliance leader was not too worried about the beast tide this time. He roared at everyone with a smile on his face. We will definitely win. When all the soldiers of the Iron Blood Alliance heard the Alliance leader's words, joy appeared on their faces. They naturally knew that the Raging Flame Divine Empire belonged to the powerful Divine Empire opposite the Lorman Desolate Beast Garden.
With the help of the experts of the Raging Flame Divine Empire, they would definitely be able to easily defend against the beast tide this time.
Howl, howl, howl.
It's coming. At this time, the roars of the desolate beasts were getting closer and closer. They could see the ferocious desolate beasts at the front.
In the front row, over 70 undying Emperor desolate beasts were giving off terrifying power.
In the middle, 5 huge undying level 4 desolate beasts, a brutal aura rushed over. There are actually over 70 undying Emperor desolate beasts.
The beast tide this time is almost double the previous time. Luckily, there are the 2 lords of the Raging Flame God Dynasty. When everyone saw over 70 undying Emperor desolate beasts, their faces were filled with shock.
With so many powerful desolate beasts, if no one helped them, their Iron Blood Alliance would be destroyed.
With us here, don't worry.
The Flame Undying General looked ahead and said indifferently. Without an undying level 5 desolate beast, they didn't need to take it to heart. The two moved and floated in mid-air, staring indifferently at the 70 over undying level Emperor desolate beasts. Ha ha ha. Prepare to face the enemy. Share some of the pressure for the two lords. When the experts of the Iron Blood Alliance saw the two guardian generals of the Raging Flame God Dynasty standing in the air, their eyes revealed an excited look as they roared. So. One figure after another immediately came behind the two and stared coldly at the beast tied in front of them. With the two country defending generals here, these desolate beasts are just our resources. Below them, the 5 emissaries, princes, and a group of youths from the Raging Flame Divine Empire were looking forward with smiles on their faces. Similarly, they did not take the beast tide seriously this time. Are they all here? At the same time, at the side of the beast tide, Wang Xian looked at the soldiers at the front line of the Iron Blood Alliance. Looking at the dozens of Immortal God King powerhouses floating in the sky, a faint smile appeared on his face. His gaze landed on the two figures in the middle, and his eyes were shining. Dragon King. The two in the middle should have the combat strength of a level 5 Immortal King. Ao he stood beside him and whispered. Okay. Wang Xian nodded slightly. Ao he, you will deal with the two of them later. The two level 5 Immortal King level powerhouses were obviously from the Blazing Flame Empire. The reason why the Iron Blood Alliance wanted to kill him was also because of the Blazing Flame Empire. The Blazing Flame Empire is not a force in this region. I should not have provoked them. Wang Xian mumbled. However, since you guys want to kill me, then just wait for your doom. As he spoke, an extremely sinister expression appeared on his face. Do it! Wang Xian shouted in a low voice and ordered immediately. Buzz. In the next moment, Aosia, who was at the side, vanished. Roar, roar, roar. At the same time, at the front of the beast tide, 60 Immortal King level desolate beasts sensed Wang Xian's order and let out a furious roar. The other 10 Immortal King level desolate beasts that were led over also roared when they saw the roars of their own kind around them. Their eyes were filled with bloodlust. With each roar below, all the desolate beasts below Undying God King charged forward. HM. A bunch of beasts, go die. The two defending generals floating in the air stared disdainfully at the 70 desolate beasts in front of them, waving their arms. One of them had a large blade in his hand, while the other held a small city-like weapon. Leave these beasts to the two of us. Kill all the other desolate beasts. The two country defending generals said proudly. Their bodies moved and slashed at the 70 over Undying God Emperor desolate beasts. All right, then I'll have to trouble the two generals. The warriors of the Iron Blood Alliance revealed excited expressions. At this time, they felt that cooperating with the Raging Flame God Dynasty was worth it. Kill! A defender general roared and raised the long blade in his hand, slashing forward. More than 70 Immortal King desolate beasts in front of them felt the terrifying attack power, causing a commotion. Especially those desolate beasts that were not subdued by Wang Xian, they were shaking their bodies in fear. Roar, roar, roar. However, at this moment, an even more terrifying oppressive sound was heard. It went straight for the terrifying blade light. Roar, roar, roar. Sensing this aura, the tamed desolate beasts let out an excited roar. Pong! The saber beam collided with an incomparably huge claw and instantly dissipated. Oh? What? The two calm and composed country protection generals saw a huge creature suddenly appear. Sensing its terrifying strength, their expressions changed. Roar, roar. Before they could react, another terrifying existence appeared from the huge beast. Two huge figures attacked the two of them. Shit, these two are Undying God King level 5 desolate beasts. One of the country defending generals shouted in shock. What? How is this possible? How can there be an Undying God King level 5 desolate beast? Below, when everyone heard the general's words, their bodies froze, their faces filled with shock, especially the people from the Iron Blood Alliance. Their faces instantly paled. These are two Undying level 5 desolate beasts. They immediately raised their heads and looked up, seeing the two terrifying creatures. Their bodies trembled. No.
These creatures are so familiar. So familiar.
Suddenly, the Ironblood Alliance master stared at the two terrifying creatures and muttered.
The more he looked like the powerful creatures described in the AI. Those were the Dragon King's subordinates. Roar.
At this moment, another extremely terrifying roar sounded. This was the third sound.
The source of the roar was naturally Ao Crab's body. The ones who attacked were naturally Ao Crab and his devouring dragons.
The third Undying Level 5 Undying Level Devouring Dragon crawled out from his body and attacked the two Flame God Generals.
Damn, damn, damn. What kind of monster is this?
One of the generals saw the third creature appear and his expression became ugly. He roared fiercely.
The two of us will hold back these two Undying Level 5 God King Desolate Beasts. The rest will be up to you. The other Defender General roared softly. Exchanging glances with the other, the two immediately flew into the distance.
They wanted to lure the three Undying Level 5 God King Desolate Beasts away, otherwise the aftershocks of their battle would cause the Iron Blood Alliance to suffer heavy losses, even destruction.
However, with the two of them, they could only pin down these three terrifying creatures.
The two of them flew into the distance. AOCA and the rest had a glint in their eyes, but they didn't stop them. This is the time, hee.
When Wang Xian saw the two Level 5 Immortal King experts leaving, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. A sinister look appeared on his face. Buzz. The next moment, his body moved and flew towards the center of the battlefield at a terrifying speed. How could the beast tide this time be so terrifying? How could there be three Immortal King Level 5 Desolate Beasts? How could it be? At this moment, many experts of the Iron Blood Alliance were still shocked by the sudden appearance of the three Immortal King Level 5 experts. Only the Iron Blood Alliance leader's expression changed as he thought of a possibility. Wang.
Suddenly everyone felt the entire space change.
Huge black holes appeared out of thin air and the entire space became extremely strange. At that moment, the wild beasts below Undying Level felt the change in space and began to stir. The entire strange space actually covered an area of 400 to 500 million kilometers.
Due to the dense beast horde battle lines, all the desolate beasts and people from the Iron Blood Alliance were covered.
It's the Dragon Palace Dragon King.
It's the Dragon Palace Dragon King. The Iron Blood Alliance master saw the strange space and was completely certain of it.
He widened his eyes and roared in disbelief.
Dragon Palace Dragon King?
This is obviously a beast tide. How can it be Dragon Palace Dragon King?
The Iron Blood Alliance leader's words caused everyone's faces to reveal shock and shock.
This space is exactly the same as what the AI described. I can't sense my own undying country. This is the space, it's Dragon King. At the side, an undying God King's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the space around him and widened his eyes. His face was filled with fear as he shouted in shock.
Iron Blood Alliance, long time no see?
At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. Wang Xian's figure flew towards the front of the group of desolate beasts. Among them, the dozens of Immortal King desolate beasts that were led oversaw a human flying towards them. They stared at him with a grim expression and let out a furious roar. However, just as they recalled their roar, more than 60 Immortal King desolate beasts roared at them at the same time. Their grim gazes warned them. Roar! The dozens of Immortal King desolate beasts let out a low roar and scanned their surroundings restlessly.
Roar, roar, roar!
They tried to escape but realized that they could not sense their nest at all. This made them even more restless. The 60 over desolate beasts that were tamed by Wang Xian looked at them and let out a warning roar again. Roar! The dozens of Immortal King desolate beasts let out a low growl in response. Facing the 60 over Immortal King desolate beasts, they quieted down. At this moment, Wang Xian had already arrived in front of all the Immortal King desolate beasts. He was smiling as he stared at the people from the Iron Blood Alliance. Hiss! Seeing Wang Xian floating in front of all the desolate beasts, and seeing the desolate beasts standing quietly behind him, everyone from the Iron Blood Alliance gasped in unison. It's you! It's really you, Dragon King! The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance widened his eyes and stared at Wang Xian with an extremely ugly expression.
The surrounding experts from the Iron Blood Alliance also narrowed their eyes slightly and wore a gloomy expression. It's that guy. This beast tied. This guy.
At the side, the Lord of the Blazing Inferno dynasty and the group of young men were also staring at Wang Xian in astonishment. Is he the Dragon King?
The 5 emissaries of the Blazing Inferno dynasty also felt their hearts pounding violently as they looked at the beast-tied army with a solemn expression.
It's that Dragon King. What's going on? How could the Dragon King order the beast tied? Isn't the Dragon King the benefactor of our Iron Blood Alliance? Yeah, what's going on? Is the Dragon King here to help us?
The ordinary soldiers of the Iron Blood Alliance did not know that they were going to kill the Dragon King. When they saw Wang Xian standing opposite them, they opened their mouths slightly.
Iron Blood Alliance, are you familiar with the beast tide? Not long ago, you guys encountered a beast tide. I, the Dragon King, led my men to help you. Wang Xian's gaze swept across everyone in the Iron Blood Alliance as he spoke in a slightly sinister tone. Dragon King, then, those 3 Immortal King level 5 powerhouses are your men.
Sensing Wang Xian's gaze, the chief of the Iron Blood Alliance clenched his fists tightly as he asked in a low voice. His voice was trembling slightly.
What do you think? The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. The last time the Dragon King, helped you guys. In the end, you guys repaid my kindness with enmity and wanted to kill me instead. Haha. Iron Blood Alliance. Good, very good. This is the first time that I have met such an ungrateful person. Since that's the case, I will have to bear the revenge from the Dragon Palace. This beast tide is a gift from me to you guys. Are you satisfied? He stared coldly at the chief of the Iron Blood Alliance and spoke with murderous intent. What? Why would the Iron Blood Alliance want to? His words caused the expressions of all the soldiers of the Iron Blood Alliance who were unaware of the situation to change drastically.
Why would the Iron Blood Alliance want to kill the Dragon King? Dragon King, we have no other choice. We have no other choice.
An elder of the Iron Blood Alliance was trembling as he stared at Wang Xian with blood-red eyes. He growled in a low voice, Dragon King, are you trying to destroy the Iron Blood Alliance? That's right. Today I'm going to destroy the Iron Blood Alliance. I will let you know the consequences of trying to kill me. Wang Xian spoke to them without hiding anything. Beast tide. Beast tide.
Dragon King, you actually launched such a huge beast tide to deal with us. You really think highly of us. One of the patriarchs of the Iron Blood Alliance looked at the Immortal King Desolate Beast behind Wang Xian with blood-red eyes. His face was filled with regret as he growled. I have spent a lot of effort to capture all of you in one go. Wang Xian looked at him with a mocking expression. Capture all of you in one go. When everyone heard Wang Xian's words, they felt their scalps turn numb and their hearts turn cold. Something big is going to happen.
At the side, the heart of the Lord of the Blazing Dynasty was beating violently. He had a bad premonition. Beside him, the 5 envoys were also holding their weapons tightly, extremely nervous.
This time, they had kicked an iron board.
This Dragon Palace doesn't only have 3 undying level 4 warriors. How can they be so strong?
How can there be 3 undying level 5 warriors here?
An emissary from the Raging Flame God Dynasty couldn't help but roar.
They had followed the Emperor's orders to kill the Dragon King, and now they realized that the Dragon King's power wasn't weaker than theirs or even stronger. Kill? With what?
Weren't they sending themselves to their deaths? What do we do? The Dragon King's power is too terrifying. 3 level 5 undying fighters. It's not hard for them to kill us.
Damn it, we've done something wrong this time. We have to get the Dragon King to forgive us, otherwise our Iron Blood Alliance.
In the center, a few of the Iron Blood Alliance elders and alliance leaders said softly.
They had completely lost their sense of propriety.
Dragon King, this time it's our fault. We're willing to apologize and give the Iron Blood Alliance a chance. We are doing this for the future of the Iron Blood Alliance. But we haven't done anything yet. An elder of the Iron Blood Alliance begged for mercy.
Do you think that I don't know about your Iron Blood Alliance sending people to look for my information?
It's too late to beg for mercy now. Kill.
Wang Xian didn't want to talk to them anymore. He waved his arm and ordered loudly. Roar, roar, roar. Behind them, the 60 Immortal King Desolate Beasts let out an attack roar in unison. Following that, they immediately pounced forward. Not good, defend and defend.
Dragon King, can't you give us a chance?
Seeing all the Desolate Beasts charging at them, the chief of the Iron Blood Alliance roared in fear.
You deserve it. Wang Xian's eyes were cold.
Roar.
Behind all the Desolate Beasts, a huge creature flew over from behind. Its terrifying aura made everyone tremble.
Immortal King Level 5 Devouring Dragon.
An undying Level 5 being, and an undying Level 5 being. When a swallowing dragon's roar covered all sounds, the moment all the warriors of the Iron Blood Alliance saw him fly over,
everyone's faces were filled with disbelief, their faces filled with shock.
Dragon Palace. There was still an undying Level 5 being hiding in this space.
Stunned at this time, everyone was stunned.
How do we fight?
An undying Level 1 warrior looked sadly at the Beast Tide and Dragon Palace's undying Level 5 warrior.
On their side, the strongest were only 3 undying Level 4 ancestors.
However, there were already 5 undying Level 4 Desolate Beasts on the other side. They were already at a disadvantage, now against a Level 5 undying. How could they fight?
No, 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 Dragon King. How can you have such terrifying strength?
Iron Blood Alliance leader couldn't believe it as he looked at another Level 5 undying, his eyes bloodshot.
With such terrifying strength, would the East Li Immortal Dynasty still dare to provoke the Dragon King? If they knew that the Dragon King had such power, why would they still dare to cooperate with the Raging Flame Immortal Dynasty?
If they knew, they would cling on to the Dragon Palace. As long as the Dragon King nodded, what kind of Beast Tide crisis would they have to face?
The strength displayed by the Dragon Palace had already surpassed that of the Raging Flame Immortal Dynasty. What a joke!
Wang Xian looked at the disbelief on his face, and his face was filled with mockery.
Roar. Following that, what greeted the Iron Blood Alliance was the terrifying Dragon Claw attack of the Devouring Dragon.
That huge body and 18 terrifying claws instantly appeared in front of the 40 Immortal Kings of the Iron Blood Alliance and tore them apart.
Run, run, run. Feeling the swallowing dragon's terrifying attack, the Iron Blood Alliance ancestor howled in fear.
They didn't even have the desire to defend, turning and fleeing madly.
I can't return to my god country, we're finished.
However, in the next moment, screams of pain resounded. Mixed within were screams of panic and despair.
They could no longer sense their god country. Facing this terrifying beast horde, what they faced was death and destruction.
No.
The screams were from over 10 undying Level 1 warriors and countless soldiers below.
When the warriors of the Iron Blood Alliance heard these screams, blood flowed out of their eyes, they turned around and roared in despair.
Below, the Beast Tide had already charged into their group of warriors. There were even a few undying God King Desolate Beasts wreaking havoc. Those warriors who had not reached the undying God King realm did not have the ability to resist at all.
Seeing the scene, all the warriors of the Iron Blood Alliance collapsed. Those were their warriors, many of them were their descendants, and they were being slaughtered. It was all because of their choices and their ingratitude.
Dragon King, stop. Stop. We surrender.
We surrender. An elder of the Iron Blood Alliance could not help but turn around and shout at Wang Xian in despair.
They were afraid. Really afraid. The Dragon King's influence was too strong. It was a piece of cake to destroy them. They were afraid that after the Dragon King destroyed them, he would destroy their planet.
If the Dragon King really did that, who would be able to stop him?
They had protected the planet for millions or even tens of millions of years for generations. Because of their choices, because of their ingratitude, they were destroyed. They didn't want to see that. Stop. We surrender. We surrender. Seeing an elder crumble and stand there in despair, the rest of the Iron Blood Alliance warriors trembled and stopped.
Some of the immortal godly kings were even kneeling there.
Spare our lives. Spare our clansmen.
Plop.
The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance kneeled in the air and lowered his head towards Wang Xian. Spare you? If not for my strength, I would probably be the one to die, right? Wang Xian stared at them expressionlessly. There was no mercy in his eyes.
Dragon King, what do you need to do to be willing to let us off?
Bang, bang, bang.
As one of the patriarchs of the Iron Blood Alliance spoke, he knelt down as well and spoke with a pained expression.
The rest of the experts of the Iron Blood Alliance also knelt down immediately. They had already lost the ability and qualification to resist. No matter what, they had to die. However, they didn't want to die.
All of you have committed your own mistakes and implicated your clansmen. You have brought your own sins upon yourselves. Commit suicide immediately. I can let your clansmen off.
Wang Xian looked at the members of the Iron Blood Alliance who were kneeling there with a mocking expression on his face.
Now he knew regret and begged for mercy. If Wang Xian was a weakling in this matter, he would be the one to die. He would definitely not let off those who wanted to kill him.
What?
You want us to commit suicide?
Wang Xian's words made their faces turn pale. Their eyes were filled with fear. They were all immortal king-level existences with a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. They
didn't want to die.
However, there were continuous screams from below. When they looked over, their hearts were beating violently.
Wang Xian stared at them coldly without saying a word. He just stared at them coldly.
Every second, many people would be eaten and torn apart by the desolate beasts. However, they were not worthy of sympathy. This was because their forefather had committed a mistake, and their forefather had to bear the consequences.
Now, their forefather was able to save them. They were killed because of their forefather.
Forefather, we are all going to die anyway. Kill ourselves. At least we can let our clansmen live.
Ha ha, the strong prey on the weak. This time it's our Iron Blood Alliance's fault. It's our fault. We have to pay the price in blood.
Pooh!
An Immortal King Level 3 powerhouse's body trembled. He let out a bitter laugh as his palm landed directly on his head.
They had lost. They had lost because of their ingratitude and their greed.
Dragon King, make these desolate beasts stop. We are willing to commit suicide.
The Iron Blood Alliance leader's body trembled as he roared at Wang Xian. Buzz!
Wang Xian waved his hand.
Roar, roar, roar. At the next moment, the 60 tamed Immortal King desolate beasts let out an angry roar. All the desolate beasts trembled and did not dare to continue attacking. They shrunk back in fear. Members of the Iron Blood Alliance, remember, do not avenge us. The 3 patriarchs closed their eyes weakly and spat out blood slowly. Forefathers. Some of the soldiers looked over and their faces were filled with tears. No, Dragon King. Our Iron Blood Alliance has already admitted our mistakes. Can't we just let us go?
A middle-aged man glared at Wang Xian and shouted angrily. Boom. However, just as he finished his sentence, a terrifying claw struck directly at his position.
No!
The middle-aged man's face was filled with horror as he shouted in fear. Bang! As the claw landed, thousands of people around him were affected and died instantly.
It's already merciful of me to let all of you off. The devouring dragon's cold voice resounded in everyone's ears.
Wang Xian looked at him coldly.
If the Dragon Palace was weak, would they let him off if the Dragon Palace begged for mercy? Obviously not.
This.
Within the black hole, everyone saw that because a soldier roared at the Dragon King. He was directly killed by the terrifying expert of the Dragon Palace, and thousands of people around him died because of his words. Everyone's hearts turned cold, and their eyes were filled with fear. Now, they truly realized that their lives and deaths were completely in the hands of the Dragon King. Because of their kindness and enmity, the Dragon King had come to destroy them. It was already merciful of the Dragon King to let them go. At this time, they also knew that if they dared to show any dissatisfaction, or even think about taking revenge on the Dragon King in the future, then the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace would destroy all of them now. This time it's our fault. We've harmed you. Remember, don't take revenge. An Iron Blood Alliance elder stared at everyone sadly and roared softly. After they were killed, there wouldn't be a single undying emperor in the entire Iron Blood Alliance.
It was impossible for the Iron Blood Alliance to take revenge for them. The entire Iron Blood Alliance had millions of years to reach their current level, and there were only 3 Undying Emperor Level 4 warriors.
They could not be compared to the Dragon Palace and Dragon King. Taking revenge was courting death.
It's the elder.
All the soldiers looked at the powerhouses of the Iron Blood Alliance and lowered their heads slowly.
Although the disaster this time was caused by the upper echelons of the Iron Blood Alliance, it was still for the sake of the entire Iron Blood Alliance.
They had nothing to blame. Dragon King, I hope you can give us a way out. The experts from the Iron Blood Alliance looked at Wang Xian with pleading faces as they growled in a low voice.
Hee, all of you look like victims.
Wang Xian looked at them with a mocking expression on his face.
With his personality and the future plans of the Dragon Palace, with the strength of the Dragon Palace, would the Dragon Palace not help them when the Iron Blood Alliance gave the ocean to the Dragon Palace in the future?
Obviously, it was impossible.
If they came to beg him, he would protect them too.
But the Iron Blood Alliance wanted to kill him.
What could they do?
The Iron Blood Alliance was destroyed in our hands.
The undying fighters muttered in despair. Pooh pooh pooh.
They all closed their eyes, their arms landing heavily on their heads. Very quickly, their bodies fell. The 40 or so Iron Blood Alliance undyings all committed suicide. Rumble, what do we do? What do we do? Not far away, a group of over 10 undyings stood there stiffly.
Beside them, there were 5 powerful undyings.
However, at this time, their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. Looking at the corpses of the Iron Blood Alliance, their bodies trembled.
40 undyings all committing suicide even in their area, it was a shocking thing.
The warriors of the Iron Blood Alliance all committed suicide? What about them? Wang.
The Dragon King is looking at us, the Dragon King is looking at us.
At this time, a youth suddenly said in fear, his voice even filled with tears.
That's right, the Dragon King looked at them. A few of the young men cried out in fear. The 5 emissaries of the Blazing Flame Empire, the king of the Blazing Flame Empire, also trembled. His face was filled with panic.
Gulp. They gulped and looked at the Dragon King with a pale face.
I have a question. I don't know your Blazing Flame Empire at all. Why did you want to kill me? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and asked the people from the Blazing Flame Divine Empire.
We don't know either. We don't know either. The people immediately shook their heads and couldn't help but retreat backward. You don't know? How could you not know? Don't worry. I will destroy your Blazing Flame Divine Empire. All of you must die too.
Wang Xian looked at them mockingly and said coldly, Roar.
As soon as Wang Xian finished his sentence, the devouring dragon immediately attacked them.
No, don't kill us.
Don't kill us. Terrified pleas for mercy sounded. The blazing flame god roared at everyone with a face full of despair. Bang, bang, bang. However, in the next moment, the devouring dragon's attack landed on them.
Soul Catcher.
Wang Xian waved his arm and grabbed one of the emissaries and the prince. Buzz. Countless information appeared in his mind. Roar. After casting Soul Capture, the dragon claw of the devouring dragon pierced through their corpses. Boom. 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 One by one, the corpses fell to the ground and smashed onto the hearts of everyone from the Iron Blood Alliance. They naturally knew that the Blazing Flame Divine Empire was a powerful force from another region. The Iron Blood Alliance had always been trying to curry favor with them. Now that they had been killed by an expert from the Dragon Palace, they didn't take him seriously at all. At this moment, tens of billions of people from the Iron Blood Alliance looked at the figure floating in the sky.
Their eyes were filled with respect and complicated feelings.
The young master from the central region wants to kill himself.
After a long while, Wang Xian, who was floating in the sky, slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were sparkling.
He frowned slightly and a pensive look appeared on his face. There was only one person in the central area that he knew, the Queen of the Imperial Star.
Is it because of her?
Wang Xian mumbled and looked to the side. Aunt Ying and the Queen of the Imperial Star were hiding there. Buzz.
He swept his gaze across the surroundings and waved his arm. The black hole disturbance formation slowly dissipated.
At the same time, a corner of the Dragon Palace appeared behind him. Prime Minister Gue. Bring some men over to take care of this place. Wang Xian immediately ordered Prime Minister Gue, who was in the Dragon Palace. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue's reply was heard immediately. How is this possible? How is this possible?
At this moment, a voice filled with shock and horror resounded across the entire sky.
Wang Xian looked over with a cold look in his eyes. At this moment, in the distant starry sky, the two level 5 Immortal King powerhouses from the Blazing God dynasty were looking over with shocked expressions. Ever since the strange formation enveloped this area, they had a bad premonition. They wanted to rush over and break the formation, but they were completely unable to break through the defense when facing three terrifying creatures. However, it had only been a few minutes. They actually saw the corpses of the experts from the Raging Flame Divine Empire and the experts from the Iron Blood Alliance. What made them especially terrified was that the corpses of the Iron Blood Alliance seemed to have committed suicide. This made their bodies tremble. Get out of this starry sky. It won't be long before my Dragon Palace sets foot on your Raging Flame Divine Empire. Wang Xian looked at the two defending generals of the Raging Flame Empire, his eyes filled with killing intent. Roar, roar, roar. The devouring dragon let out a violent roar and attacked them directly. Including this devouring dragon, there were a total of 4 Immortal King level 5 powerhouses. Oh no! They have another Immortal King level 5 powerhouse. Seeing a devouring dragon of the same level charging over, their hair stood on end. There was still an undying level 5 warrior. And now the Dragon Palace had revealed 4 undying level 5 warriors. A total of 4. Their Raging Flame God dynasty only had 3 undying level 5 warriors. The Dragon King's power was already stronger than their Raging Flame God dynasty. Kill the Dragon King? They were simply asking for trouble. We're in big trouble. The two looked at each other. Their expressions extremely ugly. This time, not only were they unable to complete the young master's orders, they had even provoked such a terrifying enemy. Damn it! That young master is also a bastard, giving us so little benefits, allowing us to kill such a terrifying enemy. Their hearts beat fiercely. Roar, roar, roar. Around them, for level 5 Undying God King warriors were attacking them. How could they defend? Go! The two gritted their teeth, growling. Their figures vanished instantly. As the two left, the entire space became completely silent. Even the entire beast horde quieted down. The 60 tamed Undying God King Desolate Beasts were right beside the 10 over Undying God King Desolate Beasts, preventing them from escaping. With such a difference, if the 10 over Undying Emperor Desolate Beasts wanted to escape, the moment they escaped, they would be able to tear them apart. After all, the distance was too close, they were basically close to each other. The remaining 400,000 to 500,000 Eternal God Lord level Desolate Beasts were sealed by the laws of the Undying Emperor Desolate Beasts. They could not escape. As for the God level Desolate Beasts, there were more than 1 billion of them. Prime Minister Gue, you guys will take over the ocean of the Iron Blood Alliance's planets. I will handle these desolate beasts. Wang Xian looked around and said indifferently, "It's the Dragon King." Gue Cheng and the rest nodded. There will be no more Iron Blood Alliance in the future. Retreat. Wang Xian looked at the countless members of the Iron Blood Alliance below and said coldly. He was prepared to occupy more than 100 oceans of the Iron Blood Alliance. As for the other positions, they would be sold to other forces for management. And not long ago, the Iron Blood Alliance would completely disappear in the starry sky. In less than a year, the Dragon Palace has become the king of this region. Wang Xian smiled gently and revealed a hint of a smile. Next, I'll be busy for some time. He looked at the countless desolate beasts around him. There were 500,000 to 600,000 Eternal God-level beasts. Such a terrifying number was even more terrifying than the East Li Immortal Dynasty's God-level beasts. In addition, there were more than 70 Immortal God King-level beasts, including the mounts of the 5 emissaries from the Inferno Immortal Dynasty. There were exactly 80 of them. In 1 to 2 months, the Dragon Palace will hold a war pet sale. Wang Xian mumbled. The final enemy, the Iron Blood Alliance, had been destroyed. This area could be said to be invincible in the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace would also need to consolidate their strength. Star Lady, there's something I need to ask you. He looked around and saw that the Iron Blood Alliance members had left. There were only a bunch of desolate beasts. He looked at the position of Emperor Star Lady and asked, What's the matter? The Celestial Emperor Lady and the rest appeared and flew straight towards Wang Xian.
I received a piece of news from the Blazing Dynasty. They were following the orders of a young master from the central region and wanted to kill me. My dragon palace has never stepped into the central region nor met anyone from the central region. Could it be because of you? Your suitor? He saw me and wanted to kill me? Wang Xian spoke to Di Xingnu while making guesses. What? The young master from the central region wants to kill you. When Di Xingnu heard Wang Xian's words, she was slightly stunned. Her face instantly turned ugly. At the side, Auntie Ying's face also darkened as she frowned. It should be because of me. It might be one of those guys. I didn't expect them to be so despicable. Di Xingnu didn't hide anything and said with a gloomy face. Oh? Can you tell me? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and asked her. This? Di Xingnu opened her mouth and revealed a hesitant look. The ones who sent people to kill you should be from our generation. Not long ago, we would be fighting for an opportunity. They didn't want an actor like me to obtain an opportunity, so... As she spoke, she smiled bitterly. However, very soon, a cold expression appeared on her face. Someone from the imperial court? Wang Xian looked at her. His eyes flickered as he asked, You? How do you know? I have never told you. The Empress was slightly stunned as she looked at him in astonishment. I only know about the imperial court in the central region. I didn't expect you to be a disciple of the imperial court. You have a deep background, Wang Xian said with a smile. Before this, he was still unsure of the background of the Imperial Star Lady. He didn't expect her to be the disciple of the most powerful faction in the Imperial Star region. I really don't want to have such a background. The Imperial Star Lady sighed slightly and frowned. The one who sent the Blazing Dynasty to kill you should be a disciple of my generation. They don't want you to help me. I'm very weak, and I'm not valued in the Imperial Court. I can't stop such a thing. I'm really sorry that you're being hunted because of me. If you're worried, I can leave this place. This way, they won't send anyone to kill you in the future, she said to Wang Xian with an apologetic look. How strong are your disciples of the same generation? How strong are your immortal kings? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and asked. They can only use their identity to order some third or fourth-rate forces. Second-rate forces are hard to order. The immortal kings that they can send out are at most level 5 or 6 immortal kings. They can't be more than level 6. Di Xingnu said directly. Then it doesn't matter. I will find the guy who gave the order and let him know the consequences. Wang Xian smiled sinisterly, following which he looked at Emperor Star Lady. If there's anything you need, you can ask me for help. I will not decline. Next, I will command the Dragon Palace to control this area. You can come to the Dragon Palace to play if you have nothing to do. I have to get busy. As he said that, he walked straight towards the group of desolate beasts. Next, he had to tame the desolate beasts. He would be extremely busy for at least the next month or two. Over 40 corpses, 40 undying countries, a group of resources. This time, the Dragon Palace will be able to increase again. AOCS swallowing the Iron Blood Alliance's 3 undying level 4 god countries should be able to increase again. He muttered, feeling extremely good. If AOCS increased again, it would be his undying level 6 battle strength. After every war, the Dragon Palace would receive a huge improvement. This time, the harvest was the most terrifying. There were 80 Immortal King combat pets for sale. If these level 4 Immortal King combat pets can be sold, my strength would also be enhanced. At that time, I would have level 5 Immortal King combat strength. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. According to the latest news, the Iron Blood Alliance has been destroyed by the Dragon Palace. On the other side of the Luo-Man Desolate Beast Park, a powerful organization, the Raging Flame God Dynasty has been pushed back. The Dragon Palace is going against the heavens. It's said that they have an undying level 5 warrior. The Iron Blood Alliance has been destroyed, the Eastly Undying Dynasty has been destroyed, and now the Dragon Palace is the king of our region. A true king has been born. The current strength of the Dragon Palace is too strong. The current Dragon Palace can sweep across more than 100,000 life planets. The Dragon Palace has announced that in 2 months, the Dragon Palace's war pet planet beside East Pool Planet will hold a huge war pet sale. After the Iron Blood Alliance was settled, Wang Xian went straight back to the Dragon Palace and began to tame the desolate beasts. Following that, the Dragon Palace announced on the AI that the second Dragon Palace pet auction would be held in 2 months. This time, the venue was on a planet. This planet completely belonged to the Dragon Palace and was used as the planet of the Dragon Palace pet shop. Such a move could only be done by the current Dragon Palace. After the Dragon Palace announced the second auction, some powers received news that the Iron Blood Alliance had been destroyed. The news shocked everyone once again. All the powers knew that the Iron Blood Alliance had 3 Undying Level 4 warriors, much more powerful than the Eastly Undying Dynasty. Yet they were suddenly destroyed by the Dragon Palace. What power was that? Some powers went to the Iron Blood Alliance to get news, only to find out that all the warriors had committed suicide, shocking everyone even more. What kind of power could cause dozens of Undying Emperors to commit suicide? The power of the Dragon Palace spread to over 100,000 life planets. The Dragon Palace had completely become the new emperor of this region. An invincible emperor. The Dragon Palace being the emperor has great benefits for us too. At least the Dragon Palace's battle pets are cheaper, and the Dragon Palace only occupies the ocean, not the land. The Dragon Palace's battle pet sales convention in 2 months will also be a gathering of the Dragon Palace. I reckon all the powers and god kings will be here. That's for sure. The Dragon Palace has an Undying Level 5 warrior now. He's invincible here. The powers looked at the news of the Dragon Palace and began to make preparations. This time, even if the Dragon Palace didn't say that all the powers would be here, they weren't stupid. This time, not only did they have to go early, they also had to prepare some gifts to celebrate the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King. Time passed slowly. Wang Xian stayed in the Dragon Palace every day to tame the desolate beasts. The other members of the Dragon Palace were either improving their strength or preparing for the Dragon Palace's pet auction 2 months later. Now that the Dragon Palace had more resources, the speed of improvement was terrifying. Ao Crab had the combat strength of an Immortal King level 6. The entire devouring dragon race had a population of 100,000. Among them, there were about 100 who had the combat strength of an Immortal King or above. The rest all had the combat strength of a Godlord. The number of Immortal King experts in the Dragon Palace had now reached 150. The rest were all members with the combat strength of an Immortal King level 5 or above. The strength of the Dragon Palace was getting stronger and stronger. 2 months passed slowly. It had been a year since Wang Xian arrived in this starry sky. Phew! I finally tamed them. After 2 months without rest, Wang Xian had finally tamed 4 to 500,000 desolate beasts. He heaved a heavy sigh of relief. With a move of his body, he went straight to the Dragon Throne in the Dragon King Palace and sat down. Xiaoxian, thank you for your hard work. Huyan Air and Ling Jian walked over and massaged his shoulders as they said with a smile. It's fine, it's fine. Wang Xian gently patted their hands. 2 months of sleepless nights was not the least bit tiring for the immortal godly king. Even if he did not sleep or rest for decades or centuries, there was not much of a problem. However, taming desolate beasts still required mental effort. Prime Minister Gue, how is the matter coming along? Seeing Prime Minister Gue walk in, he leaned back on the dragon throne and asked, Dragon King, it is ready. In 2 days, all the factions and godly monarchs in our region will basically arrive. The members of the Dragon Palace have all been upgraded. Everything is ready. Prime Minister Gui reported with a smile. All right, the sales will be held as usual in 2 days. Wang Xian nodded his head. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The pet planet of the Dragon Palace, a newly named planet of the Dragon Palace, was located not far from the East Pool planet. Today, the entire East Pool planet was in a state of depression. This was something that had never happened before. And at the teleportation formation, there were countless people lining up to teleport. The leaders and warriors of the various organizations led their disciples. At a glance, there were a few hundred Undying Emperor-level warriors. A few hundred Undying Emperor-level warriors at a glance? What kind of concept was that? The surrounding 100,000 life planets, all the undying emperor-level warriors added together, there were only a few thousand. With just a glance at the few hundred, one could imagine how many emperors would arrive. So many people. Yeah, there are so many god emperors. There are actually so many people, so many warriors, behind the teleportation formation. For girls followed behind the tens of god lords. Looking around, their faces filled with shock as they exclaimed, "Hee hee, you should know that this is the Dragon Palace's pet auction. It's held on a single planet. Do you know about the Dragon Palace? Do you know about the Dragon King? Look at how weak you are. Where did you come from?" Suddenly, a girl heard their exclamations and raised her head slightly. She said disdainfully, as if she was showing off her superiority, "We naturally know about the Dragon Palace. We naturally know about the Dragon King. We've seen him before." Did you see him on the AI? Haha, the Dragon King is an undying god king warrior. Why don't you all take a look at yourselves? The Dragon King's underlings all have undying level 5 warriors. Even the weakest are at the eternal god lord level. A girl heard the girl's words and saw her arrogance, saying unhappily. However, before she could finish her words, the girl beside her swept a disdainful glance at them, filled with ridicule. "You." The faces of the 4 girls flushed red. "All right, Xiao Yu, what do you have to say to those ignorant little girls? They have entered the teleportation array." At the position beside the girl, a young man swept a glance at the 4 girls and said with disregard, "Hee hee, that's true." The girl smiled and nodded. She raised her head slightly and stepped into the teleportation formation. "We won't bother with them. Teacher told us to come here." HMPH. The 4 girls pouted and stepped into the teleportation formation as well. Wang! The scene flashed and they arrived at a huge square. In front of the square was an incomparably huge picture of a divine dragon. 10,000 meters large dragon overlooking this piece of sky, full of invincible momentum. What a majestic image of the divine dragon. That's right. Just a single sculpture already possesses such a powerful aura. The 4 female students stared at the entire square with slightly widened eyes. The 4 girls follow behind. "There are more people here. Let's go to the front. The battle pet auction is at the front." An elder in front said to the 4 of them. "Yes, Dean." They quickly followed behind and walked forward. "That's the North Sky God King. He hasn't established any power. He has the strength of an undying king level 3. He's extremely powerful. I didn't expect him to come today." "That's the Sky Cloud Undying Empire. The Sky Cloud God Emperor and the Body Princes are here too." "That's the Eternal Group. The chairman and the upper echelon of the Eternal Group are here too." Around them, cries of shock could be heard. The 4 girls stared wide-eyed, scanning the surroundings from time to time. They had gotten some information about the 100,000 planets from their AI. Looking at the legendary figures, they were filled with shock. These god dynasties and god kings were just like the legendary figures. Our teacher is so powerful now. At the same time, the 4 of them looked at each other, full of pride and joy. With their insignificant background, it was a huge opportunity for them to have such a teacher to pay attention to them. The sales field is up ahead. I heard that this time there will be hundreds of millions of people in the sales field. I wonder how many battle pets will be sold this time. I hope I can get one. Some people discussed softly. Very quickly, countless people gathered at the entrance. A huge dragon-shaped arch, 2 rows of Dragon Palace members stood there. They held weapons, every one of them at least at Eternal God Lord level 5. There were a total of 5,000 Dragon Palace guards. At the very front of the guards, there were 15 undyings on each side of the Dragon Palace guards. 30 undyings guarding the entrance. What power is this? So strong. This is just the tip of the Dragon Palace's power. All the powers and warriors that came felt their hearts tremble. The surrounding conversations became much quieter. The group walked in with reverence. My God! This, war pets. So many war pets. Crazy, crazy. Look ahead. Look ahead. There are all undying Emperor war pets. There are 80 of them, a total of 80. 80 undying Emperor war pets are all for sale. Damn, 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 damn.
The 5 war pets in the center are all Undying Emperor level 4 war pets. The Undying Emperor level 4 battle pets are all for sale in the Dragon Palace, and there are a total of 4 of them. This. Right at this time, shocking voices came from the front. The group of people who were preparing to enter froze. What? 80 Undying Emperor battle pets? How is this possible? Undying Emperor level 4 battle pets? Hiss, such level of desolate beasts. They can destroy our planet.
Are you serious? 5 Undying level 4 battle pets this?
Just these 80 battle pets alone can sweep through 100,000 of our planets.
All the powers, all the warriors, all of them were extremely shocked.
They knew that the Dragon Palace was very strong, but they never expected it to be so strong. 80 Undying level 4 battle pets. Was this against the heavens? 5 Undying level 4 war pets, not to mention 5. Back in the Eastly Undying Empire, an Undying level 4 warrior was enough to make them invincible in this region. Now the war pets sold by the Dragon Palace were enough to destroy all of them.
At this moment all the Undying Emperors trembled.
With such strength, which power could withstand it? Not only 80 Undying war pets, there are also 400,000 to 500,000 Eternal God Lord level war pets.
From the front another shocked voice resounded.
The Eternal God Lords in this world were already considered powerful warriors. However, the Dragon Palace had sold 400,000 to 500,000 of them.
This. Other than shock, there was deep respect.
The Dragon Palace was invincible. A thought appeared in the minds of all the warriors. Their expressions changed. Dragon King. The Dragon King has appeared.
At this moment, the first group of people who came in were slightly shocked when they saw a young man walking over.
Greetings, Dragon King.
They quickly bowed and greeted Wuxia. Behind them, the group of people heard the voice and also quickly bowed.
Everyone, take a look at your battle pets first. There are some things that we can talk about when we're done.
Wuxia smiled at them and waved his hand casually. Yes, yes, Dragon King.
The group of people continued to walk in with smiles on their faces.
This is the Dragon King. He's so handsome. He's much more handsome than the one on the brain. Behind them, 4 girls followed the flow of people and walked in.
At this moment, a familiar voice came from the side. They turned around and saw that it was the woman from not long ago.
What are you looking at?
You've seen the Dragon King spiritual master now, right? In the future, you 4 girls can brag to the others. Humph. The woman noticed the gazes of the 4 people and raised her head slightly as she said indifferently, "Let's go. Let's go find the Dragon King." At this moment, the principal of Shantian Academy turned around and said to the 4 girls, glancing at the woman, "NN." The 4 girls ignored the girl and immediately followed behind.
N.
She was slightly stunned and looked at them in astonishment. A person from a small place actually wants to talk to the Dragon King. Do you have the right?
Don't you look in the mirror?
This.
As she said this, her body soon froze.
She looked at the position in front of her in shock.
There, the Dragon King was talking with the elders just now. Soon, the Dragon King touched the heads of the 4 girls.
This made her eyes widen and full of disbelief.
Those people should be from the Tianzi continent. The palace of the Dragon Palace Master is there now. Who are those 4 girls?
They seem to have a good relationship with the Dragon King.
They seem to be the 4 students that the Dragon King taught casually before he rose to power. Although they are not considered disciples, those 4 girls have already made a meteoric rise.
Not only have they made a meteoric rise, even the divine sons and princes of the powerful forces cannot compare to them with just this identity. The Divine King has to be polite to the 4 girls of the divine realm. Voices of discussion came from the surroundings. All the forces had to think of ways to please the Dragon King. As for those who were closer to the Dragon King, they naturally had to ask around to prevent them from dying without knowing how. How is this possible?
Incredulous exclamations came from her mouth.
You go apologize to the 4 girls later. You must get their forgiveness. Otherwise, we won't be able to protect you.
At this moment, an old man in front of her suddenly stared at her and said with a dark face.
That woman's heart turned cold. Her body trembled. The 4 of you are not bad. You have already lit up 6 wisps of divine fire. At the square of the Dragon Palace's sales conference, Wang Xian patted the heads of the 4 girls. Speaking of which, the 4 of them were considered to be Wang Xian's real students. He had also imparted the curse inheritance to them. Now that he had lit up 6 wisps of divine fire in a year's time, he could be considered to be very talented. Of course, this was also due to the Xian Heaven Domain's efforts in nurturing Wang Xian after he left. Now, the status of the 4 girls in the Xian Heaven Domain was much higher than those descendants of the Xian Heaven Domain. This is all because of Teacher. However, we have still embarrassed Teacher. The 4 of them lowered their heads with slightly red faces and whispered, "Bring them to the resting place and give them the 4 fruits." Wang Xian waved at a civil official of the Dragon Palace and said, "It's the Dragon King." The civil official immediately nodded respectfully. Wang Xian called the 4 students over. His main purpose was to give each of them a normal fetus fruit. Now that there were many such fruits in the Dragon Palace, he might as well give them to the 4 of them. After all, the 4 girls were his students. After chatting with Commander Xian and the others for a while, Wang Xian looked around. At this moment, everyone had arrived in the square. There were about 100 million people. He glanced around and saw that there were more than 1,000 Immortal King-level powerhouses among them. More than 1,000 Immortal King-level powerhouses had arrived. After all, there were many Immortal King-level powerhouses who needed to guard a place and could not leave without permission. Other than the Undyings, the rest were mostly Godlord warriors. The God-level warriors here all had decent backgrounds. A group of warriors gathered around the war pets, their eyes burning as they watched. The Dragon Palace war pets are sold at the same price as before. It's very cheap, but we still can't afford it. There are 5 level 4 Undying war pets. Even if we go bankrupt, we still can't afford it. I used to think that we had a lot of resources, but now, we can't afford them. In the center, over 10 Undying level 3 warriors stood there. They were the leaders of the 4 level forces. They were considered very powerful in this region. However, looking at the battle pets before them, their eyes gleamed. They couldn't afford them. An Undying level 4 battle pet, even if he went bankrupt, he wouldn't be able to afford it. After all, this was a battle pet that was even stronger than them. Forget it. Let's go look at the other God Emperor battle pets. Gritting our teeth, we can buy an Undying level 3 battle pet. These 5 battle pets, I reckon no one in our region can afford them. The leaders of the few factions shook their heads helplessly and walked to the side. Wang Xian looked over and frowned slightly. Can't afford them? They really can't afford them. A level 4 Immortal King war pet is worth a lot in the entire Resplendent District. Wang Xian mumbled and shook his head speechlessly. He was thinking of increasing his strength by selling these war pets. Now, it seemed like it was too late. No one can afford this region. Looks like I'll have to go to other regions to sell. But I don't know about the other regions either. He was deep in thought. In this region, the Dragon Palace had already become a king. The upper limit had already been reached. If he wanted to quickly increase his strength, he would need to enter a stronger region. However, now the Dragon Palace needed to settle down. To go to a stronger region, it would take at least a year. Dragon King, all the Eternal God-level battle pets have been sold. There are 5 Immortal God-level battle pets that have not been sold. The rest have been sold. An hour later, Prime Minister Gui walked over and reported to Wang Xian. Are there only 5 Immortal God-level 4 battle pets left? Wang Xian mumbled. It was as he had expected. They could grit their teeth and buy level 3 Immortal King war pets. However, level 4 Immortal King war pets were not something that these factions could afford. In an hour, we will invite all the factions. Wang Xian said to Prime Minister Gui. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui nodded his head. Today, not only was the Dragon Palace's War Pet Sales Conference, the Dragon Palace also had something to announce. Soon, everyone learned that the Dragon Palace had invited all the factions and godly monarch experts. The factions weren't too surprised by this. After all, the Dragon Palace was the new king, so they naturally had some new rules. They were a little more relaxed about the Dragon Palace. They had also investigated some news, and the Dragon King wasn't that overbearing. Everyone, please take a seat. An hour later, in an even more luxurious plaza beside the Dragon Palace's Battle Pet store, tables and chairs were placed neatly. There was even a lot of food on them. Wang Xian sat upright on the dragon chair at the very front.
Powerhouses from various factions came in one after another. They cupped their hands at Wang Xian and sat in front of the tables and chairs at the side. Over 1,000 immortal godly king powerhouses had all arrived. Greetings, Dragon King. When everyone had arrived, a few powerhouses took the lead and stood up. They greeted Wang Xian respectfully.
Everyone, please take a seat. There's no need to be so formal. The reason why I've invited all of you here today is to discuss a few things and announce a few things. I won't beat around the bush. The Dragon Palace has announced that in this area, there are more than 100,000 human planets that are recruiting aquatic creatures as disciples. They are only recruiting members of the aquatic species. I hope all of you can cooperate and inform them on your planet. Wang Xian waved his hand at everyone and said with a smile,
Dragon King, we promise to complete such a small matter. The group of forces immediately spoke up.
Hee. Thank you very much, everyone. Wang Xian smiled and nodded. He raised his wine glass and gestured to everyone.
The group of experts immediately raised their wine glasses.
Secondly, there is one more thing that we need to cooperate with all of you. Of course, it doesn't matter if all of you agree or not. Our Dragon Palace is active in the ocean, and the various planets only occupy the ocean. We want to enter the ocean of all the planets and establish the Dragon Palace there. Of course, once we enter this planet, we will help you to guard the planets and eliminate external threats.
Following that, Wang Xian began to talk to the other forces.
According to the Dragon Palace's plan, the Dragon Palace would enter the ocean of all the planets and assist the land forces of this planet to guard the planets together. If there were any external threats, the Dragon Palace would destroy them. Those planets that were not threatened by the desolate beasts, the Dragon Palace was willing to exchange the land of the existing planets with them. The planets that the Eastly Undying Dynasty had previously controlled, the 100 planets controlled by the Iron Blood Alliance, were all relatively good planets in this region. Of course, the Dragon Palace also guaranteed that they would never get involved in their affairs. After talking like this for more than an hour, the various powers all happily agreed. This situation was also a combination with the Dragon Palace. Even though the other powers would not interfere in the invasion of the Dragon Palace, at least if there were desolate beasts invading, the Dragon Palace would help. There are 80 Undyings at the Dragon Palace Pet Sales Convention, 5 Eternal Godlord Level 4 pets, 400,000 to 500,000 Eternal Godlord pets.
The Dragon Palace's strength is unfathomable. None of the powers can afford 5 Undyings Level 4 pets.
The various powers have reached an agreement with the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace will build their palaces on various planets. The Dragon Palace will guard the planets with the other powers to defend against the desolate beasts.
The Dragon Palace's battle pet sales will have over 1,000 undying godly monarchs present. From this, one can see the majesty of the Dragon King and the Dragon Palace. After the Dragon Palace's battle pet sales ended, all sorts of information began to spread on the AI. Over 100,000 planets, countless people. There were only over 100 million people who could come. Most of them did not have the qualifications to come.
When they saw the information on the AI, everyone's faces were filled with shock. They were shocked by the Dragon Palace's strength and terror. They were also shocked that the Dragon Palace would occupy the ocean of their planet and fight against the desolate beasts together with them. This also caused many people on many planets to reveal extremely excited expressions.
With the Dragon Palace's strength, if the Dragon Palace helped them fight against the desolate beasts and the threats from the outside world, then they would not have to face the threat of death at all times.
Many people celebrated on the AI. Many people thanked the Dragon King for his help. Other than these few things, there was another thing that caused countless water race fey beasts with the bloodline of the water race to boil. The Dragon Palace would recruit disciples, and once they crossed the Dragon Gate, they would become disciples of the Dragon Palace. What was the concept of becoming a disciple of the Dragon Palace? The weakest person in the Dragon Palace was no weaker than an Eternal God Lord Level 5. How terrifying was that? However, this news disappointed many humans because the Dragon Palace only recruited aquatic creatures. This time, it was a feast for aquatic creatures. After the forces of the planets announced that the Dragon Palace was recruiting disciples, countless aquatic creatures rushed toward the Tianzi continent. The number of aquatic demon beasts on some planets might not be many, but the number of aquatic creatures on more than 100,000 planets was absolutely terrifying.
There were at least 100 billion of them. Every day, more than 1 billion aquatic demon beasts entered the Tianzi continent and wanted to jump through the Dragon Gate.
Every creature that jumped through the Dragon Gate cheered excitedly. As long as they jumped through the Dragon Gate, they could soar into the sky. More than 100 billion aquatic demon beasts jumped through the Dragon Gate every day. Even if there was only one among hundreds of thousands or millions of them, the number of the Dragon Palace had been greatly increased. In just a short 10 days, the new members of the Dragon Palace had increased by 100,000, and right now it was still increasing at the rate of a few thousand every day. And because the Dragon Palace had just sold a large number of war pets, they didn't lack resources at all. All the members were increasing rapidly, the members that joined, evolving their dragon species, increasing their strength. Over 70 Undying God King war pets. If they were exchanged for Undying God King corpses, it would be a few thousand. These resources caused the Dragon Palace's undying fighters to grow crazily. Of course, many of the powers that bought war pets paid with God stones, because there weren't that many pills left.
The one time the Dragon Palace sold their war pets, it caused the price of the pills in this region to rise by 20%.
During this time, the Dragon Palace began to build their palaces on many planets. There were more than 100,000 planets, and the consumption of metal godstones was also terrifying. However, the current Dragon Palace could afford it. In the following period of time, the Dragon Palace was developing rapidly.
Wuxia also spent a month to help the people who bought war pets to tame them.
After that, they went to the planets to build the Dragon Palace.
The other members of the Dragon Palace helped to eliminate the threats from the planets.
During this period of time, this region had witnessed the power of the Dragon Palace.
There were over 20 Undying God King desolate beasts on a planet. Humans could only struggle on this planet.
When the Dragon King warrior arrived, within a day, over 20 Undying God King desolate beasts were killed. The remaining 10 escaped into space. The Dragon Palace helped clear the outer dangers of the planets. Hence, the Dragon Palace obtained large amounts of treasures and resources from the desolate beasts.
Every day, a member of the Dragon Palace would raise his strength to Undying God King.
Sometimes there were even 2 or 3.
Half a year later, the Dragon Palace's pressure completely covered the 100,000 planets. Everyone knew the name of the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King. The construction of the hundreds of thousands of Dragon Palaces is finally completed. It's not a loss at all. Every time a Dragon Palace is built, there will be a reward from the system. Finally, the construction of the Dragon Palace doesn't require any resources.
Wuxia opened his mouth and looked at the various treasures in the mother nest. He couldn't help but laugh. I should return to the Dragon Palace in the Tianzi continent.
Wuxia thought to himself. With a move of his body, he disappeared from the Dragon Palace instantly.
The moment he returned, Wuxia realized that the entire Dragon Palace was much livelier. He looked at his attributes and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The number of members in the Dragon Palace had already reached 350,000. Including the number of devouring dragons, there was a total of 450,000. Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui sensed the arrival of Wuxia and immediately shouted respectfully,
Mem, what's the current situation of the Dragon Palace?
Wuxia smiled as he asked, Dragon King, in the past half a year, the members of the Dragon Palace have helped the various planets to eliminate countless desolate beasts. The outside world has stabilized and the number of members of the Dragon Palace has reached 350,000. The weakest one has the combat strength of an eternal God Lord at level 5. Apart from that, the Immortal God King of the Dragon Palace has broken through 1,000. Prime Minister Gui said excitedly, Over 1,000? When Wuxia heard that, he revealed an excited expression. The main reason why he was able to improve so quickly was to help the various planets to clean up the desolate beasts. The current strength of the Dragon Palace could be considered pretty good even if it was placed in this starry sky. Could be considered a second-rate force.
I'll rest for a period of time. He muttered to himself. The Dragon Palace still needed to settle down. Oh right, Prime Minister Gui, how's the investigation of the starry sky across from the Lorman Desolate Beast Park going? Wang Xian looked at Prime Minister Gui beside him and asked. Dragon King, we have some understanding of it. We spent money to buy a planet there and we can teleport there directly. That planet can be used as a base for our Dragon Palace to enter that space in the future. However, you may have to go there personally to sell the 5 immortal godly king war pets. Prime Minister Gui said to him. Forget it, I won't go there for the time being. I'll see if I can make a move on those 5 war pets. Wang Xian shook his head. He was not planning to enter that space for the time being. He had the contact information of a powerful faction. He could ask the other party if they wanted to buy them. It's the Dragon King. I'll handle the matter then. Prime Minister Gui left respectfully. Wang Xian took out his artificial intelligence and sent a message to the national advisor of the chaotic tiger demon nation. According to the information on the artificial intelligence, the chaotic tiger demon nation was a second-rate faction. It was also the only powerful faction in the region that Wang Xian knew of. If the other party purchased war pets, it would save him a lot of time. Furthermore, he wanted the other party to help him purchase some elixirs. Chaotic Tiger Demon Country was located in the Southern Star System. The Emperor Star Field was a large region that was divided into 9 galaxies, 3 universe small islands, and a large central island. The region where Wang Xian was currently located belonged to the edge of the Southern Star System, while Chaotic Tiger Demon Country was located at the center of the Southern Star System. In the Emperor Star Field, the universe small islands belonged to the central region of the Emperor Star Field, while the central universe large islands occupied by the Imperial Court belonged to the core. Chaotic Tiger Demon Country was an undying dynasty with sky demons as the main force. It was considered average among second-rate powers, and was considered an overlord in the central region of the Star South Galaxy. Recently, all the citizens of Chaotic Tiger Demon Country could feel a joyous atmosphere. Be it the Emperor's orders or some benefits, they all surprised many citizens. The divine palace of the Chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom was located in a grand canyon. At the entrance, there were 2 enormous statues of a roaring tiger. The statues covered an area of 10 kilometers and were extremely majestic. In an imperial study in the divine palace of the Chaotic Tiger Demon Kingdom, a refined-looking middle-aged man was sitting next to a burly elder with the word king carved on his forehead. The 2 of them were chatting with smiles on their faces. At this time, the middle-aged man sensed the information on the AI. Seeing the name displayed on it, he was slightly stunned. He immediately opened it, and when he saw the contents, his face was filled with shock. Foster brother, what's the matter? The old man beside saw the expression of the Chaotic Tiger Demon Country's national advisor and asked, Brother Tiger, it's that Dragon King's information, the leader of a force we met in the Luoerman Desolate Beast Park back then. The Imperial Tutor immediately said to the old man, Oh, the one you mentioned, the Dragon King with 6 undying level 5 underlings? They are at the edge of the Star South Galaxy. To have such power, it's a little unexpected. The old man nodded slightly, saying, Brother Hu, this Dragon King's power may be even stronger than we thought. He sent me a message asking if the Tiger Chaotic Demon Country wants battle pets. He has 5 undying level 4 battle pets for sale. The national advisor's eyes gleamed as he said, 5 undying level 4 battle pets? This looks like this Dragon King isn't simple. The old man raised his eyebrows. Brother Hu, do we want these battle pets? The national advisor asked. Yes, of course we do. Grandpa E is about to break through. When we hold a celebration, we naturally have to show off our Tiger Chaos Undying Empire's might and strength. Undying level 4 battle pets are extremely rare in our region. When the time comes, we will use the level 4 Immortal King level Desolate Beast as a beast to show off our might. The old man immediately said, All right, I will bring some people there and make friends with them. The Imperial Preceptor nodded and immediately replied. The old man beside him nodded with a smile on his face. Oh, I have the intention to buy it. It will be here in a few days. Within the Dragon Palace of Tianzhe Continent, Wang Xian saw the reply from the national advisor of the Chaotic Tiger Demon Empire, and a smile appeared on his face. As long as they bought it, he could raise his strength.
Furthermore, with the resources he needed to raise his strength, it would be enough to sell an undying level 4 war pet. The rest of the resources could increase the combat strength of the Dragon Palace by at least 23 undying level 5 war pets. It could increase the high-end combat strength of the Dragon Palace by a huge margin. Reporting to Dragon King, there are 2 people outside requesting an audience. One is a veiled girl and the other is a woman. At this moment, a Wuxia came in and reported to Wang Xian. "Oh, are they here?" Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and flew out. At the same time, in the sky above the Dragon Palace, Di Xingnu and Auntie Ying were looking at the Dragon Palace below with curiosity. This was their first time coming to the Dragon Palace. Looking at the huge palace that stood at the bottom of the sea, they were filled with astonishment.
"Welcome, beautiful Star Lady." Wang Xian flew out and said with a smile when he saw the 2 of them.
"Don't talk about such useless things. You said that you would upgrade the Towering Snake to Immortal King level 4 or even level 5 within 1 to 2 years. Now, you want me to remind you that you want me to come here personally." The Imperial Star Lady looked at Wang Xian unhappily and said, "I've been too busy recently. Let's go. Follow me in. I'll help you raise your level now." Wang Xian smiled and gestured for them to enter the Dragon Palace. The moment they stepped into the Dragon Palace, the 2 of them could sense the law energy in the palace.
Their eyes were wide open and filled with shock. This is the reason why you can improve so quickly, Dragon King."
Anting looked around and could not help but ask. In such a place, the grotto heaven and blessed land in the Imperial Court were far from it. Such rich law energy. No wonder you guys can improve so quickly. 1 day of cultivation here is equivalent to 1 year in the outside world.
Emperor Star Lady opened her mouth slightly, her eyes gleaming.
In the past half a year, they had been living in seclusion within the Black Forest God Mansion. However, they were very concerned about the Dragon Palace.
Especially in this half a year, they had been able to get all sorts of information from their AI. They could clearly feel that the Dragon Palace was pressuring the entire area at a terrifying speed.
According to their judgment, there were no less than 200 Immortal King-level powerhouses in the Dragon Palace.
200 Immortal King-level powerhouses were considered strong even amongst second-rate forces.
The improvement of the Dragon Palace was too terrifying. He released the Choo-Choo Snake. I will be able to increase its level in the next few days. Wang Xian smiled and said to her, "All right, do you still have a place to stay?"
"We will stay here from now on." Di Xingnu narrowed her eyes and said,
"All right. I have invited you to be my guest. I will arrange for someone to bring you there later."
Wang Xian didn't mind it. They had Yan Qingwei and the rest. Helping them and letting them stay here was a small matter.
"Thank you."
Di Xingnu smiled at Wang Xian. This guy had finally done something useful.
Wang Xian smiled and brought the Towering Snake to the Dragon Transformation Pool. He used the dragon blood and some treasures to help it improve.
"Grandpa National Advisor, take a look at the information of the artificial intelligence in this area. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is the king of this area." 2 days later, dozens of figures appeared in front of the Iron Blood Alliance.
One of the girls took out her artificial intelligence and browsed through the information of this area. She said in slight astonishment, "With their strength, it's not surprising for them to be the king of this area." The Heaven Demon Imperial Preceptor looked around and took out his artificial intelligence to send a message to Wang Xian. "Let me inform that Dragon King. Let's go to a planet in front. The other party will be coming to pick us up soon." Soon, the Imperial Preceptor of Heaven Demon received the message and said to the people around him, "Is he here yet? He's fast." After Wang Xian received the message, he moved and immediately arrived in front of the teleportation formation of the Dragon Palace.
Buzz.
Soon, his figure appeared in the Ocean Dragon Palace, a planet of the Iron Blood Alliance. Now, there were dragon palaces in the ocean of the 100 planets. If Wang Xian wanted to arrive here, he had to be fast. At the same time, there were 10 dragon guards following beside Wang Xian. When dealing with another powerful force, the Dragon Palace naturally had to show some strength to let the other party know about the Dragon Palace's heritage. This was also a form of respect for them. The 10 dragon guards, Ao Jian and the rest had combat strength at level 4 and level 3 Immortal King. Swoosh! Flying out of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian's yin-yang and 5 elements dragon eyes swept across and landed on dozens of people.
Haha, welcome, Imperial Preceptor.
Wang Xian laughed out loud and greeted the group of people.
You're too kind. Dragon King, you're very fast. I just sent you a message.
Imperial Preceptor of Heaven Demon smiled and walked over to shake hands with Wang Xian. His eyes swept across Ao Jian and the rest, and his eyes sparkled. Since we have friends who came from afar, we will naturally welcome them as soon as possible. Let's go. This time, our Dragon Palace will treat everyone well. Wang Xian said with a smile and made an inviting gesture. All right. Dragon King, you can lead the way. There's no need to be so polite. The Heaven Demon Imperial Preceptor smiled, and everyone followed closely behind. He's so young. According to the AI, the Dragon King might be very young. Not long ago, there was a person called Invincible in battle who reached the immortal godly king realm before the age of 1,000 years old. I heard that he's the Dragon King's underling.
At this moment, the girl who was following behind the Heaven Demon Imperial Preceptor said softly,
An immortal king who is less than 1,000 years old?
That's impossible, right?
A middle-aged man beside him said in disbelief. He has an extraordinary bloodline. That's why he could reach the immortal king level before the age of 1,000 years old. When Wang Xian heard the words of the tiger-tailed girl beside him, he replied with a smile on his face. An extraordinary bloodline? Did he really reach the immortal king realm before the age of 1,000 years old? This bloodline should be very terrifying.
The Imperial Preceptor of Heaven Demon was also interested and asked, Yes, it's a very powerful bloodline. However, I don't know which big force has taken it away.
Wang Xian nodded and replied.
Ever since Invincible Battle Technique left, he had not contacted him anymore. He's your little brother. How old are you, Dragon King? The girl asked with great interest. Not as old as you.
Wang Xian glanced at the girl and said with a smile. TSK. Pretending to be young. The girl pursed her lips.
Lingya, how can you talk like that?
The Imperial Preceptor of Heaven Demon glared at the girl and shouted softly at her. It's fine. Wang Xian shook his head with a smile. Grandpa Imperial Preceptor, look at the Dragon King. He's also the leader of a region. He's not as cold as you guys. Maybe it's just as the AI
said, You're still young. Hu Lingya said to the Imperial Preceptor and smiled at Wang Xian.
All right, Lingya. Stop talking.
An elder beside her patted her head.
Everyone, follow me. After leading them into the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian followed them directly to the Dragon Palace on planet East Lake through the teleportation formation.
The Dragon Palace on planet East Lake was a level 6 Dragon Palace. It was not inferior to some powerful immortal god realms.
However, there were not many members of the Dragon Palace here.
Buzz.
Imperial Preceptor, these are 5 level 4 Immortal God King war pets. You can take a look. After entering the Dragon Palace on East Lake Planet, Wang Xian waved his arm and 5 battle pets appeared in front of him. Roar, roar, roar. Among the 5 level 4 Immortal King level battle pets, 2 of them were blood-winged horses. They let out a low roar and looked at Wang Xian in awe. Blood-winged horses. Level 4 Immortal King level blood-winged horses. These are top-grade mounts and are extremely rare. The people from the chaotic tiger demon country looked at the 5 battle pets, their gazes landing on the blood-winged horse.
The stronger the desolate beast, the bigger it was, a few thousand meters was considered normal.
Even though desolate beasts could change in size, but in actual combat, they were still the strongest in their original form. The blood-winged horse was 100 meters in size. Amongst the undying emperor desolate beasts, it was considered the smallest.
Furthermore, it was the most suitable to be used as a mount or a beast chaser.
As for the price, I'll calculate it according to what I've given you. It's a little lower than the market price over there.
Wang Xian said to the Imperial Preceptor.
Sure, our chaotic tiger demon country will take these war pets. Next, we'll have to trouble the Dragon King to help us tame them. The Imperial Preceptor looked at the 5 war pets and said, All right, there's one thing. I wonder if the National Master can help us.
Wuxia nodded with a smile and said immediately, "Oh? What is it? As long as we can do it, we won't refuse."
The National Master nodded immediately.
"I have a lot of divine stones in my hands. I want to buy some elixirs. I wonder if the National Master can help me buy them from the center of the Southern Star System. Of course, I can give you some rewards. Furthermore, there are no restrictions on the types of elixirs you can purchase. Any kind of elixirs will do."
Wang Xian said,
"Oh?
"Buying elixirs is easy. It's a small matter. As long as you trust us, Dragon King, I will inform the Celestial Empire in a while. They will be able to deliver them in a few days."
The Imperial Preceptor nodded his head. "Thank you very much. I will get someone to prepare some food and treat everyone well."
Wang Xian smiled and gestured to a dragon guard beside him.
"Wow, Dragon King, your Dragon Palace has actually sold more than 100 Immortal God King Warpets and 400,000 to 500,000 God Lord Warpets. This is amazing. Do you still have any Eternal God Lord Warpets?"
"I want to buy one too."
At this moment, the tiger spirit shoot at the side let out a cry of surprise and said to Wang Xian,
"What?" When the rest of the people heard her words, they were shocked. More than 100 Immortal God King War Pets.
"How could this be possible?
A God Lord level war pet?
There's one here that's suitable for a girl."
Wang Xian looked at her and waved his arm. A 2-meter-wide fiery red bird appeared at the side. "Red-eyed Chao Tianke, now that you're an Eternal God Lord level 5, you can grow to the peak of God Lord level. I'll give it to you."
Wang Xian said generously to her. "Wow, really? Dragon King, you're the best." Hu Lingya looked at the fiery red and beautiful war pet and her eyes lit up as she said excitedly,
"Really?"
Wang Xian nodded his head. "You little girl, why aren't you thanking Dragon King?"
At the side, the Imperial Preceptor of Heaven Demon gradually recovered from his shock. He looked at Hu Lingya and patted her head. "Hee. Thank you, Dragon King."
Hu Lingya immediately thanked him and looked at the war pet in front of her with a face full of joy. "Dragon King, don't mind her. This girl isn't afraid of anyone,"
the Imperial Preceptor of Heaven Demon said helplessly.
"She's pretty cute. Let's go and taste the delicacies here."
Wang Xian shook his head and led them out. Heaven Demon Imperial Preceptor and the rest were both guests and customers. Wang Xian brought them to East Lake Planet for some delicious food, before arranging them to stay at the Dragon Palace on East Lake Planet.
A level 6 Dragon Palace could already be considered a paradise. Heaven Demon Imperial Preceptor and the rest were very satisfied with Wang Xian's reception. After receiving the divine stones from Wang Xian, they immediately informed Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation to purchase a large number of elixirs. The number of divine stones in Wang Xian's hands was not a small amount. These divine stones were enough to exchange for a large number of resources.
Following that, Wang Xian began to help the experts from the Chaotic Tiger Demon Nation tame 5 desolate beasts. Imperial Preceptor Grandpa. This Dragon King is so powerful. Look at the information on the artificial intelligence. TSK. It seems to be even more powerful than our Chaotic Tiger Immortal Empire.
At the place where the people from the Tiger Chaos Demon Country lived, Tiger Spirit Bud was looking through all sorts of information about the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King, saying with a shocked expression, he is very powerful, his rise is very fast." Heaven Demon Grand Tutor nodded, he was also slightly shocked. These 2 days, he had also looked at the information on the AI in this area, he was also slightly shocked at the power of the Dragon Palace. He was also filled with curiosity and surprise towards the Dragon King.
Powerful beast taming ability.
Strange array formation that trapped the godly monarch.
Powerful members of the Dragon Palace. This gave him a rough understanding of this faction. Lord Imperial Preceptor. At this moment, 2 figures walked over and greeted them respectfully. "Well, how did it go?" the Imperial Preceptor asked them. The 2 of them went out to investigate the surrounding information. Of course, the main purpose was to investigate the Dragon Palace.
Imperial Preceptor, we didn't investigate further. According to our simple investigation, the ocean of more than 100,000 life planets in this area is under the control of the Dragon Palace. Right now, many of the powerful forces in this area feel that the Dragon Palace is an invincible existence because they simply send some people and they are stronger than them.
Some people in the AI guessed that there are over 200 undying godly monarchs in the Dragon Palace, but some powerful forces have said that there are no less than 300 Dragon Palace godly monarchs.
The two reported, their eyes filled with shock. The Tiger Chaos Demon country only had about 300 undying emperors.
However, there were at least 300 undying emperors in the Dragon Palace. How could they not be shocked? The Dragon Palace cannot be underestimated. In less than a year, they have sold over 100 undying war pets. Their number of undying emperors may be more than we expected.
The Imperial Tutor exclaimed,
Amazing! That Dragon King is so easygoing and energetic, but I didn't expect him to have such a powerful force.
Tiger Spirit but said with some envy,
This Dragon Palace is worthy of our friendship. If we have time, we can exchange more, the National Master muttered.
On the third day, the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation sent over the elixirs that Wuxia wanted to help buy. Wuxia also helped to tame 4 Immortal King Level 4 Desolate Beasts.
Thank you, Imperial Preceptor. I'll have to trouble all of you this time. Wuxia received all the rewards and thanked them. Haha, you're welcome, Dragon King. Having more friends means more opportunities. Our chaotic Tiger Immortal Empire is willing to become friends with the Dragon Palace. The Imperial Preceptor laughed out loud. Our Dragon Palace is also willing to make this friend.
Wuxia extended his hand and shook it.
All right, Dragon King. If you have time, come to our Tiger Chaos Immortal Dynasty. Let us receive you well.
The National Master invited them.
There should be such an opportunity.
Wuxia nodded his head.
All right, it's a deal then. We'll be leaving first. We'll meet again in the future. After cupping his hands with Wuxia, the National Master led everyone away.
Wuxia sent them flying into the sky. His figure disappeared and a smile appeared on his face.
Befriending the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation was also beneficial to the Dragon Palace. At the very least, the chaotic Tiger Demon Nation had helped them a little this time. Furthermore, they had bought 5 level 4 Immortal King war pets. This time, my strength can be improved. Wuxia looked at the resources in his hands and flew straight into the Dragon Palace. After entering the Dragon Palace, he immediately returned to the Dragon Palace in the Tianzhe continent. Wuxia appeared in the Dragon King Palace.
Roar! He let out a soft roar and transformed into a 7-colored divine dragon. He circled in front of the dragon throne and took out some elixirs to swallow quickly.
After swallowing a large number of elixirs, Wuxia's origin dragon energy was increasing at a terrifying speed. Ding! Congratulations to host for increasing your level. You have reached level 9 of the Eternal Lord. Name Wuxia.
Race, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Divine Dragon, Man-Dragon Unity.
Level 9 of the Eternal Divine Lord. The 6th change of the Divine Dragon Transformation. Origin 324344/1000000. Supernatural ability. Ruling the Water Tribe below one's level. Devouring creatures to extract origin. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method. Divine Dragon Transformation. Supernatural ability. Soul absorbing, spirit attaching, Yin-Yang 5 elements dragon eyes.
Aspect, 5 elements grinding, dragon kingdom in the palm, dragon head under the heavens, dragon body of 10,000 miles, Yin-Yang poles, Yin-Yang 5 elements arms bowl, divine dragon tail swing.
Law metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light and darkness. Level 9. Kingdom of God, Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace. Level 7.
Member of Dragon Palace, 379,844.
Soon, the system's voice rang out. Wuxia's entire body trembled, and a vast dragon's might swept out in all directions. The 7-colored law condensed into a divine dragon's phantom image and circled around his body. Wuxia opened his eyes. His pupils seemed to contain the starry sky and were as powerful as hell. Roar!
He couldn't help but let out a low roar. His eyes were filled with excitement.
I'm still 1 level away. As long as I break through to the Immortal King level, I will have the strength of a level 7 Immortal King. Wang Xian looked at his attributes and smiled. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Crackle. Ding. Congratulations, host. A new dragon seed has been born in the Dragon Palace. The Heavenly Thunder, Earth Fire Dragon, and Phoenix Seed. At this moment, a phoenix cry accompanied by the roar of thunder and lightning resounded throughout the entire Dragon Palace. Following that, the system's voice rang out as well, causing Wang Xian to be slightly stunned. This is... A hint of joy appeared on his face as he immediately flew towards the location of the dragon transformation pool. At this moment, two fiery red phoenixes were circling in the sky above the dragon transformation pool. Their wings were flapping and they looked extremely beautiful. There was a thunder dragon surrounding them, making them look more majestic and arrogant. Heaven, earth, fire, dragon, and phoenix seeds, what is this? Wang Xian looked at the two phoenixes, and his eyes were sparkling. Xiao Xian. At this moment, the two phoenixes also looked at Wang Xian. They let out a sound and flew over with excited faces. Shu Qing, Feng Luan, you guys have evolved. Wang Xian went up to them and said joyfully. Xiao Xian, when the Dragon Palace obtained the parasol tree wood, it had a change when it interweaved with the Nirvana lightning tree. Together with the blood of dragons and phoenixes, we have evolved. This time around, we are much stronger than before. I feel that we can fight against those who are 4 levels above us. The two girls said in surprise. What? Fight across 4 levels? This has already surpassed the peak dragon species of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian was slightly taken aback. Then, a look of joy appeared on his face. The Divine Dragon Clan, the strongest dragon species in the Dragon Palace, was only comparable to a pure divine dragon. Even the Berserk dragon species was only comparable to the Wind Divine Dragon, Fire Divine Dragon, and the other 7 elemental divine dragons. However, the Divine Parasol Tree, the Nirvana Thunder Tree, and the Dragon Blood Phoenix Blood gave birth to the Heavenly Lightning Earth Fire Dragon Phoenix species. This dragon seed was comparable to the rare dragon seed of the Divine Dragon Clan, such as the Bone Dragon, the Ice Dragon God, and some multi-attribute divine dragons. The Bone Dragon Ice Dragon God. This kind of divine dragon, when the Divine Dragon Clan was at its glory, was very rare. The Divine Dragon Clan's strongest 5 elements Divine Dragon, Light and Dark Divine Dragon, only had 2 or 3. Now, Guan Shuqing and Feng Luan's Heavenly Thunder Earth Fire Dragon Phoenix Seed, in the universe, was also the best existence. In the past, in the entire universe, there were less than 50 beings that were stronger than these dragons. One could imagine what kind of existence they were. Our ability to evolve must have a lot to do with the ancestral tree, Feng Luan said, her face full of smiles. In the past, it was already considered not bad for them to be able to fight 1 or 2 levels higher. Now, they had directly jumped 4 levels. Their current combat strength had already reached level 5 Immortal King. This is a good thing. Alright, has the space beast, the towering snake, evolved? Wang Xian looked towards the side of the dragon transformation pool. It has evolved. Guan Shuqing and the rest nodded their heads. They knew about the towering snake as well. Similarly, they knew that a girl had come from their dragon palace. However, Wang Xian explained in time and said that the Imperial Star Ladies were the benefactors of Qingwe Lingxiu and the rest. Even so, the group of girls sized him up for a long time and even said, "Are you planning to repay your kindness with your body?" Wang Xian was speechless at that time. He coaxed the group of girls for a long time before he was done. That's good. Wang Xian nodded his head. He looked at Feng Luan and Shu Qing. The Fire Phoenix dragon species in the past, you guys let them evolve. After they evolve, even if they can't fight 4 levels higher than you guys, they can still surpass 3 levels and become the peak dragon species of the Dragon Palace. Alright, little Xian, did your strength also improve just now? Guan Shuqing nodded her head. I'm going to improve the high-end combat strength of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian replied. After a few more words with the 2 girls, he returned to the Dragon King Palace and immediately ordered Prime Minister Gue to gather all the Immortal King combat strength members of the Dragon Palace. Excluding the Devouring Dragon, there were about 500 Immortal King combat strength members. Wang Xian took out the resources to sell the 5 Immortal King combat pets, and devoured them himself to help them improve their strength. The resources he used to raise his strength were not even worth a single immortal king war pet. He still had enough resources for the members of the Dragon Palace to raise their strength. In the next few days, the number of level 5 Immortal King combat strength members of the Dragon Palace reached 38. Including the Devouring Dragon, there were a total of 45. The only level 6 Immortal King combat strength member was Ao Crab. Next, I need to stabilize my strength and master some formations. After all the members had improved, Wuxia decided to settle down. He needed to settle down, and so did the members of the Dragon Palace. The 5 clones in the 5 elements millstone had the same strength as his own body. Wuxia could also use the formations they controlled immediately. However, this was not enough. They had to settle down and master more formations. In the next few months, Wuxia immersed himself in the formations every day. In the outer world, the entire starry sky and the hundreds of thousands of planets had also calmed down. As the Dragon Palace had helped them to resolve the external threats, this area had gradually become bustling with activity. Especially on planet Dongqi, it was much livelier than before. The Dragon Palace was getting stronger every day. Due to the suppression of the Dragon Palace, the tens of thousands of oceans were calm and tranquil. The Empress Star also stayed in the Dragon Palace and refused to leave. This was because a day of cultivation in the Dragon Palace was almost equivalent to a year of cultivation for her. During these days, they had also witnessed the power of the Dragon Palace. This made Auntie Ing want to get the Empress Star to cling onto Wuxia's thigh. As long as they clung onto the Dragon Palace's thigh, it would definitely be of great benefit to them in the future. And while the Dragon Palace was rapidly improving, the Blazing Flame Divine Empire was also constantly paying attention to the development of the Dragon Palace in the opposite side of the Lorman Desolate Beast Park. When they saw the Dragon Palace becoming stronger and stronger, their expressions became uglier and uglier day by day. After contacting the young master in the central region, that young master also fell silent and did not give a reply. This made the Blazing Flame Divine Empire's Divine Emperor extremely worried. If the Dragon Palace attacked one day, how would they defend against it? This made the Inferno Divine Emperor somewhat nervous. He began to think of all ways to establish relations with some factions and gain the support of some more powerful factions. Time slowly passed. 8 months passed in the blink of an eye. These 8 months were just a snap of the fingers for the starry cosmos. Haha, I've finally made a breakthrough. I've finally made a breakthrough. However, this period of time was a long wait for the entire chaotic tiger demon kingdom. They were waiting for a voice. When this voice sounded, a towering figure floated in the sky behind the chaotic tiger demon kingdom's divine palace. Behind the towering elder was a white divine tiger totem. The divine tiger was lifelike and filled with boundless majesty. So. At this moment, the surrounding figures flew over. When they saw the towering figure in the sky, they revealed extremely excited expressions. The Tiger Chaos Demon Country's emperor, dressed in a tiger robe with the word king on his forehead, clenched his fists excitedly. Congratulations on your breakthrough. Reaching Undying God King level 7. Congratulations to the Tiger Chaos Demon Country. Congratulations to you. Everyone shouted excitedly. Ha ha ha. The old emperor laughed heartily. Congratulations, old brother, you took a step ahead of us. Old brother, your breakthrough is a great fortune for our entire Tiger Chaos Undying Demon Country. With this upgrade, we can take a step forward. We can also kill our previous enemies with our own hands. Haha. Very soon. It will be 20 million years since the founding of the Tiger Chaos Demon Nation. The 20 million year founding ceremony is the time for the Tiger Chaos Demon Nation to display its strength. It is also the time for everyone to be shocked. The 2 elders beside him spoke with fiery faces as they clenched their fists tightly. All right. When the time comes, we will hold a banquet to shake the entire world. The old national master clenched his fists tightly and roared in a low voice. Get ready. This time, we will hold the 20 million grand ceremony of the founding of the dynasty. Regardless of whether we are friends or enemies, we will invite everyone over. Hee. The king of the chaotic tiger demon nation waved his arm and commanded loudly. Yes. Everyone nodded their heads excitedly.
More than half a year has passed. I have pretty much mastered all the formations. At the same time, at the location of the Dragon Palace, Wuxia stretched his body and muttered to himself. In 8 months, he had comprehended all 8 clones at the same time. In terms of formations, he was able to trap and kill a level 5 Immortal King. Now that there were 5 level 5 Immortal King clones in the 5 Elements Millstone, it was even more terrifying. It's almost time. Now that the speed of improvement of the members of the Dragon Palace has slowed down, it's time to enter the center of the Southern Star System. Wuxia mumbled to himself. It was about time for the Dragon Palace to settle down.